Very good morning to you from Longdon Place, 31st of March, and here we are bringing you live action of CR&FC Centenary Rugby 7s. And it's going to be an incredible day where we will have plenty of action around the park. Very, very interesting tournament where we will have school teams, club men's and women's taking part in the competition. 12 school teams will be vying for top honours today. The opening game of the day, Royal College taking on Wesley College. A Group A encounter. There are 4 groups in total in this competition, and Group A will be one to keep an eye out on. Royal College, Wesley College alongside St. Peter's. It will be important that these two teams get off to a cracker. 16 games in total on offer, and the school teams will be hoping that they can go the distance at the end of the day. Beautiful pictures here at Longdon Place, and I think the surface here is as good as I've ever seen here at CR&FC. The rains coming in also has helped the surface being in this kind of condition. A massive shout out to all of you joining us from all around the world. A very, very warm welcome to here in Colombo. And what we'll do now is we'll go for a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we will have the action of the first game of CR&FC Centenary Rugby 7s 2023.
Want to watch that exciting moment again? Simply rewind on your Dialogue Television VU Hub.
Now you can activate your favorite Dialogue Television channels via the My Dialogue app, SMS, or missed call. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
Meet the Pereiras. Just like any other family, they share everything. Kanti shares her amazing cooking. Minoli fills the family in with the latest gossip. But what happens when they sit together to watch their favorite TV shows at the same time? Well, it's not the same.
Now, no more fighting for one TV. Make every room in your home a TV room with Dialogue Television Multi-Room. Get your second Dialogue Television connection for as little as 625 rupees a month with a saving of up to 50%. This is Dialogue Television View Mini.
Wow! Live TV channels.
Down the ground he goes!
It's an endless movie time.
I can talk to my remote.
Yes, go, go, go!
The screen just got bigger. Change the way you watch TV with Dialogue Television View Mini, powered by Android TV. Feel the adrenaline pumping through your veins. Witness magic bursting into life in front of your eyes. Explore the unknown and unravel the deepest mysteries of the universe. Celebrate life when you enjoy the best of entertainment in high definition with Dialogue Television. Activate your favorite HD channel now. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පාණතිල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පාණතිල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Very good morning to you and welcome back to live action brought to you from Longdon Place. Royal College taking on Wesley College in this Group A encounter of the school segment of CR&FC Centenary Celebrations Invitation Rugby Sevens Tournament. And joining me in the com box is Abdullah Yusuf. Abdullah, absolutely brilliant stuff. A legacy of over a century celebrating here at the Longdon Place and with the school sevens tournament to start off the proceedings.
Good morning, Sudarshan. Good morning, everyone. Yes, absolutely. What a fantastic history this club has, and what a way to honor that history by having a sevens tournament where you get all the cream of Sri Lankan rugby players all around, whether it's the school boys, the club players, even the women's players. There are two international teams that have come down for the women's tournament as well. So I think it's just going to be an enthralling weekend of Sevens rugby. Encourage everyone around to come down if possible today, but definitely over the weekend, because we are in for some fantastic Sevens display by the best talent available in Sri Lanka.
Royal College kick-off proceedings here at the Centenary Sevens. They wouldn't have been too happy at the start. Wesley getting an advantage. Wesley College looking to spread the ball out wide early in the exchanges. Need support. Royal College were the runners-up in the Under-18 All-Island competition, which was held just a couple of weeks ago up in the hills. Lost to their arch-rivals Isipatana College in the final. Here's Wesley trying to attack the outer channels, trying to go out wide. Kalyana Ratna doing a good job of keeping the Wesleyite at bay. Nithile Rodrigo gives it out to Mendes. Unforced errors coming out first scrum of the game.
It's good passage of play by Wesley. They did well to hold on to the ball and create a few phases, forcing Royal to make quite a few tackles. But on that occasion, if just one of the Wesley players had just straightened the line out. He had his wing three-quarter with a lot of space, but it was not to be. So as a result of that knock-on, a put in for Royal and their first touch of the ball.
Pereira playing half-back for Royal College. Now to the outside. Kalyana Ratna gives it to the man on the outside. Space. Will we have the strength and the speed? Crashing in was Dulaj Kamanayaka for Royal. Quick ball out through the hands of Pathirana. Here's the lanky lock. Yahan Veerasurya. Good pressure coming in from Wesley, but Tivane managed to get the ball out. Randul Sena Naika for Royal. Here's Kalyana Ratna. Looking for support, makes the ball available. Good pressure coming in from Wesley College, managing to jackal that ball.
Yes, Royal run, I think it was Kalyana Ratna just getting isolated on that occasion, and the Wesley player was quick to pounce on that. So good touch finder right on the halfway mark. So we have a look at that once again. Half break by Kalyana Ratna. Would have done well to get it out to his supporting player Thiven, but decided to hold on and as a result was isolated. So the first line out of the game. Throw in for Wesley.
Quickly taken by Wesley College with a short line out. Now looking to run. A show and go from the number 13, Rodrigo. Did very well to make the ball available. Good defensive effort from Royal College as well. Double Blues coming away with it, but referee deems that it was legally so. Kalyana Ratna offload to Tivane. Tivane sends it out to Nazar. Fad Nazar on the run. Good scrambling defense, and that's going to be a penalty. Double Blues doing well, making sure they're right on top of their ball. So good defensive work equally from both teams. Early in the exchanges, Wesley College coached by Henry Terrence with Radhika Hettiarachi and Dushant Leuke taking charge of the Royal lads.
Yes, both teams seem to be very good at the breakdown, so they need to be conscious of the fact that they cannot isolate themselves as Wesley look to launch an attack from their own half. And a good tackle by Kalyana Ratna. Royal applying a bit of pressure at the breakdown, but Wesley do well to retain possession. Looking to make that initial break, but so far Royal's defense seems to be up to it. Another forced error rather by Wesley, knocked on. So both teams just looking to find their fluency in this first game. Does seem to be a bit of rust, especially in terms of offensive play, which is understandable. So this is a good attacking opportunity for Royal. Just about 10 meters outside from their own 25. Pereira to feed the ball into the scrum.
Devin Pereira, experienced campaigner, put under pressure by the Double Blues, and they earn the penalty. Royalists have been found wanting in that exchange, isn't it, Abdullah? A couple of times we've seen man going down and support arriving a little later, which has put them under pressure, allowing Wesley to try and get a penalty advantage. What they need to do now, the Double Blues, is to make sure that they make use of the opportunity. And in this group, it's very important that you start off well, because there are three very good teams, Isipathana College, Wesley College and Royal College, vying for those cup/plate quarter-final slots. Here's Royal College running through the middle is Disas Patirana, and Patirana goes all the way. His first name a little similar to the current starman at Royal College, Dasis Mantanayaka, but Disas Patirana gets the tournament going. First try of the competition comes from Royal.
Yes, you'd have to say absolutely against the run of play, wasn't it? Most of the position was held by Wesley, but again they lost that line out, isn't it? From a pretty poor throw in, Royal managed to steal the line out, and the Wesley defense was called napping, and Royal thus going over for the first try. You can see the Wesley defense, they were waiting for they were all formed for attack, and the defensive line was caught napping on that occasion. So Royal draw first blood in this game. So it's half time now. 5 points to nil. The conversion was not successful. So Royal will consider themselves a bit fortunate to go into half time 5-0. Most of the position was dominated by Wesley, but that's just the nature of the Sevens game.
Half-time confirmation, 5 points to nil. Royal College managing to get in front just before Lemons. We'll come back to you with the second half action on the other side.
Want to watch that exciting moment again? Simply rewind on your Dialogue Television VU Hub.
They played all right.
Now you can activate your favorite Dialogue Television channels via the My Dialogue app, SMS or missed call. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
Meet the Pereiras. Just like any other family, they share everything. Kanti shares her amazing cooking. Minoli fills the family in with the latest gossip. But what happens when they sit together to watch their favorite TV shows at the same time? Well, it's not the same.
Now, no more fighting for one TV. Make every room in your home a TV room with Dialogue Television Multi-Room. Get your second Dialogue Television connection for as little as 625 rupees a month with a saving of up to 50%. This is Dialogue Television View Mini.
Wow! Live TV channels.
Royal College looking to run from their own 22. Big no argue. That time by Dulaj Gamanayaka. Kalanaratna wriggling his way into the Wesley defense. Here's Royal College. Space. Good, quick, clean hands. And the big man, Rondul Senanayaka, in the outer channels, doing some damage. Royal looked like a different outfit with that confidence of the score just before half time, putting pressure on Double Blues, but yet again concede a penalty.
Yes, well, could argue with that call. I think although he had the hands on the ball, there was no motion of it being pulled up, isn't it, Sudarshan? I think that's the mark or the trigger that the referees look for when calling at the breakdown. But nonetheless, Wesley have been very good at the breakdown, isn't it? Royal just cannot afford to not have players at the breakdown whenever the ball carrier is being tackled. But it's pretty evident how Royal are looking to play this game. They are looking to impose their physicality on this Wesley outfit. Wesley therefore just need to keep the ball alive, not go into contact too often. This time they get a good clean line out. Ball is passed down, but again it's all very lateral. Nice bit of footwork, but some good tracking there by well, and I'm sure a nice turnover. Kalratana gets the ball out. This is the way Royal scored last time around as well.
Filio Kalratana gives it out to Gamanayaka. Gamanayaka on the charge. Good scrambling tackle, but beautiful offload by Gamanayaka as Kalanaratna touches down underneath the post. Second score for Royal. And the fashion that it was scored would really hurt the confidence of the Double Blues.
Yeah, that's right. Again, now you could see that physical dominance Royal imposed in that second half seems to be taking its toll on these Wesley lads in the second half. Royal going in for their second try. Further extended this lead. Again, under the post kick mixed by Thiven. Fair to say he hasn't been practicing his goal kicks while at practice. So we have a look at that try once again. So this is where the physical dominance of this Royal outfit is coming into play. Brushing off tackles. Wesley having to commit a couple of defenders to each tackle, and that just opens up space for the other Royal players as we witnessed in that last try.
10 points to nil after 10 minutes here at Longdon Place. Good high-hanging kick by Royal College, but the Chasers should have done a better job. Wesley now. Poor pass that time. Rodrigo looking for options. Space for Wesley. Yes, the number 8, Gamampila. Keeps it available. Well, I think that was very, very harsh. Very harsh on the side of the Royalists, because that player, it will be nice to take a look at the replay if possible. As Wesley retake that penalty. Good jackling work. Supported his body weight. Gamanayaka at that time. Beg your pardon, Pathiran at that time. Scored a try in the first half. Perat kicking the ball to touch. Let's see whether we can try and take a look at that replay. Well, if that is going to be a penalty, I think a new technique needs to be invented to tackle a player, Abdullah, because you've got to have your arms around.
Yes, and a yellow card to boot as well, so bit unfortunate, but that's a good decision by Thiven Pereira, going for touch, just running down the clock. So Royal just need to run this next 1.5 minutes down. 2 scores ahead. It's going short. So Royal will be looking to just retain possession. Breaking the tackles now. Wesley just falling off tackles as well. His physical dominance is just taking its toll on this Wesley lads.
6-man Royal team. Here's Sena Naik. Lost the ball in contact. Now it's the time for Wesley. If they want to make a comeback, they need to try and create something here. They've been passing to each other with no penetration, and that's really hurting them. They've been playing the second half. They've been playing a lot of rugby in their own territory. Just under 13 minutes on our clock. Just over a minute remaining, and that's not a very good kick.
Yes, I think this is where the game awareness needs to improve a little bit. They're down 2 scores. I'm not sure going to touch was the best option, because you're just running the clock down.
Yellow card back, yellow card back.
So Royal getting their full complement of players back as we enter the final minute of this game. Royal will be relatively happy. Generally, the first match of any tournament is a game where you just want to get your legs moving, get your rhythm flow. So Royal get that scrum out, get the ball out from the scrum, looking to make a bit of headway, breaking a couple of tackles, and looks like Royal will be going in for that third try. Tacklers just falling off this, and Royal go in for their third try.
Gamanayaka, the try scorer yet again. Impressive play by this lad throughout this game, Dulaj Gamanayaka. Duljaya rather. Duljaya Gamanayaka has been very strong in his carries. Lovely bit of work. Had the speed as well to go all the way. And puts the cherry on top. There goes the hoot. And that will be the end of the game. 3 unconverted tries for Royal College. 15 points to nil. They take that early advantage in Group A, Abdullah, which is a very, very tight group. This one is going to be very interesting.
Yes, most definitely. I think at the end of the game, Royal will be pretty happy with the overall result. Seemed a little bit slow to get off the mark in that first half, but seemed to find a little bit of rhythm in that second half. So I'm sure that will give them confidence, which for their next game, which will no doubt be a much stiffer one against the Peter Wright outfit. So that's the full-time score. Royal beating Wesley 15 points to nil.
Highlights of the game. The kickoff wasn't a good one from Royal College to start off with. Didn't go their way, but from then on, this was Randul Sena Naik, beg your pardon, Desas Patirana, who scored against the runner play for Royal just before half time, and then came the first try from Dulja Gamanayaka, offloading to Kalyana Ratna, and then Gamanayaka getting a try for himself to finish off the game. Second game of the day is a Group B encounter with Piliyandala Central College. Central College Piliyandala taking on St. Joseph's. Going to be an interesting one this as well, because Piliyandala Central College, as we know, would be looking to run. They will want to keep the ball moving, whereas just looking at the Josephians, they're a formidable outfit when it comes to the size, Abdullah.
That's right. I think in this game as well, there could be a slight difference in the physical stature of both teams. So Piliandala Central will need to be aware of that. Try and avoid contact as much as possible. Keep the ball moving, because this Josephian outfit do seem to be a big unit. So good call there. Joseph's guilty of playing the ball on the ground. So opportunity for Pilianda lads to launch the first attack. That's what they should try avoid doing. Going into contact, isolating themselves. They're not going to win too many breakdowns if they keep on running into this Josephian traffic. As you can see, it's that big lad Marasinger taking the ball up. Nicely recycled.
Moradi Marasinger Nathan gives it out to his backs through to Vaidyanatha. Josephians, plenty of experience. Janit Marasinger, the younger Marasinger, and picked up by Sachintana Vaidyanatha. Time and time again we've seen this lad pounce on opportunity when it presents itself throughout the last season, and here again gets the opening score for St. Joseph's. And if Piliandala Central College is not going to keep away from that physical confrontation, Abdullah, it's going to be a long day for them.
Yes, exactly. And from that penalty, one of the Piliandala lads just ran into traffic, isn't it? Pretty aimlessly, and isolated himself. They've just got to try to keep the ball moving, run this Josephian outfit from end to end as far as possible. Because if they just keep on running into this Josephian team, they're going to lose possession pretty quickly.
Restart by the Josephians, a little too deep. Comfortable collection by Piliandala Central. Offload wasn't a good one, but good work in picking it up. Marasinger pounces on that ball. Here's Rodrigo, offloads to Randeepa, Vihanga Randeepa, the halfback in the 15s format. Piliandala Central penalized for not rolling away. Yes, Dias to Nathan. Marasinger imposes himself on the defense, but hands on the ground, says the referee. So penalty in favor of St. Joseph's. Yes, the younger Marasinger goes all the way.
Yes, a real confident start by the Josephian lads. Piliandala Central not probably helping their cause by running into traffic. As you can see, they are just bursting through a couple of tackles. Is the junior Marasinger to go over for the Josephian second try. So both the first two games, Sudarshan, we've seen that physical disparity, isn't it, between both the teams. Just got to play, teams just need to be aware of where their strengths are, what their opponent's strengths are, and just adjust to those situations.
But on hindsight, Abdullah, the more physical teams will find it a little more difficult to get running come the latter part of the day. So the lighter teams would want to try and run these bigger teams as much as they can, make them fatigued. Penalized straight away. Here's Sachintana. Vaidyanatha gives it out to Dias. Dias straightens it. Randeepa securing that ball. Nathan with the offload. Rodrigo goes in between two men. Marasinger now. Marasinger will score. And that's held up, called by the referee. But going forward, it'll be in favor of the Joes.
It's terrific defensive display here. Just look at the awareness. It was Piliandala Central number 8. Ashane Heva Vitarna. Brilliant work there. Yet though it's a scrum feed for Josephians, penalized for not packing down properly, and a quick tap is taken for Josephians' third try.
Vihangaramdeepa, the halfback, doing exactly what good halfbacks do, pouncing on the opportunity and making sure that they touch down right through the middle. Conversion by Gunaratna is good, so the extras added 17 points to nil. St. Joseph's in a comfortable position now. Rodrigo trying to sneak in a quick restart, but the referee wanted to make sure that all the supporting staff that had come into the field has left before the game restarts. Piliyandala Central letting the ball bounce, manages to hold on to it. Possession has been a rare commodity for the lads from Piliyandala. Morrison on top of the ball, and that's going to be a penalty. Yes, Morrison quickly taking it. That will be a yellow card. You need to retrieve 10 meters. Piliyandala Central receiving a yellow card, reduced to 6, not making it easier for themselves. Now an opportunity. Completely unnecessary, isn't it, Abdullah?
Yes, fortunately he was playing advantage, but it's what you'd call a hospital pass if ever there was one. Fortunately for that Piliyandala lad, the Josephian player decided to go for the ball instead of the man. So we have a look at that once again.
More than a pass, it pretty much looked like a high ball going his way. Half-time buzzer going. Pressure put on by the Josephians. The two Marsinga lads and Vaidyanatha making up the pack for the Joes, who are in a commanding position here. Little bit of Marsinga's hand was involved in that ball coming out for the Joes. Unsighted to the referee, but Rodrigo makes easy work of the depleted Piliyandala Central defense to add in the fourth try. 22 points with the conversion to come, and should be rather easy one for Gunaratna, who adds in 2 more. 24 points to nil. St. Joseph's go into half-time with a commanding lead.
It's a very solid performance by the Josephians, really imposing their physical advantage they have over the Piliyandala lads to good effect, running in 4 tries, and definitely putting out a marker to the rest of the teams in this tournament that going to be very serious title contenders. So that's the score at half-time. St. Joseph's up 24 points to nil.
Highlights of the first half. Cheeky little play by Sachintana Vaidyanatha. And then came Marasinga's pushover try. Vihangaramdeepa with the cheeky little squeeze through. Gunaratna adding in the extras that time. Third time lucky, and then Rodrigo. Unmarked, plenty space, went right through the middle. Next game upcoming will be Zahira College taking on Isipatana College in a Group C encounter. Should be a very interesting one. This Isipatana College, of course, newly crowned under 18 All Ireland Rugby 7th champions under skipper Zumri Ibrahim. Will be a formidable outfit, the Pathanians. $24 points to nil. Josephians really controlling this one, Abdullah. It's important, isn't it, that you score as many tries as you possibly can in these opening exchanges to get that rhythm, to get that confidence into your team. And also, it's also important to make sure that you manage your players well, because it's a 3-day tournament. It's a little different from the normal tournaments. You don't have any games tomorrow, but you come play again day after, and you need to bring that intensity because it's a knockout game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think player management, as you mentioned, Sudarshan, is going to be the key. So you'll probably find Niloufar Ibrahim looking to rotate the players as much as possible, keep them fresh. Again, Piliandala not making maximum use whenever they've had possession. Just sense that seem to be a little bit intimidated by this Josephian outfit. You just see the difference as they line up for the scrum there between both teams. It's got to feel a bit for these Piliandala lads, but showing a lot of heart. But Josephians, their physical dominance and skill just coming through here. It's another initial break. Ball goes right down. It's good support play. Straightening out and passing. Good cover defense by the Piliandala lads, but St. Joseph's do very well to recycle possession. They've got a massive overlap, but unfortunately that last pass not going to hand. As if they had just managed to hold on to that pass. There were two men out wide, absolutely free, including the big man Mar Singer.
Around that time, Bigapanam Ayeshan Lanka that time had the patience up until that very last minute, and then deciding that he needs to try and pick it up. Rodrigo on the outer channels, secured by Gunaratna. Yes, Vaidyanatha, picked up by Marasinghe. Marasinghe with a big no argue. Marasinghe on the run. He really is a destroyer, isn't he? When he gets on the move, Marasinghe.
But you want to give a lot of credit to that Piliandala lad for putting his body on the line and stopping him, wasn't it, Sudarshan? You just thought that Marasinghe would go all the way, but did brilliantly well. Did the Piliandala lads to hold on, but looks like eventually St. Joseph's are going to score. There's a 3-on-2 situation, but looks like they may not need it. And it's St. Joseph's
the
Hamdayas cruising over, using some good footwork. So you could see in this second half, teams seem to be, the more favoured teams seem to be getting a little bit better. That fluency rhythm seems to be kicking in.
It's 29 points to nil as Gunaratna, who made the initial break, lines up the kick and gets the extras for St. Joseph's College. This is how they scored. Dias making easy work of the last man from Piliandala Central. Just a couple of more minutes to go in this second game of CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens. What an incredible tournament organized by the Red Shirts here at Longdon Place. Trailblazer in their aspect. First Ceylonese club. Piliandala Central penalised as Nilufer Ibrahim seems to have sent in some fresh legs. Here's Alahakon. Alahakon with one man to beat. The offload is not successful, loses it forward. Need to keep the composure. Now everybody will be wanting to get their names on the score sheet, Abdullah.
Yes, that's why it's important in this kind of situation for the Josephian lads just to keep their structure, isn't it? Not get too over ambitious in terms of crossing the line themselves. There'll be much more tougher challenges ahead, and they'd want to get those plays, the structure, the coordination in place. Joseph's penalized on that occasion for going in too early into the scrum. So it's well recovered by Piliandala. Does do well to recycle. To have a slight overlap if they're going to use it, but looks like they'll be taking through, doing well, does well to recycle possession. They're going backwards though, but most importantly they do have the position with them. Deciding to put the kick ahead. Very nearly. Some good tactical thinking on that occasion by Piliandala. Seeing that the Josephian defense was pressed up. Fortunately, ball just coming in towards the touchline. Not being able to stay in play, but nonetheless, some good variation in attack by the Piliandala lads.
Couple more substitutions. Seems like Sachin Vaidyanatha has been relieved of his duties. He'll play no further part in this game for the Josephians. Just inside their own 22, Rodrigo decides to run himself, offloads to Newman Iran. Wayward pass that time. So final opportunity for Piliandala to try and redeem themselves here. 31 points to nil. Dominant performance by St. Joseph's. Would have put a marker and said, we are here to play, we are here to take the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right, Sudarshan. Dominant performance, very correctly said. It's just an opportunity for Piliandala just to add a little bit of respectability to the score by getting some points. But looks like it was a knock on. So probably the final play of this game. (31 points to nil). Ball given back. This time the Josephians deciding to go to the boat. There's no sweeper at the back. And very nearly collected by the kicker himself, but not being able to hold on to it, but no damage done. So St. Joseph's ending up as convincing winners in the second game of CR&FC Centenary 7-a-side tournament. 31 points to nil. And that will be a real confidence boost as far as they are concerned for the upcoming matches. So we'll have a change in commentary. Shana Kamara Singh and Sachin David will be taking over.
A very good morning and welcome to the CR&FC grounds, wherever you're joining us from on the papare.com or on channel 144 on Dialogue TV. This is the CR&FC Centenary Sevens live from the home of rugby at Longdon Place here in Colombo 7. Joining me in the commentary box, Sachin David, after a very long break from CR. Good to have you back as we look out over the final preparations for this all-important game between Zahira College in the stripes and Isipatana College, the defending champions of the last Sevens tournament that was held in the country just a couple of weeks ago, and they will be looking to go one better on this one as well. Sachin, welcome back to the heat.
Thank you very much, Shanaka. Quite an hot afternoon here, early afternoon. Getting ready for the third game of the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. Very exciting to be back.
So it's Zahira to kick off, immediately changing direction to put a bit of confusion in the ranks. But unfortunately, the kick is not 10 meters, so Isipatana will have the option of taking a free kick from the halfway line, which is exactly what they choose to do.
Yes, a crucial error starting out the game there. Zahira needed to get that one right, get things going early on here. So far in the game, Shanaka, the two teams, the two games before, as we see Isipatana trying to go around the outside. A nice, beautiful pass on the inside. Fends one off, fends two off, and brought down just short of the line.
It looks like the try has been scored in the end on the corner. It was a wonderful pair of hands from Avishka Hiran. I say pair of hands, but it was just a one-handed pass around the back of the defender. And Rene Silva stepping in to make sure that the scoring was done in the corner. A nice reach out and a lovely opening passage. That's the pass to Rene Silva from Avishka. And lovely little step and a fend in the end. Desperate defense from Zahira, but good awareness and good proprioception to be able to reach out and score. Just knew exactly where the try line was, did Rene Silva.
Yes, great presence of mind there on the man on the outside, getting that ball onto the inside man. And some excellent strength from the young lad there, fending off a couple of players to go over the line. The conversion goes astray, and Isipatana looking to get things underway again.
So Isipatana scoring from their first movement of the ball, so a crucial error by Zahira when they botched the kickoff. And this is an Isipatana team you don't want to give any free plays to. Lovely high kick that time, but well collected by Zahira, who managed to get in behind the defense. Good tackle that time by Kenula Mihisara, who came in but didn't roll away on the Zahira attacking player, which was Shaif Mohammed.
Zahira opting to go for touch early on. Good move perhaps, getting some territory, getting into the Isipatana half, and look to put some pressure from here.
It'll be the first real attacking platform for Zahira. Ball to be thrown in by the little hooker Hashim Kamaldeen, the little scrum half I should say, Hashim Kamaldeen. Isipatana looking to spoil, but won by Isipatana in the middle. Kamaldeen has to tidy up, but it's a good counter ruck by Chamidu Chirat. Manages to keep the pressure on, although Zahira have managed to regain the ball. It's a little bit of space for Shaif. In fact, that is Shaif Mohammed actually. On the outside wing. Winning 2 penalties in succession, Zahira.
Yeah, a little bit of indiscipline from Isipatana, trying to put a bit of pressure at the breakdown. But the referee suggesting a little bit too much there. And Zahira once again opting to go for touch, trying to put some pressure on territorially.
Saad Altaf with a good kick, and this time it will be Abdullah Fazloon who throws into the line out. Looking for Adil Rafiq to win it at the top, and that's nicely done. Good, clean, neat line out. And again, referee 3 penalties in succession against Isipatana. This will not please their coaches.
Yes, the defender creeping up a little bit too high there. This time Zahira taking the tap. They've got some numbers to use if they need it. Up to go straight up the middle. Takes 3 men to bring him down.
Nice little spin move by the scrum half, Abdullah Fazloon. And Isipatana have regained that ball, but the referee says play on as it came off a shoulder of the Zahira defender. A little bit of a step there from Kamaldeen. And now Zahira have a little bit of space with the advantage coming again. Stepping back inside the field of play. A nice ball from Abdullah Fazloon to the space on the outside. Nice pass away from Saad Altaf as well. And under the posts will go Zahira. And the first try for them is scored by Hashim Kamaldeen.
Yes, brilliant vision there from Abdullah Fazloon. He saw the space on the other side, changed direction and used the extra man out wide. And Zahira College even things up with a score under the post with a conversion to come.
A nice bit of advantage play from the referee as well there, Sachin. Nice to see. We'll give you the referees' names, of course, a little later on once we have them. Good unselfish play from Zahira. Drawing the last man. Could have probably passed half a second earlier, but doesn't matter as Hashim Kamaldeen goes in under the posts.
Yeah, great vision there from Zahira College. They now need to get this restart right.
That's better this time, opting to go a little deeper. Lovely breakout from Isipatana. This is Hashan Randimal. Can he go all the way? Looks like he does have the gas. Indeed, he does have the gas. And a wonderful counter-attacking try from Hashan Randimal. Absolutely untouched from the kickoff all the way down. And that's the danger of the long kickoff, isn't it, Sachin? Gives a little bit of space. Zahira's chase was not good and Randimal punishing them.
Yeah, in sevens, the kickoff is so crucial. As we look at this run again, a little step on the inside, back outside, and then just turns off the afterburners all the way around and runs it in. As I was saying, the kickoff, crucial, Shanaka. You have to be able to contest the kickoff in sevens. It's a crucial part of the 7 set plays. Yeah, perhaps even more than the lineouts and the scrums, I would think, in sevens. You have to be able to contest and go up for that ball. You can't afford to kick it too deep and give away possession like that.
Isipatana will kick off again. And that time it is knocked on by Zahira. Referee playing advantage, but Isipatana do well to hang on to that ball. Sehandu Costa. A surname that's quite familiar to Isipatana rugby fans over the mid-2000s and up to quite recently. But that ball left behind this time, and this is Suhad Endru, who chased all the way in the for the last try. Throws a little bit of a dummy, manages to hold off the defender and goes in at the corner. Suhad Endra, wonderful run from him. Managed to pick up the ball and hair down the touchline. He did all the chasing when Randimal's try was scored at the other end. And he's had to put in a shift here again. So he'll be puffing up some big ones, but a good comeback from Zahira.
Yes, an excellent seesaw battle here in the first half. As we hear the hooter go off, so this will be the last kick of the first half. A little bit of a mistake there at the breakdown from Isipatana College.
So we'll come back to see how much that conversion will have in store for us, Sachin, because Randimal's try was converted by Isipatana, and that will give them a 12 points to 10 lead. And we'll see at the end how crucial that 2 points is going to be.
Yes, Zahira College, that under the post conversion of their first try could turn out to be very, very crucial indeed.
Here are the highlights of the first half. This was the first kickoff, which didn't go the 10 meters. Isipatana gratefully accepted, and this was a lovely pair of hands from Avishka Hiran to Rinesh Silva. The Silva family also. One that is very familiar to recent rugby fans of Isipatana, and this is Zahira's first try. Nice pass. All came from a lovely change of direction by Abdullah Fazloon, which allowed Hashim Kamaldeen to go in under the posts. And then this was a counter-attack try. This was a Fijian-style run from Hashan Randimal. collected the kickoff and nobody touched him as he went in under the posts. And the man chasing there was Suhad Endra, who picks up here and goes all of 62 meters for his try, throws a dummy, just stops Gesandu Maneth, the cover defender, the would-be cover defender, for just long enough to be able to get in there in the corner.
And the upcoming match, DSNI College versus St. Thomas's College, will be taking place in about 10 minutes time as Isipatana get things underway in the second half here. Nice high hanging kick.
Stepping back into the field of play that time was Adil Kichil for Zahira. Zahira trying to run it out of their 22. Good hands that time. And it's brought to ground is Shaif Mohammed. And this time the penalty goes in favour of Isipatana after they conceded quite a few to end that first half. They will want to slow things down a little. Nice hands from Isipatana again. Gesandu Maneth taking that into the heavy traffic. Coming back to the big man Mihisara, using him in the tram lines. Isipatana recycled the ball well, committing 3 to that breakdown, so they will have only 3 men outside. And here's a man who scored that fantastic breakaway try, but eventually he's dragged down by the collar. And I think the referee will have to come back for a high tackle.
Yes, just conferring with his touch judge here. From our angle, Chanaka, it looks like a certain yellow card, possibly grabbing him around the collar. With so much emphasis on safety nowadays, that's a definite no-no.
Certainly is. I think the conference between the referee and his assistant made sure that the right decision was made. Looked like it was Abdullah Rizvi, who was clearly beaten for pace. He had no option unless he went for a little ankle tap. But it's one extreme or the other, isn't it, Sachin, at that point when you're a big forward being beaten by a smaller man?
It is something I know quite a bit about.
You and me both, mate.
So Isipatana College with a very, very narrow margin here, 12 points to 10 leading. With possession and an extra man on the field, they need to capitalize here, Shanaka.
Sehandu Costa to feed, but the referee says there was an early engagement, so he will take it quickly and give it to Rene Silva, the opening try scorer for Isipatana, who's stepping, pirouetting, managing to find some space now, and easily done by Gesandu Maneth, ghosting through 2 defenders. Kept the Zahira lads grasping at thin air after Rene Silva had done most of the Kandian dancing in midfield and drawn the defence to him. He managed to find the pass to Gesandu Maneth, and it was a lovely finish by the hooker.
Yes, some old school Isipatana College sevens rugby there. Very well known around Sri Lanka for their sevens exploits over the years. And typical Isipatana style, a few steps, few dances around, and some good hands in the end. Slipping through 2 men there and running it under the posts to extend Isipatana's lead to now 19 points to 10.
As sometimes happens, the 2 defenders getting in each other's way there. But good conversion as well. Necessary conversions, because we saw Royal College running away easy winners in their match against Wesley, but unable to convert some under the post tries, and these are going to become crucial in the knockout games. But as I say that, a kickoff botched by Isipatana once again.
Yes, we've seen quite a few botched kickoffs, in fact, Shanaka, in the last couple of games as well. It's an aspect these young schoolboys need to work on. It is the first day of the sevens, early under the hot sun. They need to start focusing on these set plays to get things underway. Zahira take the free kick from centre field. A man down. Nice little offload around the corner. Just unable to hang on there.
Well, you could hear the roar coming up from all the school teams gathered up in that new pavilion, which is at the top right hand of your screen. They really appreciated those hands. Lovely little dink in between the 2 defenders to put the ball into the hands of the overlapping player. Unfortunately for Zahira, it just doesn't go to the final player to make that run in.
Yes, almost Fijian-like, just leaving the ball in space for the oncoming man. Just unfortunate, Zahira couldn't convert. A free kick for Zahira College now. Is that for time wasting, Shanaka?
I think they didn't engage quickly enough, Sachin. So now Zahira with still 6 men on the park, and this is maybe a mirror image of exactly what happened on the other side. Hashain Randimal will argue his innocence, but to no avail, as he too gets sin bin. So it'll be even Stevens on the field here, 6 versus 6, and it's a right call to come back to the inside. The referee is playing a knock-on advantage. I think the advantage is probably now over, and here's a long ball out, and easy finish for Shaif Mohammed. Nicely done by Zahira. Didn't panic, managed to make sure that the numbers worked for them.
Yes, it was excellent work there by Zahira College. It was the earlier on option of going back on the inside that created all that space out wide. It dragged all the Isipatana players in on the short side, and Zahira had big numbers out wide and were able to capitalize. 15 points to 19 now. Another missed conversion for Zahira College.
It's a good bit of straightening from Saad Altaf as well. Managed to stand up the defense just enough to put Shaif Mohammed in space. Really good ball players. All these players we're seeing, all 14 on the pitch, really understand Sevens rugby, Sachin, isn't it?
Yes, and it's a good grasp of the fundamentals, Shanaka. They're looking to exploit space. When it comes to Sevens, there's a lot of space on the field, and it's about understanding that and exploiting it. As Isipatana under pressure now. Men piling into the breakdown, but the referee says they were off their feet. So Isipatana with a get out of jail card there.
Well, Rene Silva will be breathing a sigh of relief. It looked for all money like he had knocked that ball on, but the referee might have thought it came off his chest and not his arms, and he will gratefully take the penalty and thump that ball into touch to buy a little bit of time and territory for his team.
Yes, Zahira College now back to a full complement as well. So Isipatana now playing with a man down, so they want to kill the clock a bit. Probably just under a minute left in this game. With one score in it, Isipatana will look to control possession, hold on to it.
Situpa Bomet to throw in. And it's a good lift, but Bomet just not able to find his man. And Zahira gratefully coming away with that good counter ruck. But straight in from the side, says the referee. So discipline letting Zahira down.
Yes, a crucial error from Isipatana there, and then gifted back possession, fortunately for them.
Here's Bomet, will try to make amends from his line-out throw. And that ball is left to no one. Little bit of miscommunication, and Zahira will come back with the counter-attack. And that time, the ruck was formed, says the referee. And with the hooter gone, this is winning play for Zahira, but unfortunately for them, Rene Silva will score first and will score last in this game as well, running away under the posts, and in the face of the tackle manages to dive in. You can see that his lungs are spent, but it was good awareness from Rene Silva to make sure that he got in the way of that pass and intercepted and ran more than 50 meters down to make sure that Zahira eventually win comfortably.
Yes, he hit the nail on the head there, Shanaka. Great defensive awareness. He probably was beaten for numbers on the outside as well, so he had to make that interception, and that he did. Isipatana in the end running away with it, 26 points to 15. The scoreline perhaps flattering them a bit. The game was a lot closer than the scoreline suggests.
Probably the best game we've had so far in this CR&FC Centenary Sevens, the first day of action here. Lots coming up for you tomorrow as well with the women's draw, as well as all 8 Sri Lankan clubs competing tomorrow in what is a wonderful event for the CR&FC club, which is not just an icon here in Javatta, but also for all of Sri Lanka rugby. 26 points to 15. Zahira ending up losers in that game, but they will take a lot of heart from that performance against what is one of the fancied teams in this competition, and 6 of those points coming off the boot of the conversions. And if those can be sorted out, I think Zahira will really be a force to be reckoned with. Here's Rinesh giving it off to Samat, Gesandu Maneth rather. Touchdown for the first score of the second half that was converted. And here's Zahira, nice straightening of the angle from Altaf, and it was Shaif Mohammed who scored. And then this is the final play of the game. Rinesh always alive to that opportunity and does really well to go in under the post with his legs failing him, and Shaif Mohammed getting all the way, catching up to him, but just had enough to go over. It's DS Senanayake in the gold against St. Thomas's in the blue. And again a kick-off which was fielded by St. Thomas's unnecessarily, perhaps, when the ball hadn't gone the 10 meters, but because they chose to play it, referee Veranka has no option but to give DS Senanayake the first scrum feed.
Yeah, a little bit of a lack of awareness there from the young Thomian. It seems like, Shanaka, a lot of the teams are competing here, trying to compete for that short kickoff, the 10-meter kickoff, and the execution just not there. As we see a scrum wheel penalty going against the Thomians. DS looking to play it quickly, sending it out wide. A step back inside, and right through the gap goes the DS.
Jayathu Rajaratna with the opening score of the game. Straight through like a knife through butter. Beautifully done that time from a lad who looks very strong. Has a bit of Janidu Dilshan about him.
Yes, it does, and quite sloppy defense there from the Thomians, going a bit too high. With a big man like that, you got to go around the leg, Shanaka. You can't let him go through.
Absolutely, Sachin. There's been a lot of controversy and a lot of social media chatter about the tackle height. Whichever height you go at, you've got to make them. And that time it was Jayathu Rajaratna who took good advantage of some indecision by the Thomian defense.
Yeah, just a little stutter step on the inside and straight through the middle. DS now looking to get the kickoff again. Again the kick, this time going backwards. So it seems like the execution just lacking for all these kickers. Trying to get that perfect 10-meter kick and struggling a little bit.
Just goes to show what a difficult skill it is, isn't it, Sachin? To get the height with as little distance as possible. As Bulat Sinhala will take the quick tap for St. Thomas's with their first real touch of the ball. Coming back in field is the captain, Shenal Fernando. Here's St. Thomas's using their weight to good effect, and that time holding on is a call from the referee. So St. Thomas's isolating themselves and giving away the ball again to Rajaratna, who will try to put his team close to the halfway mark.
Yes, very quick work from the defender there, getting over the ball, putting that pressure on. Again, a missed kick there. The ball still in play. Thomians with a chance to counter-attack now. A good straight line, flat line of defense from DS. Bit of space in behind, kick back by the Thomians.
Bulat Sinhala spotting what he thought was a bit of space, but Manura Piris is there and will try to create a little bit of magic, but unfortunately for him, bit of miscommunication as DS dropped the ball in the face of their own posts, under the face of their own posts, I should say. Looks like there's a time off call from referee Veranga. Maybe an injury.
Looks like a bootlace come undone. And we're back underway here.
So first scrum, second scrum I should say of the match so far, and that time St. Thomas is doing much better in the scrum as Bulat Sinhala comes back through where the scrum was, hands off beautifully. And no release. That's a really good call from referee Veranga. Saw that the tackler didn't release the player even after they went down and continued to make the play. Mahit Pereira to Bulat Sinhala. It's a high ball. It's a high pass. And it will be DS Serenayaka scrum. So Bulat Singh probably guilty of being a little selfish there, Sachin. Should probably have looked outside.
Exactly, Shanaka. He did cut back in, he found the space. And then not too sure if the DS player got a hand in there. I'm also not too sure about the ruling there. If the DS player there, Umali again, he swung a boot at that. I'm not too sure if you're allowed to do that. A high boot like that in football would be definitely a yellow card. Not too sure about the rugby ruling, in fact.
As long as it's not dangerous, Sachin, I think you can get whatever body part you like in the way. But DS under pressure, under the sticks. And that looks like it was offside.
Yes,
from
the referee
Pereira.
playing advantage.
Good run from Sandaru Pereira. And DS recycle. We've got a new advantage by the looks of things. And here's Rajaratna, who will fancy himself on the outside. And yes, he is. This man is physically probably the best athlete on the pitch. And you can see exactly why. Has absolutely all the confidence he needs to take on men on the outside. And for the moment, it's Rajaratna versus St. Thomas's. And Rajaratna is winning comfortably.
Yes, he has that perfect sevens physique, isn't it, Chanaka? He's a tall, lanky lad, built very well. Knocks over the extra 2 points as well. 14 points to nil in favour of DS Serenayaka College now. The Thomians under the pump. Rajaratna running rings around them, making it look very, very easy.
So St. Thomas's will be very upset with themselves that they had a penalty and a scrum under the post and eventually ended up conceding 95 metres down the road. And
again, the Thomians playing a short kick off there. It's just a lack of awareness, Shanaka. You need to let those ones go. It's immediate opportunity to get a free kick under the post, settle things down. Instead, you end up conceding possession. And now you're facing a scrum inside your own half.
Yes, I think Noah will need to make better decisions. Clearly not aware of the rules. Looks like Vian De Silva has been rested. The captain. And here's DS Serenayaka going for the corner again. Does he have the pace to get around? Not completely, but this time it's Rajaratna. Could have been his hat-trick, but the hands letting him down. The pass off the floor from Sandaru Pereira was not straight into the breadbasket. Otherwise, we definitely would have seen Janidu Rajaratna going in for his hat-trick. But again, really good pace. Pulled his ears back and did well, did the Thomian number 10 Navaratna to get back.
It's a good cover defense there, managing to get hands on. And the referee stops the clock for a moment. A substitution right as the halftime hooter goes.
It's an interesting call, and it looks like Jaya Singh will be going off. The number 3 jersey.
Yes, the Thomians probably needed to make a change, Chanaka. They have been probably just need a little bit of fresh legs. Even though it's still early in the tournament, this heat really can take a toll. Now the Thomians looking to run from inside their own 22.
Bulat Singhalla, he'll need to wrap around a little faster, especially under the posts, as he put his players under a lot of pressure there. And here's the early ball, and going over in the corner once again is DS Serenayaka, and that will be their third try of the half.
Yeah.
19 points to nil as the halftime hooter sounds.
19 points to Jayat Rajaratna. Shanaka is running circles around these Thomians, making it look very easy. And the Thomians putting themselves under a lot of pressure. Perhaps they are under so much pressure, you probably needed to just kick it out, get to the lemons, and start from the second half.
Has been a silken performance from Jayatha Rajaratne in the goal of DS Serenayaka. I don't think it's unfair to single him out, really. Sandro Pereira has also been good with ball in hand, but DS have been really disciplined, especially under their post. They didn't give the ball away, and they managed to keep the Thomians out, and that would really please the coaches.
Yes, and the Thomians, a few decision-making errors, 3 kickoffs, all 3 times they went for the ball that was short instead of taking the free kick on the centre mark. So Coach Shamli Nawaz definitely having a quick chat in there.
Next match is also going to be a cracker, I'm sure. St. Peter's coming out for the first time against a Wesley team who will be looking to come back against an opening defeat by Royal College. This really is a group of death, Peters, Wesley and Royal.
Yes, it is, and it could be an interesting one. They could end up in a situation where it comes down to tries scored or a points difference at the end of it, depending on how the next game goes.
It's exactly why Royal were looking to pile on the points, and maybe the conversions that they missed might come back to haunt them, Sachin.
Yes, every point definitely crucial in that group. Now the Thomians need to get the execution right starting off this second half. They need to be able to contest this kick-off, try and get possession back. Nice high hanging kick. Has it gone the 10? No, it hasn't.
So again, it's a game of a couple of inches. Taken quickly by Sehadu Umagilege, and they come back to the right side, stepping back in field. Manura Piris, lovely run by him, good hands as well. Here's the danger man Rajaratne, that number 6 jersey showing that he can give the ball, distribute as well, and beautifully done. And in for the score will go Sandro Pereira, and this combination of Rajaratne and Pereira that you see on your screen there have really been tormentors for St. Thomas's, and Rajaratne showing that he has another dimension to his game, not just a finisher, able to link play as well there, Sachin.
Exactly, some great creativity. First inside, outside on the middle, in the middle of the park, and then looking for the space out wide. So 2 excellent passes there. He found the man on the inside, put him in space, then the support play coming and looking for the space out wide again. So Rajaratne showing he's an all-round excellent 7th player. He's handling the kicking duties for DS Serenayaka as well, so he's tormenting the Thomians as he has done all through the first half. Continuing 24-0 to DS Serenayaka College with 5 minutes to play. The Thomians now just looking to perhaps get some consolations going.
Absolutely, Sachin. They will do well not to concede 30 or 40 points in this game, the way they are going at the moment. So that will really upset any chances they have of trying to make an impact in the Cup quarterfinals. But it has been a wonderful performance from DS so far, and we'll see whether the coaches would like to maybe rotate a few players.
They did just bring on a couple of changes, Shanaka. The 2 star men still on the field though, Rajaratne handling the defensive duties. The Thomians finally having a bit of possession. Just as I say that, lost forward in the tackle.
Well, that's the kind of error that will have Coach Shamli Nawaz tearing his hair out on the bench. Just the only time that they've got the ball to do something with.
Yes, the Thomians have definitely made a number of unforced errors throughout this afternoon's play. They did have the advantage, so they get to kick to touch, get some territory, and this is finally now the Thomians with an opportunity. They need to capitalize here.
The knock-on was the end of advantage, so I think there was an offside that referee Veranga was playing advantage for there. And this line-out will be an important one for the Thomians.
He's right on the halfway mark. overthrown straight to the hands of the DS player with acres of space. He just puts on the afterburners, looks to fend off the player, does so, and gets the try down in the corner.
Janitha Gimhana is the man who made that run, and it looks like the assistant referee has just put his flag up. So he was on the spot. Here it is, Mahit Pereira overthrowing, and Janitha Gimhana, 50 meters to go, puts his ears back, and it was Vian De Silva chasing back, did just enough to get a foot in touch. And here's St. Thomas's from under their own goal posts. Nice little wraparound that time. Coming back infield, and here's De Silva, the captain. Just couldn't find a support player on the right angle. And good play once again on the turnover.
No support coming at the breakdown. DS looking to put the pressure on.
Quickly taken by DS, but again not 10 meters from St. Thomas's, so they will have to retire now and be in danger of conceding a yellow card as well. They'll have to be on the line, so real pressure for them not to concede 30 points for the first time this afternoon.
Yes, the Thomians definitely struggling with their unforced errors. DS now just a few meters out. A little show and go. The referee looks to his assistant referee in goal.
Janitha Gimhana, it was that time, who threw that wide Adi Savaya dummy and then ducked his head and went in, but the assistant referee inside the goal post showing that there was a knock-on. So Gimhana just inches short of what would have been a deserved try for him.
Yeah, he just lost the handle right at the end before he could dot it down. Unfortunate for him. Here we see it again. Big flying dummy, and almost like an NFL touchdown there, just smashing the ball down. Unfortunate to couldn't hold control of it. The Thomians under pressure again, looking to go to the boot. Acres of space there. Do they have the chasers coming?
Well, it looks like Bulat Singhale has had to chase his own kick, eventually gets the man down.
Thomians finally with a little bit of fight, putting some pressure on.
Again, DS do really well to recover that and manage to get players back behind the ball as well. But again, it's bad hands from DS. It was Sandro Pereira that time who dropped the ball, and you can see the fatigue setting in for the speedster.
Yes, Thomians really have struggled, Chanakya, to get some players around the breakdown. Every time they've gone into a tackle situation, DS have been there to put pressure on. The support just not coming into the rucks. Thomians perhaps with their best opportunity of the game. The scrum inside the 22. First time for the half they've been inside the DS 22. And DS opting to rest their big name players. Rajaratna off the field, and that's Sandro leaving as well now. The game perhaps sealed, so DS resting their players. The Thomians with their best opportunity. Pressure coming on in the scrum. This is Bulat Singhale looking for the man out wide.
Again, the wraparound move doesn't work. Bulat Singhale just too slow to get around, but Vian De Silva manages to hold on to the ball and get it away. Good strength from the Thomian captain. And now a little bit of space opening up for St. Thomas's. They'll eventually get over the line, but some really good defense that time. I thought they'd held him up, but in the end, St. Thomas's scoring through the number 14. Can't tell you his name because St. Thomas's haven't bothered to fill in a squad declaration form. Hopefully someone will convince them to do that through the course of the day.
Yes, a consolation try in the end for the Thomians. It's not been the best of months for St. Thomas's College. Lackluster performance in the big match. Looks like that's carried over to the Rugby Sevens as well.
Well, they're Both practicing at the big club ground, so it might be something in the grass there. Sachin. Smythe Pereira, fresh from his exploits at the SSC. Can't really get much more out of his teammates than he did there across the road here at Longdon Place at the Centenary Sevens of this wonderful CR&FC club. The first club started off to feature exclusively Ceylonese players as opposed to expatriate players, and gave a massive boon to rugby in Sri Lanka as a result of that. Here's Isipatana trying to put the icing on their cake, and beautifully done that time again from Menura Pereira. Dragged down by Chanel Fernando. It looks like there might be a yellow card. Fernando has no business sticking his hand out there. In fact, it's Vian De Silva who did brilliantly with the first tackle, but needed to get up on his feet before he attempted the second one. And almost certainly with the numbers, you will see Janidu Gimhan scoring at the third time of asking. He was short a little while ago, just went into touch in the corner, but this time Janidu Gimhan makes no mistake and trundles in to score what will be DS Senanayaka's 29th point, looking to make it 31, and St. Thomas's conceding 31 points will really be shaking their heads as they walk back to the new pavilion.
Yes, an emphatic win there for DS Senanayaka. The Thomians will definitely need to regroup before the next game. Now you have it, final confirmation, 31 points to 5 in favor of DS Senanayaka College. And now comes the big one, Wesley College taking the field, going up against St. Peter's College, their first outing of the night, of the afternoon rather. And as you see the highlights of the previous game, very heavy towards DS Senanayaka College, 31 points to 5. Rajaratna running in 3 tries, knocking over the conversions, making things look very easy. And taking over for the next game will be Sudarshana Piris, St. Peter's College and Wesley College in Group A.
So here we go, Wesley College taking on St. Peter's College. A really good collection by St. Peter's to begin this encounter. As St. Peter's trying to use their numbers early in the game. Number 8 gives it out, number 4 tries to give a little hand off. Where's the first defender, where's the second, but unfortunately loses control of the ball. Advantage to Wesley College. No, it looked like a really good passage of play for St. Peter's College, but unfortunately lost the ball forward. And we have a little injury to one of the Wesleyites here. Now we are in the second round of games in this day 1 of the Centenary Sevens, the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. Wesley College lost their opening game to Royal College. And here we have St. Peter's in their opening game of the tournament. Darren Silva, who suffered that little injury, but we're okay to go now. Scrum to Wesley. Advantage to Wesley once again. The best of starts for St. Peter's College. 2 errors early in the game.
Not a very good kick is Silva from St. Peter's. Pete Wrights will be looking to capitalize on any opportunity that comes their way. Unforced errors creeping in. Pete Wrights were one of the more impressive sides in the under-18 All-Ireland Sevens Laxisi, but had to unceremoniously bow out of the competition in the semi-finals. Will be itching to go all the way, but they're in a very difficult group here. Double Blues need to make sure that they win this one to keep them in contention for the Cup Plate quarterfinals. Having lost their opening game to Royal College, they would have had that first game jitters out. Good defensive work from St. Peter's. Wesley not using the width of the field very well. Seems to be a little too bunched up to my liking. Now, width available, space. Change of direction, but very well marked by the Pete Wrights, who earned themselves a scrum for their trouble.
Both the teams are yet to get any scoring opportunities in this encounter so far. Wesley College, now, as Sudarshana mentioned, they'll really love to open that scoring and get the win in this encounter. Now, one of the hardest groups in this tournament: Royal College, St. Peter's College, Wesley College, all the 3 teams in the same group.
Here's Silva putting the ball in. Space available, but the ball pops out of the hand of Kushan Tarindu. The man in the background, Coach Morris, will not be a happy man. He'll want his charges to make sure that they make use of opportunity, every opportunity rather coming their way. Pictures coming to you live on Dialogue Channel 144, the Papare.com, and also on Dialogue View app as well. Early engagement by St. Peter's College. Wesley taking it quickly, attacking the shorter side. Desperate tackle coming in from Yomet Chahara of St. Peter's. Here's Wesley College looking to run. Now Yusuf gives it to Correa. Correa out to Hadi. Hadi takes it in, and that's going to be a penalty. Pete Wrights will be breathing a big sigh of relief. Here's Tarindu. Off to Silva. Back to Tarindu. Pete Wrights coming out of their own 22. Shahara, but cramped them up, cramped the space up for themselves. Not ideal. St. Peter's, I think you can clearly see the first game jitters on St. Peter's, whereas Wesley are looking like a more settled side despite losing their first game.
Yes, indeed, Sudarshana. Wesley College, no, they didn't look that good during that game against Royal. No, it was the very first game of the day. So, right, as you said, no, they have been really good in this encounter when we compare it to the first match they faced Royal College.
Lovely offload, but not cleanly collected. So, advantage in favor of the Peterites. 0-all, just under a minute to go in this first half. CR&FC Centenary 7th in celebration of a century-old legacy at this incredible club here at the heart of Colombo. Here's St. Peter's looking to create something. Galage taken to ground. Big man stepping. Shahara strong in the tackle, offloads to Tarindu. Tucks the ball in. Advantage in favor of St. Peter's College. Double Blues guilty of dealing with a high charge. Could very well be the final minutes, final play of the game. Space and Tarindu will go all the way. Good work by Dulaj Navodya. And the Peterites will get first points on the board just at the stroke of our time.
St. Peter's College gained that first try just before the end of the first half, and that's a successful conversion to make it 7 points to 0. So we have everything to play for when we come back with the second half action. Wesley College, they still have time. They still have one complete half, 7 minutes to make a comeback. Just a 7-point buffer between the two teams here. St. Peter's in the opening game leading over Wesley College at halftime, 7 points to 0.
The only try that was scored in the game. Dulaj Navodya giving it to Kushant Tarindu rather, who had absolutely no problem touching down right underneath the post. 2 extras added as well. St. Peter's College currently in the lead, 7 points to 0. Next up we will have another interesting encounter. Trinity College taking on St. Joseph's College in Group B, which is going to be could potentially turn out to be the group decider in this one, because if St. Joseph's win against Trinity, they automatically become the group champs and will go in as the higher seed of the group.
And also, Sudarshan, later in the day we have the all-important quarterfinals coming your way as well. So St. Peter's College, now getting this win will guarantee their place in the quarterfinals, because Wesley lost their earlier game. So it's important for Wesley College as well to get a win here to make sure that they stay alive in this tournament. St. Peter's College in the recently concluded under 18 sevens tournament, they were really dominant from the word go, but in here it's a bit different. They have taken some time to settle in here in this encounter, their opening game. A very good collection by Dulaj Navodya. St. Peter's with the ball.
Some scrambling difference from the Double Blues. Here's Tarindu. Offloads to Silva and Navodya. Dulaj Navodya touches down for the Peterites. As soon as they start off the second half, good work by St. Peter's. Now they would have settled themselves in a little bit better. Laxis under pressure, looking for that rhythm, looking for that consistency, but now managing the touchdown.
Yes, this is just what the doctor ordered for St. Peter's College at the beginning of the second half, And this looks like a good attempt, but unfortunately doesn't have the legs. Had the direction, but unfortunately didn't have the distance. So it's going to stay 12 points to nil. St. Peter's College, just as I mentioned earlier, they took some time to settle in here, but here in the second half, they have managed to begin this second half really well. And here's Wesley College with a good collection. Wesley College, but gives the ball away once again. A lot of errors here by Wesley College to begin the second half. And yes, Dulaj Nawode once again, and he will go over for his second try. St. Peter's running away with this game in the second half. 2 tries in 2 minutes in the second half for St. Peter's College. Dulaj Nawode scoring both of them. Brilliant work by Dulaj Nawode there. Had a great under-18 tournament as well. Led the side brilliantly throughout the tournament. And they lost to the eventual champs Isipadna College in the semi-finals. St. Peter's. Not a successful conversion once again, so it's gonna stay 17 points to nil. So it looks like that it's going to be the end of the road in the cup segment for Wesley College. St. Peter's, they have scored 3 tries. Wesley College, they'll need 3 tries here with 2 successful conversions. And they'll have to do it very, very quickly because we only have around 4 minutes remaining in this second half. St. Peter's College with the restart kick. Now they really love to get one or two more tries in this game. St. Peter's College. Pass it out wide to their number 12. St. Peter's still with possession, using the width of the field to both the sides here. St. Peter's. And here's the number 9, and he cuts back in to go over the fourth try for the Pete Rights here. Praneeth Silva going over for the try. And it has been a really dominant performance by St. Peter's in the second half. Wesleyites, they don't have a single clue what is happening. St. Peter's just running circles around them in the second half here. Brilliant work, and that goes over as well. So the score will move to 24 points to nil. And here's Praneeth. Brilliant work. Looked like he will go on the outside, but cut back inside brilliantly between the 2 defenders. Yes, St. Peter's with the restart kick once again. And that's a loose collection as well. But they managed to recover Wesley College. Can they get a consolation try? Trying very hard to find some space, the Wesleyites. Unable to do so. But finally gets the pass out. A good offload here. Wesley College. And that's a high tackle, says the referee. Wesley College still searching for that first try in this game.
Not a very good story for the Double Blues, isn't it? Seems like they will have to be content with a bowl quarter-final. Beg pardon, bowl semi-final rather. As they will be the 3rd seed. However, there will be an interesting battle for the top spot between St. Peter's and Royal College. Big man with the run from the Pete Rights. Silva, experienced lad. Pete Wright's using fresh legs as well. Player management is going to be of utmost importance. That's a penalty in favor of the Double Blues. Just over 30 seconds to go in this game. Wesley under the pump gets advantage again. Wesley throughout these first two games have been quite poor in making those straight runs. Laksisi, they've always travelled parallelly, which has really affected them getting any headway, especially with teams like Royal and then St. Peter's, who do possess speed and also very good strength in their ranks. It can really hamper your go forward ability. St. Peter's putting a kick and chasing. Man isolated. A little bit of a brain fade brings the game to a close. Dominant victory for the Pete Wrights against the Double Blues.
And after that one-sided encounter, as St. Peter's completely demolished the Wesleyites 24 points to nil. We have St. Joseph's College taking on Trinity College. The first game for Trinity College coming up next. That was the full-time confirmation from the earlier game. St. Peter's 24, Wesley nil. These are the highlights from that encounter. Dulaj Navo, they score in that first try of the second half. Now he scored two back-to-back tries at the beginning of that second half. Dulaj Navo, as I mentioned earlier, we saw him during the under-18 tournament as well. Had a really good tournament. And this was Silva, who went over for the fourth try, the fourth and final try for St. Peter's College. The conversion also went over during that fourth try.
A Group B encounter, St. Joseph's taking on Trinity College Kandy. Trinity in their first game of the competition. Josephians, dominant victory in their first game against Piliandala Central. Yet again, kicking it just short and just on the mark, offloads it to the hands of a Trinitian. Here's Trinity, rise on to the corner. Under pressure, but Trinity keeping the ball alive, looking to run the ball wide and fast. Trinity looking to avoid confrontation, and that's a beautiful run by Vanasekara. Sachin Vanasekara goes right underneath the post, and this is exactly what should have happened in the previous game as well, because with the likes of St. Joseph's, you need to avoid contact because they are a bigger team. If you can send the ball out wide and make sure that you keep the ball recycled, it'll work in your favor.
Trinity College with the perfect start to their opening game of the tournament. A brilliant start for them. Trinity College all pumped up after that first try in the very first minute. So let's see whether Trinity College can continue the momentum that they created during that very first minute. St. Joseph's College, and that's a knock forward. Poor piece of collection by St. Joseph's.
Insult to injury. Josh being found guilty of not releasing the ball. Trinity on the charge again, on the shorter side. This time is Herat. Well, prodding foot will not stop that man, and that would be Upegga Mudali touching down for Trinity's second.
Well, Sudarshan, 2 tries, 2 minutes for Trinity College. What a start for them. No, this has been brilliant. They have been running really well during the opening 2 minutes, Trinity College. Now they clearly came out with a clear-cut plan and they're executing it brilliantly.
Simple sevens rugby, isn't it? Try and avoid the contact and make sure your passes go to man. And keep recycling as you go is what you need to do. And Trinity, and so far, doing it very well. We'll have to see whether they'll be able to keep doing that under this hot Colombo sun. They're not used to this kind of weather. Josephians, on the other hand, haven't been able to hold on to possession. And that's also due to the brilliance of the Trinitians. Again, St. Joseph's losing the ball forward, but there'll be a free kick because it has not travelled the 10 meters. Now St. Joseph's looking to attack. Big man Mara Singh cut him back inside. Mara Singh breaks 4 tackles. Offloaded by Mara Singh. Rodrigo under pressure. Here's Janit Mara Singh on the far side. Are the Josephians now inside the 22 meters. Rodrigo trying to go himself. Here's Nathan. Goes into the in goal and gets St. Joseph's first try. Nathan Gunaratna. Good support work by the young lad to get the first try for St. Joseph's. 5 points to 10 with the conversion to come. Conversion not successful, so 5-point lead for Trinity. You saw straight away, Laksisi, with possession, with the physique that St. Joseph's possesses all around the park, it's very difficult to try and defend them. So you need to make sure that you have you hog on to possession. You make sure that you keep holding on to possession.
Especially with someone like Naveen Marasinghe in
and
the
also
opposition.
Janit
Marasinghe, yes.
Younger brother, also big man, and also Sachin Tanavidyanta. The Josephian pack in this 7th game would be the envy of many coaches when it comes to even the 15th game. They'd like to have that as their front row. Like you see, pretty big lads who are able to run as well. Here's Trinity trying to run from inside their own 22. Puts the ball to boot. Now it's a foot race. Cutting back inside. Beautiful collection. Sachidu Vanasekara yet again. Lovely hands and good speed shown that time. Gets in for Trinity's third right underneath the posts. Brilliant work, brilliant vision by the man who kicked it, and good commitment from the young lad Vanasekara who charged on to that ball, and Trinity will be very happy with that score.
Indeed, Sudarshan, and that's a successful conversion as well. Here's the replay once again. Look at that. He managed to win that foot race, made the collection cleanly, and just went all the way for that third try. His second of the game. He's having a really good game.
£17 Good high-hanging kick by Trinity College, putting Mara Singh under pressure. Has been bundled into touch. A rare mistake coming in from Mara Singh, and this is the way to win the game against St. Joseph's College. We've seen time and time again, you put Mara Singh under pressure. If he's not in his natural behavior of dominating the play, that really tends to crawl up under the skins of the Josephians. Trinity with the line out, but where Sachintana managing to win that. Gunaratna to Rodrigo. Rodrigo trying to attack the outside channels. Decent defensive work by the Trinitians. Now St. Joseph's trying to run inside the 22. Here's Sachintana. Vaidyanatha cuts back inside. Marasing, a big lad. Good tackle. Janit Marasing offloads to Randeepa and he loses it forward. So that will be the end of the first half. End of the very, very interesting first half. Laxi, see two very contrasting styles of play. Trinity looking to attack, use the width of the field, use the depth of the field, whereas the Josephians are looking to be very physical. It's working for both the teams, and it's a very interesting battle. 17 points to 5 in favor of Trinity College at half time. Highlights of the first half. Upek Gammudale. Soon as we started off proceedings, managed to get Trinity in front with a lovely score. And then a little bit of football going wrong for the Josephians, prompting Trinity to touchdown. And then Nathan Gunaratna got the only try for St. Joseph's. And then this gem of a score by Sachindu Vanasekara. Touching down right underneath the post. 17 points to 5. Trinity in the lead after the first half. Second half is going to be crucial. Josephians need to win this one. The next game coming up, Vidyartha versus Isipatana. Oh boy. Plenty of unfinished business between the two teams. Vidyartha managed to get the better of Isipatana in the 2022 Under-19 7th semi-final. St. Joseph's looking to be industrial inside their own 22. Here's Marasinghe trying to make the tackle. Good gang tackle on him. Rodrigo gets away the first tackle. Beg your pardon, that's Dias. Now Randeepa playing with advantage. Gunaratna. Vaidyanatha with a big no argue. Goes inside and scores the second try for St. Joseph's. A good comeback by the Josephians in the second half. They needed to score first and make sure that the game is still in the balance. 10 points to 17. Jos now closing in on that. Brilliant big no argue from Sachintana.
As they went into the halftime trailing by 12 points, and this is just what they wanted at the beginning of the second half. Sachintana going over for the second try. So the gap is down to 5 points. St. Joseph's on 12, Trinity on 17. This encounter promises to be an exciting clash. The upcoming 5 minutes and 30 seconds, it's going to be really interesting. St. Joseph's College with the restart kick.
The Joes kicking deep to restart. Raizan. Absolute carnage. He lost it forward. The man in front collecting that ball. That's going to be a penalty. Gunaratna to Marasinghe. Big Marasinghe trying to run around. Yes, Gunaratna. It's been bundled into touch. Manages to get the ball out. Rodrigo to Randeepa. Randeepa now to Daham, and Vaidyanatha goes inside again. Back-to-back tries for the young flanker. who has been impressive throughout last season. Back-to-back tries, and the Josephians equalize. 17 points all with the conversion to come. Conversion not successful. 17 points all to play for. Remember, this is a group game, and it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. Joes with the restart, putting the ball high up, collected by Trinity College. Looking to run now, intercepted, and that will be the try for the lead by Dias, who touches down right underneath the post. Daham Dias. Bad pass. Terrible pass that time by Jamil from Trinity, and Dias says thank you very much. Touches down right underneath the post. Assistant referee having a word with the man in the middle. Seems like nothing more has come out of that. Rodrigo adds the extras, 24 points to 17. 7-point lead for St. Joseph's College.
Trinity College, after brilliant first half, losing the plot a little bit here, Sudarshana. St. Joseph's, on the other hand, they have made a really good comeback in the second half here. 3 consecutive tries in very quick time. We still have 3 minutes to go in this game, so anything can happen.
Luxis, I did mention the heat is not something that the Trinitians will fancy, and clearly showing signs. That time another unforced error by Tisanga Disanayaka, not supporting his body weight. Rodrigo wanting to make sure how many minutes are left on referee's clock. Josephians now doing very well to try and manage this game. Kicks the ball out. They will take a couple of more seconds to try and get to that line out. Trinity need a converted try. Joes need to hold on to possession for a couple of more seconds. Here's Gunaratna. Gives it to Dias. Dias with a step. A big no argue. One man to beat. Still going Dias. Gives it out to Randeep. Randeep on the charge. Just outside the stop. Just outside the line. Has been bundled into touch. It could be the final opportunity for Trinity. 12.5 minutes on our clock. St. Joseph's managing to win that line out. Brilliant work, and they score. That will be the final nail in the coffin. Josephians getting the 4th consecutive try this half. 29 points to 17. The second half has been all Joes. Dominant performance by St. Joseph's, who recognized what their mistake was in the first half. Like to say, they were starved of possession, and they managed to do well to make sure that they fixed that error. Sachin Vaidyanath, time and time again, has been a real menace in line-out situations, doing absolutely well to try and steal that one. 17 points to 29. High scoring affair this. Trinity letting it bounce, and bounce is in no man's land, and that is full time. 17 points to 29. Back-to-back victories for St. Joseph's College, who are guaranteed to top their group, whereas Trinity will be hoping that they will be able to try and get a win against Piliyandala Central to make sure that they are in contention for the cup and plate segment. Full-time confirmation, 17 points to 29.
And after that exciting encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College, yeah, the highlights. St. Joseph's completely dominated during that second half. They went into second half trailing 17 points to 5, but they managed to completely turn things around with 4 tries, while Trinity College, they couldn't score at least a single try in the second half. Sachintana Vaidyanatha was one of the key players for St. Joseph's College during that comeback. It was a brilliant second half comeback by the Josephians. They were down and out during the halftime, but made a brilliant comeback during the second half. So coming up next, we have Isipatana College taking on Vidyartha College. Two teams with a bit of history coming into this year from the last season. Vidyartha College, they prevented Isipatana from winning that triple crown as the kickoff.
Isipatana in the green against the blue of Vidyartha, so two Kandy teams back to back in matches 6 and 7 at the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens, as Isipatana throw the ball out, but referee saying no quick line out as the player had his ball, has his foot in touch. So this is one of those games that nobody expected, but will turn out to be maybe something that we see in the final, because these are two very good teams.
Yes, indeed, Shanaka. Vidyartha College, of course, playing their first game of the tournament, and Isipatana in their first game, they didn't look that good. They were not the normal Isipatana self during that first game. Sahira pushed them to their limits. So let's see whether they can come back to their normal game in this second game.
Gasindu Manit that time stealing the line-out ball, but putting his team under a little bit more pressure. This time Vidyartha managing to secure that ball, but again the pass from the wrapping around scrum half is not a good one. So Deshan Balasurya will get a bit of a side eye from his fly half. You can see they're having a bit of a chat, the Vidyartha players, saying what went on there, mate. First scrum of the game. And this Vidyartha team look like a set of athletes.
As indeed, Shanakan. Isipatana College, of course, they are missing their skipper Naveen Kanishk, and also the under-18 skipper, the most valuable player in the under-18 sevens, Shahid Sumri as well.
So referee Veranga has been very strict on that call, and rightly so. Not releasing is the call, so tackler has to release once he takes the tackle player to ground. And Isipatana will look to get out of their 22, where they have been camped for the last 2 minutes or so. Ball with Isipatana at the moment to throw in, and yes, it's nicely done line out that time from Gasandu Manit, who has been in the thick of everything for Isipatana. Here's Rines De Silva, the other man who has been the real playmaker for this team, stepping back in field. Here's Manit again, and that time referee Veranga again very quick to the breakdown, and Vidyartha with the penalty. They'll take it quickly. Off goes Rusit into the 22. Ball available now with the big dummy going Nirman Vijay Surya, and that's the first try of the game. Beautifully done for Dilum Rajapaksa, who will score under the post for Vidyartha. So a good turnover. And Vidyartha may be looking for a bit of an upset in this game.
Brilliantly done. Shanaka always heated up between these two sides whenever they meet on the rugby field. Look at this. Look at this supporting line. Changes the angle. Totally outfoxing the defender and going around, touching down for the first try. Nicely done with the College. Good start to the game. It's always important that you put pressure on Isipatana College early on. That's how you can tackle them, especially in the 7th game.
My apologies, the try scorer there was Sandharuwan Pereira. Good support line. Touchdown under the post, and here's Isipatana now. Scored a wonderful try from the kickoff in the last game they played against Zahira, but we'll have a little bit more to do here. Looks like the referee might have missed that tiny little knock on there, but maybe ruled that the ball went backwards. And this time it's Hiran Avishka under a little bit of pressure, but manages to get the ball away. To his big man, breaks the first tackle. That's nicely done by Chirat Chamud. But in the end, the hands letting Isipatana down again. So you can see that Vidyartha playing their first game, Isipatana playing their second, the fatigue really is starting to set in pretty early.
It's very hot conditions here in Colombo these days. Pretty sure that will take a toll on these schoolboys. But Isipatana is known to tough it out throughout the day. We've seen that throughout the years. But here it's a different ball game together, especially when it's with the College. Good steal in that occasion, Isipatana.
Good discipline from the number 7 for Vidyartha as well. Udesh Ratnayaka, but well done in the end by Sahindu Costa, who wrestled that ball away from him and forced a penalty. That ball doesn't find touch, so it's going to be a run back from Vidyartha. Plenty of chances to find some space there through Ratnayaka, but the ball knocked on, so a real God-given opportunity there. That was let go by Vidyartha. They won't be too happy about that.
It's dangerous position for Vidyartha College, especially first time Isipatana College in the attacking half. We'll try to go back with points for sure. Trailing by 7 points, going into the 6th minute of the first half.
So last scrum was a little untidy. Isipatana will want that one. Referee Ishanka Abekun very quick with the free kick there. It's an early engagement. And Isipatana will now manage to run this one. Lovely hands again with the ball out from Randimal to Manit to Rinesh De Silva. But again, straight over the top, says the referee, sealing off. Leaving the feet, and there's no space for that in 7s rugby. Here's Isipatana. Lovely little switch back inside from Chirat. And that time holding on is the call. Good work at the breakdown by Gajanayaka. Vidyartha will take it quickly. You can see Vidyartha really want to play this game at pace. Good tackle in the end, but not after they concede about 40 meters. Here's some tight play once again, and the ball bounces out of the Vidyartha player's hand. And Rene Silva with a little kick pass. Think he wanted the advantage to be over, but in the end the ball did go to hand. And this time it's Randimal. We know he's got the pace. Eventually brought down. So a real seesaw battle here with the ball changing hands. There's no ruck there, says the referee, so it was a good turnover. Rajapaksa brought down a little bit high that time by Isipatana. Stepping in field. Here's the try scorer. Sandharuwan stepping back in field. That was a lovely little break from Sandharuwan. Needs support now and manages to get the back of the hand offload away. That was a beautiful ball. Superb hands from Vidyartha, and that is one of the tries of the tournament, I have to say. Sandharuwan will be the man who scores the second try of the game for Vidyartha. 12 points to 0, and that really was a wonderful team try.
Indeed, they started off from him and he finished off under the post to take a 14-0 lead going into the break. That's massive against the reigning under-20 champions, Isipatana College. But the Green Machine have been very sloppy, Shanaka, throughout. Even the first game, they narrowly edged over the Zaira College. But this match is going to go down to the wire for sure.
Rusit Tamodia with the conversion. To take nothing away from Zahira in that first game as well, I thought they played outstandingly well. Few moments of brilliance that really led Isipatana to that win. But again, the heat, I think, is the 8th defender that these teams have to think about. Here's the ball. Nice little step off his left foot from Gayan Sandaruwan. Nice unselfish play from Nirman Vijayasuriya as well there. And here's the second try. Lovely hands. Again, that big step off the right leg as well. And Hiran Avishka with his head in his hands, knowing that that miss will lead to under the post try, and didn't want to look.
So Isipatana College with all to do for here at the CR&FC grounds. We are nearing the end of the first round of games. There's a couple of games remaining. Couple of crunch games indeed. The cup segment upcoming match will be Kingswood College taking on St. Thomas College. St. Thomas College took a beating against the Dons in their first game. Kingswood College playing their first game, so they'll be fresh. And it's going to be a tough task for St. Thomas College to bounce back in this tournament.
Yes, I think looking at the group matchups, the teams that have to play their back-to-back games, the first game and the second game in that group, will find it really hard. I think the weather might cool down a little further for when the third game needs to be played. So the team playing first and second is always going to have a little bit of a problem, just like Isipatana is having here against Vidyartha. Again, to take nothing away from Vidyartha's efforts so far, they have been on the ball, so to speak. This time it looks like it's Chirat Chamidu to put the ball into the 22, and Isipatana looking to be aggressive from the start. It's a big tackle from Chamati Roshan.
At the back of your screen you can see Coach Sanat Martis having a keen look on the two teams with the college and Isipatana College. The Beatrites lost the final against the semi-final rather against Isipatana College in the under-27s a few weeks back. This time they'll be trying to make amends to it. But Isipatana College are now trailing still 14 points to nil as the college restart from their own half.
Yes, it looks like the scrum is becoming a little bit of a problem for Isipatana. Again, some dancing feet that time from Balasuriya. Not releasing, says referee Verango has been very consistent with that ruling. Arm up for advantage once again, so Vidyartha know that they can maybe take a chance or two with that expansive pass. That's exactly what they do, good experience. Taken and to the try scorer. Sandaruwan lays the ball back, but they're a little bit slow to the breakdown. That time I think Ratnayaka was the guilty party, and Isipatana will spin this one. Got 3-on-3 on the outside, so they'll look for their big man to carry it back. Chirat Chamindu. And here's the other big man, the number 3 shirt, Roshan Chamat. A little bit of a goose step that time from Chamidu Dilshan. Going into the tackle and winning the penalty as well. So Isipatana will take this quickly and look to get their first points on the board. Here's the man that they want with the ball in hand to do that. Beautiful little offload from him. Cutting back inside into the 22 was Roshan. Manages to get the ball away from the ground. And the referee will maybe look at a yellow card here. Yes, he does. And it's a good call because Balasuriya was on the floor when he made that tackle. So here's maybe a game-turning moment.
Yes, this could certainly change the momentum with just 10 meters out of the try line. Isipatana College with the one-man advantage. They have a player on the outside, but number 10 will go under the post for the first try of the game. Shamidu Dilshan scoring the try, getting the first points on board. The much-needed points for Isipatana College. Is good that they got these points in the first minute or of the second half. Just much needed for them. And the conversion is through as well. So that makes it a 7-point game with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Easy pickings did first, just using the width of the pitch and the extra man, going in favour of Isipatana College to find that space through the middle to score under the post. 14-7 it stands in the 9th minute.
So 2-minute yellow card sin bin has a much bigger impact in 7's rugby than it ever will in 15's rugby, because you have just 6 men to cover the whole pitch as opposed to 14 as you do in rugby union. Isipatana looking to kick deep again and pin Vidyartha in their own half. Nice little back of the hand offload that these school players seem to take to so easily. Vijay Surya taking a few players with him as he moves it outside the 22. Here's a try scorer Sandharuwan. 2 players shadowing him. The Isipatana try scorer Dilshan Tamidu is the one who gets him down eventually. And a little bit of a knock on there, and Dilshan Tamidu getting in the face of the Vidyartha players. This is good to see.
Indeed, and Vidyartha also a bit rushed in the second half. Shanak, I think, should settle down a bit. They're still leading in the game. They don't have a reason to be under pressure, even though they are down with one man. Just need to settle their nerves. Isipatana will come storming in as they try to work their way on the 22 meter now.
Shamidu tackled close to the touch line, but he saw that the referee at the advantage line rather, but he saw the referee with his arm up. Here's Chirat, the long pass out, and here's a little bit more space opening up, and that's a try for Rene Silva. You can't take him away from the try line. And Rinesh just dragging himself over the line, just like he did to score the final try against Zaira as well. And you can see that the gas is being sucked out of these Patana players, but they're hanging in the fight.
Yes, that's what you always get from the green machine. You can see using the width of the pitch, the extra man coming in favour of the green machine. And Rene Silva touching down for the second try. The conversion is not successful, but that puts them 2 points behind Vidyartha College. This game could may well go right down to the wire. We are in the 10th minute.
Kalinda Silva, who missed the conversion, will attempt to try and get his team in a good position with the kickoff, but unfortunately it's just a little too deep, and Rajapaksa will take it up for Vidyartha. They know they still have the lead, and here's Nirman Vijay Surya, one of their bigger players who manages to hold them up, and well ripped in the tackle that time by Iroshan for Isipatana. Good tight skills there.
Indeed, Isipatana College taking the momentum, taking the game up to the Vidyartha boys, who dominated the first half, but now struggling a bit under the pressure from Isipatana College. It's a line out inside their own half, stolen by Isipatana College. It's a loose ball. The ball is unfortunately knocked on, so it will be a scrum for Vidyartha College in their own 22.
I think that Iroshan Chamat might have been a little unlucky there with that knock on. And again, pre-engagement, says the referee. There's been a few of those calls in the tournament today. Vidyartha look to get in behind Isipatana and ask Rinesh Silva to chase this ball. So it's a 2 try scorers, Rinesh Silva and Sandharuwan, against each other on this left wing. Kalinda Silva, Rinesh. Here's the man who scored the first try. This is Navin Chamidu, Dilshan Chamidu rather, and he's over. Really good work keeping the ball in hand. Dilshan Chamidu has come on for Isipatana and really done wonders for the team. Still plenty of time to go in this game, about 90 seconds. But Dilshan has given the Isipatana lads something to scream about.
Brilliant comeback. Just what we expected from these two teams. half time. Vidyartha was cruising 14-0. But look at what Isipatana is doing. 3 tries on the trot, back to back. And the conversion is not through, but that won't matter. That's the final whistle. 17-14. Isipatana College take the cup plate spot in this group. And Vidyartha College bow out from the cup plate segment.
Well, that was a really interesting game of rugby. Isipatana have been involved in 2 of those so far in this first day of the Centenary Sevens here at Longdon Place. Vidyartha just coming up short against a real stay in the game, stay in the fight Isipatana team that came back from 14-0 down at halftime to win 17 points to 14. Dilshan Chamidu with 2 of the back-breaking tries and Rene Silva the third in that game. So wonderful performance by Isipatana. Here are the highlights.
Here's how it started. The first try from Chamidu. Both those first 2 tries came when Vidyartha College was down to 6 men. Rene Silva, and this one was a brain fade from the Vidyartha defense, opening up that space through the middle, which costed them the game. The third try for Isipatana College, which sealed their spot in the cup plate quarterfinals later in the day. And Vidyartha College will be playing their second game against Saira College, which will decide the bowl and shield segment spots in the respective group. And we have Kingswood College. Kingswood College, the boys from the Rodandel Hills, taking on St. Thomas's College in the second encounter for St. Thomas's in the tournament. They were thumped by DS College in the earlier encounter. They'll be determined to put up a better performance against the boys from the Rodandel Hills.
Certainly will be. Held 31 points to 5 in that first game. But again, like we talked about, the fatigue will be setting in for the Stormian side, with Kingswood coming out for the first time in their group. It's pretty hot for us up here in the commentary position, so I can just imagine what it's like for these boys down here.
Ulat Singalage starts off with a high-hanging kick. Good take there from the Kingswoodian.
Heva Kapuge with that collection under pressure. And Kingswood look to control this first possession. Cutting back infield, good hands from them, but as I say that, the ball goes behind Gumhaver, who has to put the ball into touch in goal. So it looked like it might be a 5-meter scrum. Yes, indeed it is. So St. Thomas's look like they might have a slight size advantage. It looked like it went out to touch in goal. Should probably have been a 5-meter scrum, but the referee gives a line out instead. It's a good ball off the top. Mahit Pereira losing the ball in contact. Referee says it went backwards, so Kingswood will play the advantage. Choosing to run. A little bit of confidence after seeing DS Senanayake and what they did to the Stormian defense. Kingswood would have been watching that game closely. No sweeper at the back, so there's acres of space as Mahit Pereira. In fact, it might be Vikramasuriya who ran back, looking to take it quickly, but referee says, let's play the line out.
Good territorial kick there from Kingswood College. Taking evasive action. They were stuck inside their own 22. Just getting out of the danger zone. Going to the halfway mark and trying to play the game from there. Here's another line out. It's stolen by Kingswood College.
Well, I say stolen, but it might have been gifted to Kingswood more than stolen by them. Here we have another drop, hands letting them down. So St. Thomas is doing well to pick that one up, but no advantage accruing from that knock-on.
So a bit of a stop-start play between these two sides. Both teams sloppy in the beginning of this encounter. Kingswood College especially giving away position very easily. Thomians with a point to prove in this encounter for sure after that thumping they received against the Dons.
Yes, their reputation was badly bruised by that as DS put up a superlative performance. Here's Vian De Silva, the man who's entrusted with the leadership of St. Thomas's this season, both at 7s and 15s. Using his strength to good effect there, Bulat Sinhala. Pass was very flat and Mahit Pereira now will try to get in under the posts. Just can't get past the last defender, but manages to get the ball away to his support player, and referee says there's a knock-on on the floor and Kingswood will get the ball. So the first time the St. Thomases have really looked dangerous with the ball in hand, and you can see that there's a clear gap between some of the better teams in this competition, looking at Royal, Isipathana, Zahira, DS, St. Joseph, St. Peter's and some of these other teams.
Definitely see lack of quality, lack of maybe experience as well. These kids, most of them missed out playing rugby for a couple of years due to COVID as well. Those signs are being witnessed in these sides as Kingswood College once again opting for the territorial kick. The ball this time remains in field as Thomian guards the ball until it reaches the touchline.
Ends up being a very good kick by Aftab Azmi that time. Stayed in the field of play, not sure that's what he intended, but it really caused all sorts of problems for Vian De Silva, who had to really protect that ball like a football player at the corner flag. So Kingswood will have another opportunity to open scoring in this game. It's been almost 5 minutes with no score on the board, and that's a testament to the skills or lack of skills of both these teams as Kingswood come away with it now. Well stolen that time by Bandara, and now there will be a score for Kingswood. The line out letting St. Thomas's down again as Kingswood march in for the opening score of the game. It's like it was Deumin Hevage who made that first score and easily converted as well. And it looks like half time is the call from referee. No, it's not. We still have a few more minutes to play. There's a substitution, in fact.
Kingswood College drawing first blood in this game. It was once again broken play, and Thomian defense all over the place, allowing Deumit to just go through the center. Enough vacant spaces for him to run, and that's what he did, scoring the first try under the post.
Ashayan Gamheva it was who did score that try. Bulat Sinhala trying to sidestep, which is probably not his best skill, but again ball left behind by St. Thomas's, but the referee says no, it was knocked on by Kingswood. So the Thomians will have a scrum inside their 22. Shenal De Silva, the number 5 jersey, playing on the loose head side. Driven over the ball that time, and Kingswood tried to grab it, but St. Thomas's did really well to hold on to that one. Here's Shenal, but offside, says the referee. So there was an offside line created at that ruck, and Kingswood didn't observe it. Bulat Sinhala, quick pass to Vian De Silva, who will try to get past Ranavira, but dragged down in the end. And that time it was Anuda who gives away the penalty, but Mahit Pereira now trying to wriggle under the tackle of the Kingswood player. Not 10 meters, says the ref, and St. Thomas's will have another chance to get on the board before this half-time hooter sounds, or the referee's whistle sounds.
Looks like Bulat Singalage will go to touch. Trying to get inside the 22. But the lineouts has not been easy for the Thomians, even though they are opting for it now. A score here would be ideal for the Thomians going into the break, cutting down the deficit at least to 2 points. If they can make it 7, that would be perfect. But first of all, they need to get this line out right. They have been struggling with it.
Struggling would be an understatement. Very few that they have managed to get a good platform from. And that's much better. Mahit Pereira will now give the ball out to Bulat Singhal, who will take it to the line. Nice ball to Vian De Silva, who is getting dragged across the field. Nice offload, but the Kingswood defense is onto it. Nicely done by Heva Kapuge. Here's Bulat Singhal acting as scrum half. And that's an intercept, just doesn't go to hand. And there's another knock on as well as Mahit Pereira tries to pick up. He could have gone in under the post, but it's not to be for St. Thomas's today. And in what has been 7 minutes of errors, we now fortuitously come to the halftime hooter of this match between St. Thomas's and Kingswood. It'll be a short highlight reel at halftime, I can tell you that.
That's the confirmation. 7 points to nil. Kingswood College leading the game. And like you mentioned, I think the hooter is good for the Thomians to recollect themselves and come back in the second half. Try to put up a better performance, especially reduce the errors. They must do that if they are to record a victory in this game. Here's the only try that took place. It was a broken play. You can see the Thomian defense all over the place. It was easy pickings to just go through the middle. Let's go under the post for the Kingswoodian. Taking the lead, 7 points to nil. Thomians had the chance the last couple of seconds in the first half, but they were unable to complete the move. It's another knock forward and a loose pass costing them that face. All to do for once again for the Thomians. And next up, another massive game. Royal College taking on St. Peter's College. That's also going to be the decider that who takes the cup plate quarter-final place in the group. Royal College and St. Peter's College will be up next.
That's going to be a cracking match for sure. Two outstanding teams, two teams with plenty of history on the 15th park as well as the 7th field. And two coaches who know their 7th rugby inside out, who know each other very well as well. Dushant Loke and Sanat Martis for Royal and St. Peter's respectively. So that game, don't go anywhere. Bring your lunch to your computer screen or your TV screen. If you're having lunch, that is. St. Thomas's now through Mahit Pereira. Here's Noah trying to get in behind the Kingswood defense. Can't beat the sweeper that time. It was Aftab Azmi who brings the Thomian attacker down. Quickly taken by Noah that time. Vian De Silva asking for it, but running away from the defense. Here's Chanal De Silva with the ball over the top. It's not a good one.
This has been the case for the Thomians so far. They just get inside the danger zone, but ultimately giving away possession very cheaply. Now Kingswood from their own half.
Some poor decision making that time, but this looks like it might be a breakout for Kingswood. Indeed it is. Wonderful run in from Anudha Upek. Looks like he might have done himself a little bit of damage, but Anudha Upek, who caught the ball inside his 22 and didn't have any sweepers to beat, so he knew that once he beat the first man, he was in. That might be the last bit of action for him in this game.
Easy pickings, good speed shown by Upek. Run all the way, it's not easy. We've been emphasizing on the conditions here. Very hot and humid here. It's not easy for these youngsters. But Kingswood playing the first game, having the upper hand. It comes to fatigue, using that advantage to perfection and leading the game 14 points to nil. Thomians staring down the barrel, Shanaka.
Well, it was a similar scoreline at halftime in the previous game with Zahira and Isipatana, but at that point you knew that Isipatana were never going to lie down and never going to allow that lead to go unchallenged. But these Isipatana lads are not the same as these Thomians. Look at the body language of the St. Thomas's team. You can see that there's not a lot of fight left in them. And apart from this 14-0 lead increasing, it doesn't look very much like it's going to decrease. But St. Thomas's will be looking to get at least one try on the board. It looked for all money like they could be held scoreless against DS, which would have been another ignominy despite conceding the 31 points. But looks like they might indeed suffer that fate against Kingswood if they're not careful.
Bit of a hold up in play, but all seems well. Referee's ready to restart. The 10th minute in our clock. Good hanging kick just on the 10-meter. No, referee says it's not 10. So free kick awarded for St. Thomas's College, and a chance for them to at least now make a play out of it. Take this opportunity to have a couple of errorless phases where they can get inside the try line for the first time.
They seem to be too insistent on going into contact, committing too many players to the breakdowns as well. Here's Chanal De Silva doing his best to step back in field and drag a few defenders with him. He does exactly that, but winning the penalty taken quickly. St. Thomas's know they need to go at pace. That's a nice little offload, and finally the Thomians getting a few phases together. Bulat Singhela cutting back infield. This is something he's been doing quite a bit and not always to good effect. And again, Bulat Singhela just too late to the breakdown, and Kingswood winning that penalty.
Story of the day for the Thomians. Just not good enough in those tight moments. Giving away possession cheaply when they are on top. And that's it's actually punishing themselves so far in this tournament. Looks like they will have to settle the Shield quarter-final.
There's a change of tactic from Kingswood, putting the ball to the boot, and it's not a bad tactic either as St. Thomas's knock it on. And here's Anudha Upek, who scored the last try of the first half. The referee says it's been knocked on and no advantage is coming, so he will play the knock on. So Kingswood looking up will see the hands on the knees and the hanging heads, and they'll know that this team is ripe for the plucking.
Not a lot of time remaining for the Thomians with the sevens, the school sevens coming up in a few days' time. A lot of work to be done, I believe. Shanaka, coach Samdi Navas will have to get his work done with this Thomian outfit for sure in the coming few days.
Nice break that time by Dinat Bandara, but gives the penalty away. Here's another ball just going to ground. Very untidy play, very bad execution by the Thomians, and as you said, Shamli Nawaz, especially in this month of Ramadan, will be trying to make sure he doesn't have too many bad thoughts, but he must be really cursing under his breath at some of these plays that his team is making.
One and a half minutes remaining on the clock. Bulat Singhela takes a quick tap. Here's St. Thomas's. Can they get a score under their name?
Switching back the play was Chanal De Silva. Again, it's done with more out of the lack of options than with any genuine options on the inside. Bulat Singalage with a decent pass that time, coming back into the 22. Here he is playing scrum half. Mahit Pereira, Chenal in the midfield, and that's not where you want your big forwards. Here's a little bit of space, but not enough pace. Again, St. Thomas is lucky to win that penalty. Now they'll look for a few options, but again the lack of pace is really obvious. And at that time Bulat Singalage running in on the angle. Lovely support line from the big fly half, and eventually they will dot down.
Finally something to cheer for the Thomians. Bulat Singalage jotting down the first try of the game, gets the conversion as well, makes it a 7-point game with couple of seconds remaining. Here's Bulat Singalage with the try. They need to believe they can, in the remaining few seconds, they can get the line out right and win the ball. They will have a chance to level up against Kingswood College.
Well, Kingswood look like they might be wanting to make a game of this, and Senal De Silva refusing to accept that offer. And as referee Ravin Alexander blows full time, that brings an end to this game. 14 points to 7, and it looks like St. Thomas's will be relegated to that Shield quarter-final. And we have a big match coming, of course, Royal versus St. Peter's. You see the quality of rugby take a significant leap up in the next 14 minutes, I think. But Kingswood will go on against DS and look to try and top that group as well.
Some excellent running rugby by Kingswood that time. But St. Thomas's, that's Bulat Singalage with that key try. We are all set for the third round of games in the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens. Royal College taking on St. Peter's College, two unbeaten teams. They haven't given away a single point in their first game against Wesley. Royal beat Wesley 14-0 and St. Peter's beat Wesley 24-0. The winners will top Group A. Good hanging kick to start off by Royal. Kalyana Ratna. Fahad Nazar with that good run in. They've lost the ball in contact. Sachin, this is going to be an interesting game, isn't it?
Yes, a clash of the titans here. St. Peter's and Royal College going head to head for the top honours in Pool A. Some good pressure around the breakdown there from the Peterites, forcing the turnover or forcing the mistake from Royal College. Now a scrum inside their own half. First touch of the ball for the Peterites. Pressure from Royal in the scrum. Peterites a little chip and chase over the top, looking for some space in behind. It's a foot race. Good cover from the Royal College sweeper there. Still under pressure from St. Peter's.
Good pressure there from Tarindu Kushan, the number 6 for St. Peter's College. Royal still playing in their deep red territory. Good carry from Thivain Pereira. Yeah, yet to clear Royal. Good defense from St. Peter's College.
Royal happy to hold on to possession even inside their own territory. They're confident with their ball handling skills. Now an extra man. They need to straighten and look for the space out wide. Big fend off there by the number 2. That's Gamanayaka. Takes it into contact. Royal still holding possession. Good phase of play here for Royals. They have some numbers out wide if they can use it. Quick pass out wide to Kalyaratna. Looks to put on the gas. Sweeper comes around, makes the tackle. Excellent phase of play here for Royal College. Controlling possession, swinging it from side to side, forcing the Peterites to defend. And the Peterites conceding the penalty for being offside. Well, take the tap quickly. No one seems to have reacted to that. This is Senanaka looking to take it into contact. Offloads off the deck. This is Gamanayaka in the corner again.
That's it. That's the first try for Royal College. After a good passage of play, Yehan Veerasurya scoring the first try for Royal College. Couple of good minutes from Royal College. Deep from their territory, Sachin. They've managed to hold on to possession and they've drawn first blood here at CR&FC.
Yes, excellent phase play by Royal College from inside their own 5-yard line. They've gone coast to coast. They built up the phases, wore down the Peterite defense and went all the way over in the opposite corner to score and take the lead 5-0. You see the final pass. That's Gamanayaka. Goes into the corner and offloads off the deck to Veerasurya, who dives over the line, giving the Royalists a 5-point lead. Crucial kickoff here for Royal College. Damit, all day we've been seeing the kickers struggle with their kick placement. It's either been too short, too long. They need to get this one right. Nice high hanging kick. St. Peter's opting to play it with the boot. Royal have regained possession.
Here's Gamasuriya once again. Great running rugby from Royal so far. Here's Veerasurya to Fahad Nazar. Kalyanaratna going in for support. Veerasurya acting as the scrum half, sending it wide. Gamanayaka holding on to the possession. Still Royal with the ball. Gets another penalty. Kalyanaratna takes it quickly. Don't think the Peterites were behind the line. Yeah, they're going to lose a player now. Peterites, they'll be down to 6 players now.
This has been excellent by Royal College. They've been controlling possession, holding on to the ball, and the key has been that they've been so quick to the background as Pathirana this time breaks through the tackle, goes over under the post to give Royal College a 10-0 lead. As I was saying, the control from Royal College has been the key. They've been so quick to the breakdowns, clearing those rucks quick, getting the ball out, resetting, and keeping those Peterite defenders on the back foot.
Crucial conversion coming. Yeah, excellent stuff. Royal College, I think throughout the first half, they've I think maintained about 90% to 95% of possession.
Yes, we saw the Peterites put a little bit of pressure on early coming to the Royal half. Since Royal have taken possession, they haven't let it go, and that's the key in sevens. A good kickoff, chasers there to put them under pressure, win the ball back, forcing the errors from St. Peter's. Another high hanging kick into space, rolls into touch, and Peterites now have a chance to settle things down, hold on to possession. They're playing with a man in the bin as well, so they need to bide their time and look for the reset.
Royal College leading 12-0. They haven't conceded a single point so far in the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens. Good pressure coming in from Royal. St. Peter's now probably the last opportunity for them to score a try in this first half. Lost the ball that time in contact. Royal now
with numbers out wide. That's Gamanaka on the wing. He's been threatening all evening, all afternoon rather. Now Royal with big numbers out wide. A long pass out wide. Good cut back there from Senanaka. Fends off one and finds the offload to send his big man.
Yeah, Veera Surya, that's his second try in this game. Third try for Royal in the first half. 17 points to nil with the conversion to come.
Yes, Damit, the key for Royal has been that pressure. They've been mounting it on all game, making sure the Peterites are on the back foot at all times. The support play has been absolutely spectacular as well. They've been there for the breakdowns, there for the offloads, and the decision making from the ball carriers has been really good. They've known exactly when to go into contact, when to take it to ground, and when to look for the offload.
Yeah, that's the first half in this crucial clash in Pool A. St. Peter's College taking on Royal. Royal College leading 19 points to nil. 3 tries, 2 for Yehan Veera Surya, 1 for Disas Pathirana.
Yes, and Royal looking a lot better than they did against Wesley College. Even though they won that game 15 points to nil, it was the first game of the day and it took them a while to get into it. But now they're looking like a well-oiled machine.
That was the first try from Veera Surya. Then this was the second one from Pathirana going under the post. And just before the half-time whistle, Veera Surya collecting that offload, and he too went under the post to score the third try.
Yes, Coach Sanat Mart is for the Peterites now.
The next
Central College Piliandala versus Trinity College, the upcoming match of the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. So the key for Coach Sanat Martis would be to get some possession for the Peterites. They need to try and control the ball. They should be back to a full complement going into the second half. They have the kickoff. The key will be to retain possession here.
Lot will be expected from the Peterites in the second half if they are to top Pool A. Good high hanging restart from the Peterites. Royal, as they have done in the first half, they've managed to hold on to possession. Yes, Kalyana Ratna to Pathirana. Gamanayaka going into ground. Royal playing from the 22. That's probably the first mistake, first handling mistake from Royal in this game, Sachin.
Yes, the right option. They're looking for the cutback. Unfortunately, just a little lacking in the execution. Probably needed to pop that ball a little bit earlier and leave it in space for the oncoming winger cutting back on the inside. Now St. Peter's really need to put some pressure on the Royalists here. They need to control the ball and try and get a score going.
Pranit Silva, the scrum half with that feed in. Another mistake from St. Peter's. That's Tarindu Kushan. Usually plays fullback in 15s rugby. Key playmaker for St. Peter's. Giving away possession at a very crucial juncture in this game. St. Peter's College, they still have about 5.5 minutes to make a comeback. They are 19 points to down. Tiven Pereira with the feed in. Here's the danger man, Pathirana. Royal still with the ball. Pathirana going from the short side, but loses the ball. Here's Kushan, Tarindu Kushan. Dulaj Navodya holding on, says referee. Penalty for Royal College. Once again with possession, Royal College. This is very good sevens rugby from Royal. Straight away, St. Peter's College committing another unforced error, Sachin.
Yes, handling errors turning out to be key now for the Patriots. They've seen very, very little of the ball, and whenever they have just haven't been able to hold on to possession.
Changing personnel for Royal College. Coach Dushant Leuke sending in reinforcements in the second half. Beg your pardon, it's Radhika Hettiarachi today handling proceedings for Royal College. Free kick awarded to St. Peter's. Here's Dulaj Navodya. Slight rubber kick, not going in favour of St. Peter's that time.
Yes, wrong option there to kick possession away. Royal still looking to run it from inside their 22. We saw them score a spectacular try from inside their own half earlier on, building up all the phases through. They're looking to replicate that again here in the second half. This is Gamanayaka fighting his way through two defenders. Once again, good support from Royal. Quick ball out.
Trying to straighten it out. Here's the danger man, Fahad Nazar. Senanayaka holding on, says referee, and penalty awarded for St. Peter's College.
Yes, Damit, that's the first time the Royalists haven't been there to clear a breakdown. St. Peter's finally able to get some position now. They need to try and hold on to this. Recycle position in the old school 7 style.
Madugaspe with a good offload to Tarindu Kushan. Dulaj Navodya with the ball. Doesn't have much support, but support arrives in Emit Jayavira as St. Peter's College scores their first try.
Yes, the communication, the key there, Damit. The call came from the support player, and the offload off the deck was right on the money. St. Peter's finally get their handling intact, and the conversion is good from the left hand upright.
Tarindu Kushan with the conversion, still keeping St. Peter's alive. That's Dulaj. The good offload to Emit Jayavira. That's the first score in the second half. St. Peter's still have a minute or so left in the second half. They'll need to score from the kickoff itself, Sachin, isn't it?
Yes, they need a quick score here, the Patriots. They don't have much time. They need to get a quick try in and then get back and try and get another score in if they want to top Pool A, the pool of death in the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. Nice hanging kick. A lot of pressure on. This is exactly what the Patriots needed.
Here's Silva, the nippy scrum half. Gives it to Tarindu Kushan. He scores the second try. St. Peter's College coming back into this game. Can Kushan convert it? No. The conversion goes astray. 19 points to 12. Great comeback from the Peterites.
Yes, a brilliant sevens rugby there. The offloads coming into play. St. Peter's, as soon as you see their handling getting in order, they're putting pressure on the Royalists. They're getting those offloads off the deck. Beautiful try there. Typical sevens try. The space in the Royal defense is there to exploit if the Peterites want to. And they've just shown exactly how it should be done. They've got their kickoff in order, and the Royalists just boot it out of play. Is there time left? Yes, there is. So that's kicked out on the full by the Royalists. So now St. Peter's will have a line out inside the Royal 22, and a great opportunity here, Damit, to put some pressure on, try and even this game up.
Yeah, to all the viewers watching this, this is the Papare clock. Now only the buzzer went in. Royal steals the line out. St. Peter's putting in pressure in this breakdown. Gives away a penalty.
A little too over eager there for the Peterite. He didn't have a choice. He had to go for the ball. And Royal come away with the win. 19 points to 12. An excellent game of rugby between these two heavyweights here. In the blazing heat at the CR&FC. 19 points to 12, the final score, just one try in it. An excellent game of rugby, Damit.
Both teams qualifying for the Cup Plate quarterfinals. Royal College, they will top Pool A. That's the final score, 19 points to 12.
And now we move on to the next game of the afternoon. Peliandala Central taking on Trinity College Kandy. Trinity will be taking the kickoff. Coming to you live on the Papare.com and Dialogue TV channel 144. Trinity College once again with a terrible kickoff, Damit. His young school kickers, I'm not sure what it is. They're just trying to find those fine margins, and it just goes to show how tough it is.
This is the third and final game in Pool B in the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens, the school segment. Peliandala Central College taking on Trinity College Kandy. Both these teams lost to St. Joseph's College. Peliandala Central opting for about winner of this game will qualify for the Cup Plate quarterfinal as the second seeded team in Pool B.
Yes, so everything on the line for these two teams. That boot down from Peliandala Central ended up rolling over the line, so Trinity were able to ground it. And now we'll restart with the 22 dropout. There is a man on the ground, Lakindu Herat.
Yeah, never easy playing in this heat, Sachin. We as commentators are struggling here in the comm box.
Yes, it's a very, very warm day here in at Longdon Place. The heat blazing down on the grounds.
Good to see the young man up and running. Trinity College, they were leading 17 points to 5 against St. Joseph's College at one stage.
Yes, quite a comeback by the Josephians. Stamped their name as one of the favorites for this tournament now. Trinity College regained possession of the 22 dropout. That's Lakindu Herath taking it into contact, looking for support off the deck. Vanasekara now looking to go all the way around. Nice ankle tap there by the sweeping defender for Piliyandala Central. Just
Great.
in touch.
Piliyandala taking it quickly.
No release coming, so Piliyandala Central now have a penalty inside their 22, a chance to relieve some pressure. Go for touch. They opt to take the quick tap.
Heva Vitarana there. But losing the ball, Piliyandala Central in contact. Wesley still finding their feet despite that run from Vanasekara. They'll need to get their structure in order.
Yes, the Trentians coached by Sri Lankan legend Fazil Marija.
Here's Herath. Good loop in play. Here's Vanasekara with the ball. Should be the first try for Trinity College. Sachindu Vanasekara. Trinity College leading now 7 points to 0 with that conversion.
Yes, excellent play by Trinity College. A set play. You see the loop around and then the offload on the inside to Vanasekara, who walks it over under the post. CR&FC 7 points, I beg your pardon, Trinity College 7 points to 0 at the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens.
After this game we'll have 2 more group games and then we'll head into the Cup Plate quarterfinals. Good hanging kick from Trinity College. Slight fumble from Chamendra Dhanapala. Gives away possession. Piliyandala Central College. Great opportunity for those youngsters as well. Getting a great run in this CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens.
Yes,
Only team not playing in Division 1A. That's Heva Vitarana. Good work from Piliyandala Central. Hasindu Netun. Number 6 collects it. Kenitha Pesadid.
Very dangerous tackle there by the Trentian. He's definitely going to spend a couple of minutes in the bin. That is Ravin Ilangaratna. Getting a little bit too aggressive, picking the man up over the vertical, over the horizontal, I beg your pardon. And he ends up in the bin. Now Piliyandala Central with a great opportunity. Brilliant hands there by the number 13.
Amesha Sanjana scores the first try for Piliyandala Central College. Boy oh boy, this game is still wide open. Trinity man down. Piliyandala Central scoring their first try in this game.
Yes, Damit, apparently they heard you talk about them not being in the first division. Seems like they want to show that they belong here. And the kick just off the upright. Unfortunate there for the young lad coming off the post. Look at this beautifully worked try. And the offload in the tackle. Drew in 2 men. Found the offload. A little bit of a taunt at the end too. That's what Sevens Rugby is all about.
Just a minute or so left in this first half, Sachin.
Yes, Peliandala Central do need to put some pressure on now. They have a extra man. This is an excellent opportunity for them to put some pressure on, put their names in the hat for the cup quarterfinals. Trinity looking to run from inside their own half. Comes off the boot, says the referee.
Peliandala Central now getting a much needed penalty. Just 5 meters away from the try line. They have a penalty advantage as well. Looks like the second Trinity player will go to the sin bin. Trinity down to 5 players now. Just before the half-time whistle. Heva Vitara now taking a quick tap. Great pass in. That's the second try for Peliandala Central. They take the lead here at CR&FC grounds. What a first half we've seen, Sachin.
Yes, it looked like Trinity were fully in control halfway through the first half, but Peliandala Central throwing in some flair players there. Beautiful little offload on the inside. And a try under the post. 12 points to 7 now the lead for Peliandala Central as we go into the half-time break. Trinity down 2 men.
Yeah, the first half, Trinity scored the first try, but Peliandala Central College have made a great comeback and they've scored twice. 12 points to 7 leading in this Pool B game. This was the first try from Sachindu Vanasekara for Trinity College, going under the post. After losing a player to the sin bin, this was Amisha Sanjana scoring the first try for Peliandala Central. Then they were 2 down. Trinity only had 5 players.
Yes, an excellent play there by the young man, drawing 2 defenders out wide and then a little offload out the back door, sending his man over under the posts. An interesting game coming up, Damit. Zahira College versus Vidyartha College in Pool C, the final clash of Pool C, that is.
Zahira, Vidyartha both lost to Isipatana College in their first game. The next 7 minutes or so will be very, very crucial for Trinity College. They are trailing by 5 points. That's Dhanapala. Gammudilige.
Referee pulling play back for a serious injury. Not too sure if the Trinity camp will be too happy with that. They had a man broken free on his own heading towards the try line. But safety always comes first. I would assume it is a head injury. If not, the referee, if so, the referee is well within his rights to stop the play there, Damit. And in this heat, you can see the players around taking in those deep breaths, trying to get the lungs pumping. Short break here while the stretcher comes on.
This is the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens Day 1 school segment. Such in the next 2 days will also be very interesting, exciting for all rugby fans in Sri Lanka.
Yes, very interesting indeed, Damit. It's not often you get to see schoolboys, club men, club women all taking the field, the same field over the same weekend. So, interesting display of rugby over the weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure tomorrow and day after there'll be plenty more fans coming in to Longdon Place. CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens. Tomorrow we will see 8 men's club teams as well as 6 women's club teams, including 2 overseas teams taking part in the CR&FC Rugby Sevens for the centenary celebration.
Yes, we'll be expecting a party atmosphere over the weekend. The after parties will be raging.
If you are just joining in on this coverage on the Papare.com, on Dialogue Television channel 144 and on Dialogue View, this is the CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens Day 1, the schools segment. We've seen plenty of sevens games today so far. At the end of the group stage, we will play the cup plate quarterfinals today evening. St. Joseph's College have already booked their place from this Pool B. Piliyandala Central and Trinity College fighting for that second spot from Pool B. Royal, they topped Pool A. St. Peter's they were the second seeded team from Pool A. Isipatana College managed to top Pool C. Hope the boy from Piliyandala Central College will recover soon. Not good at all to see a stretcher coming into the field of play, and we are all set to resume the second half. Trinity still trailing by 5 points.
With 2 men in the bin, they'll look to hold on to possession. This is Vanasekara looking to go all the way on the outside. Even though he's outnumbered, turns on the afterburners. A great cover tackle coming in from the Piliyandala Central sweeper. After a long pause like that, Damit, it does take a while to get going again, especially in the 7th format. You get your heart rate up and everything slows down. You need to kind of warm yourself back up again. Not that it'll be that hard in this heat.
Still 6 minutes left in the second half. Next team to score a try will be having a 1 foot on that quarter-final berth.
Yes.
Raizan Murad with the ball. Gives it to Vanasekara and he'll score his second try. Vanasekara.
Yes, a crucial error there from Piliyandala Central. They should not have kicked position away. They had an extra man on the field. All they had to do was look for that space out wide. Instead, they chose to kick away possession, and the Trentians slapping them on the counter. They're all tied up at 12 points apiece. Conversion yet to come for Trinity College. Trinity now with an opportunity to take a lead in this crucial tie to decide the second quarter finalists. I beg your pardon, the third quarter finalists in the CR&FC Schoolboy Centenary Sevens.
Vanasekara with that second try. Trinity getting back the lead in this Pool B encounter.
Royal College and St. Peter's College have both sealed their place in the quarterfinals later on today. Trinity looking to be the third team if they can get past this very, very feisty Peliandala Central. Another heavy deep kick from Trinity College into the 22, one bounce and out.
They've managed to score with two players out in the sin bin. One player have already returned. Peliandala Central also sending in reinforcements. Peliandala Central College coached by Preeti Kumar. Trinity College coached by the legend Fasil Marija. This line out, Trinity will be aiming to disrupt. Not straight, says referee, and another opportunity for Trinity College to extend their lead.
Trinity College now looking to get some space out wide.
Upek Gammudali with that run in. Here's Murad. Silva. Manusha Silva. He'll score the third try for Trinity College. That pretty much could seal the game, Sachin.
Yes. It is a game of sevens, Damit. 14-point lead can easily be closed in the space of 3 minutes. There's roughly 3 minutes left in this game, but it seems like the fight of Peliandala Central left with that player when he was stretchered off. Moments like that can make a huge impact in a game. Just seeing one of your mates being stretchered off, you're concerned for his safety, you're concerned for all the other stuff going on around, and that's when the good coaches, the good leaders know when to step in and take control, refocus players. As we see the try from Trinity College, just slipping through a few tackles, and Vanasekara going over for his second try of the day.
Sachin Vanasekara have scored 2 tries. Manusha Silva have also scored a try for Trinity College. Here's the restart. Not been able to collect Peliandala Central College. Still only 7 points down. Not been able to keep it clean. Peliandala still with possession. They've got a penalty advantage as well. Offside play from Trinity College.
Peliandala Central not giving up easy. They're very much fighting for this quarter-final berth. Another quick tap taken. Looking to run at the Trinitians. Big loopy pass out wide. Almost intercepted, but lost forward by Vanasekara. So Peliandala Central. It's still a 7-point game, Damit. One converted try, and we're all squared up.
Very interesting. If this game ends in a draw, but still Trinity putting in the pressure. Penalty advantage for Peliandala Central College. They still have possession, still in their own half.
Some old school sevens here, slowing it down, taking a step back, or just lost forward. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, I think they still have time for another player.
Some reinforcements coming on for Trinity College. We saw some old school sevens there from Peliandala Central, taking a couple of steps back, slowing it down, looking for the play in the pocket. Just the handling skills failing them at the key moment. They still have possession, still have a chance. The clock has gone red on our clock. Still waiting for the hooter.
Some desperate defense from Trinity College. Now trying to run in despite having that advantage, and that's it. Trinity College, they've managed to hold off a spirited Piliandala Central College effort. 19 points to 12. Trinity College, they have secured their place in the cup quarterfinals. They were trailing at half time, 12 points to 7. Here's that second try from Vanasekara that put Trinity back in the lead, and this was the winning try from Manusha Silva for Trinity College. And we're all set for the Group C encounter between Zahira College and Vidyartha College. The winner will qualify for the cup quarterfinals.
It's time for the encounter between Vidyartha and Zahira. Both the teams lost to Isipatana in their opening games of the tournament. So whoever wins here will advance through to the quarterfinals.
So Vidyartha seemed to be on the rampage at the start of this game. Ran Isipatana really close. And looks like they will draw first blood. Some good play by the Vidyarthians on that occasion. And it's Nirman Vijay Surya who goes over for the Vidyarthians' first try. So in these kind of crucial games, it's important to get that first score just to settle the nerves. A lot rides on this game. Whoever wins this will make it through to the quarterfinals. So conversion is successful as well. And Vidyartha will go up 7 points to 0.
As with the college, they would have been kicking themselves after that first game because they had all the advantage against Isipatana. But thanks to that great comeback from the Green Machine, Vidyartha, they had to settle with a loss in that opening game. So here they need this win.
It's nice hanging kick. Good pressure applied by the Vidyarthians. It was not well judged by the Zahira team. So they will be pinned in their own 25. An opportunity for Vidyartha to apply some pressure. Zahira, to their credit, gave Isipatana a good run as well, isn't it, in their first group game. Showed what they are capable of. They'll need to put another good performance here as well. So they decide to go for touch, taking the safety as the first choice. But by doing that, it just gives the Vidyarthians another opportunity to launch an attack.
Yes, and coming back to that point of Zahira College performing well against Isipatana Abdullah. Now, even Piliandala Central gave a really good fight against Trinity College in the earlier game. So it's really good to see the teams out of the top 10 schools now coming out here and giving out their all against the bigger teams.
Some really good work at the breakdown by Zahira. Crucial turnover. You're 7 points to 0 down. So reasonable touch finder. The Zahirans getting out of their 22, which is the most important thing, and they have possession as well. Got to make it count. Not a clean line out. They've turned possession over, but it has been judged as knocked on. So put into the scrum for Vidyartha. Big scrum by Zahira, but the referee saying that the ball did not go through the proper channel and came back out through the tunnel, as it were. So they'll re-scrum. Zahira intent on applying pressure, but a good strike by Vidyartha on this occasion. Does very well to retain possession. Oh, just a knock on. So Vidyartha controlling possession and have so far in this half pinned Zahira in their own 22. I don't think Zahira has even gone into the opponent's half so far. So good control shown by Vidyarthians.
Yes, they have dominated position in this first half with Vidyartha College. The Tigers. Once again, advantage to Vidyartha, but unfortunately messes it up. Knocks it forward. The Vidyartha number 2. Roshika Karunatilaka. So it's going to be a scrum for Zahira College. Vidyartha College ended up as one of the joint champs of the under-19 sevens last year, the All-Island Sevens. No, it has not been a good start for them in this tournament so far, but here they look like they have what it takes to beat Zahira. But here's Zahira on the attack.
There's no clear release at the breakdown. Very correctly adjudicated, and I don't think that Vidyartha player retreated 10 could find himself in a little bit of trouble, but the referee decides to just go with the penalty. Zahira take the quick tap, launch another attack, decide to go to the boot, but the others seem to have it covered. Rather favorable bounce. High tackle. So it's high intensity stuff here. Zahira rather decide to take the short tap. Keeping the ball alive. Don't seem to have too much of an overlap out wide. We'll need to try and create a few phases, but the ball is knocked on in the rush. Some good defense shown by Vidyartha here.
Zahira College, it was a good phase of play for them, but unfortunately lost the ball forward. Vidyartha still leading by just 7 points, so Zahira still very well in this game. A win here will put them through to the quarterfinals, Zahira, so they really need to give out their all. Here's Vidyartha in the attack. Gives it out. A brilliant offload here. And the number 8 cuts back inside for Vidyartha. It's actually the number 9, and he will go for the second try. The number 9 for Vidyartha College, Tamodya Rusit. A very good run to end this second half for Vidyartha. And he gets the conversion over as well. So it's going to be 14 points to nil at half time.
Yes, well, it was very much Vidyartha's start, half rather. They definitely applied the pressure continuously. They scored in the very first minute of that half and then at the very end. So good start and finish to that half by Vidyartha. Placed comfortably 14 points to nil at half time. As we look at the highlights, this is the first try. This is in the very first couple of minutes. Nirma and Vijay Surya going over for that first try. It was comfortably converted. And then on the stroke of half-time, it's Rusit Tamodya who put the finishing touches to a good Vidyartha move to extend that lead. And the conversion was successful as well. So it stands at 14 points to nil at half-time in favor of Vidyartha.
Coming up next, we have DSNI College taking on Kingswood College. So this encounter will decide the winner of Group D in this CR&FC Centenary Sevens schools leg. And that will be the final league encounter as well. After that, we will have a little break and then we will move into the quarter-final encounters. The SNI, of course, had a brilliant win against the Thormians and Kingswood as well. So both the teams, they have booked their place in the quarterfinals, but no, now it's about which team walks out with the advantage as the group toppers.
Yeah, that's right. In this game of sevens, momentum is so important, isn't it? So you want to go into the knockout stage with a good win. You'd probably say the DSN and ICA are probably the slight favourites going into that match. Very convincing win against the Thormians, while the Kingswoodians, on the other hand, were made to work hard for it. So we start off the second half. Nice hanging kick by Zahira, but DSN Naga seem to have retrieved possession. And a kick ahead, but it was gathered by the Vidyartha player, but not able to hold on to possession. So there's been a scrum in favor of DSN and Naika, for Zahira rather. It's interesting that throughout this game, now we're into the second half, again Zahira find themselves bogged down in their own half and their own 22 as it were. So Vidyartha definitely not just dominating the position stats, but even dominating territorially as well.
Zahira with the potential to the scrum. Vidyartha leading 14 points to nil. Zahira, they need to find that first try as soon as possible to make a game out of this. It's good by Zahira, trying to find space far wide. The number 7 for Zahira College. Will he have the legs to go all the way? Yes, he does. The number 7, Shaif Mohammed for Zahira College. Now this is just what they want at Zahira College. The first try inside the first 2 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, well, that's just the start Zahira would have wanted. They've now conversion to come. Conversion is successful, so there's just one score in it. So for all that domination territorially and position-wise by Vidyartha throughout this game, one sweeping move by Zahira and game back on as we have a look at that once again. Showing a real clean pair of heels, the speedster out wide. Zahira defense, rather Vidyartha defense caught napping on that occasion and game back on.
Now we saw a lot of second half comebacks during this first day. Abdullah, we saw Isipathana College making a comeback against Vidyartha. We saw St. Joseph's making a brilliant comeback against Trinity, and Trinity making a good comeback against Piliandala Central. So let's see whether Zahira can do something similar.
Another unforced error, so the pressure seems to be telling on the Vidyarthians. It just shows in this game of sevens, isn't it? You just can't take your foot off the pedal. You've got to be at it. The game can turn around in a whisker, as we saw Vidyartha from their own, Zahira from their own half, virtually from their own goal line, going all the way to score that try. And that was probably the first time they set foot in the Vidyarthians 22. So funny game this game of rugby sevens is. Got to ensure you're up for it for the entire 14 minutes. Some good pressure applied by the scrum half. Zahira decide to kick ahead and go. Will they be able to make it? No, I think it was just knocked on. Maybe Zahira would have done well to just try and boot the ball rather than trying to kick it. There was no one sweeping from that kick, but unfortunately deciding to go with the hands and resulting in a knock-on. But now this is the first time that Zahira have entered the Vidyartha 22, so it'll be interesting to see how Vidyartha adjust to the pressure being applied.
And Vidyartha, on the other hand, they are bringing in fresh legs. They have made 3 changes to their lineup during this final 3 minutes. So let's see whether That will make a difference for them at the moment with the other college under a lot of pressure. Advantage given to Vidyartha. Can the Tigers seal the deal with a try here? Not the best of offloads there. But still, Vidyartha, they managed to recover. Saira giving it all here. And they have managed to turn possession over. Is this the moment that they were looking for? Saira College. Not the best of passes, but they managed to hang on. Here's Saira. Can he go all the way? The number 7 once again. Shaif Mohammed goes over for the second try for Saira College. It's 12-14. We have an interesting game on our hands, Abdullah.
Well, what a comeback by the Zahirians. They were out of it completely in that first half, but haven't they turned up in the second half here? Conversion to come. 12-14 in favor of the Vidyarthians. In all probability, it will be tied up at 14 all. Yes, it is, and it's just about 90 seconds remaining. What a game this is turning out to be. So have a look at the replay. Powerful run by Mohammed Shaif. Just identifying a bit of uncertainty in the Vidyartha defense. And going over under the post. So it's 14 all. Approaching the final minute of this penultimate group game.
Shaif scoring both those tries for Saira College. Can they find a third in this final minute? It's 14 all in this final game of Group C, the CR&FC Centenary Sevens school tournament. Here's Saira with the restart. A very good kick here. Very nearly fumbles it, but Vidyartha managed to hang on. Oh, he slips. Advantage to Saira. And here's Saira. Can they recover the ball? Unfortunately, they can't.
Yes, well, I guess probably just as well, because I think that player who was chasing that kick was definitely not onside. It was another one of the players who chased the kick. And I think the Zahira player was in front of the kicker, so probably just poetic justice. If you have a look at that again, this player here who just chasing the kick, it's number 7 was in front of the kicker, so don't think it should have been a try. Even if it was scored, it probably missed the eyes of the referee, but just as well it did not result in a touchdown. So looks like it'll be a 22 dropout. It's full time on our clock, so there'll probably be time just for one more move. What an enthralling game this has been. It was Vidyartha in the first half all the way, but the Zahira lads, to their credit, just kept at it. And they find themselves 14 all. Probably if it remains this way, it would probably be points difference, isn't it? So in that case, you'd yet find Vidyartha going through to the quarters, because they lost by a smaller margin to the Patana lads. So there's an injury, so we'll take a bit of a break.
It looks like we are well on our way for this for the first drawn game of the tournament, unless Saira or Vidyartha manages to find a try here or even a drop goal. Now we have seen funny things happen in sevens rugby, especially. Now the medical staff still checking on the Vidyartha player. He's down at the moment.
This is very hot and sweltering conditions here, so to take utmost care when players are injured. Let's hope that Vidyartha lad is not serious and he'll be back again. Just could be fatigue more than anything else. So it's a 22-meter dropout for the Vidyartha team. It'll be interesting to see what kind of tactics they will use, Sasira, because it looks like it'll be a 5-meter scrum, is it? So come to about 5 meter scrum for Vidyartha. Zahira just need to be a bit smart here at scrum time. They shouldn't infringe because they've got Vidyartha pegged in their own half, and well, it's Vidyartha who have faltered on this occasion, and looks like Zahira will go over, but the referee has deemed the tap hasn't been taken from the correct mark. So Zahira with an opportunity to seal this game. Vidyartha hanging tight, going on the short side, and looks like they have scored. What a comeback by Zahira. Fantastic comeback, you'd have to say. They were completely out of it at half-time, but 3 unanswered tried by the Zahira lads. See them clinching this game, and by all counts will make it to the quarterfinals.
Well, this means Abdullah Vidyartha College, they are out of the cup segment of the school's sevens leg here. Zahira on the other hand, what a win for them, 19 points to 14.
So the conversion to come, it's not successful, so there'll be probably time for one more play.
Probably because of that injury, Abdullah, I think we do have some time remaining, so Vidyartha still with a chance, a converted try, or even a try will see them through to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. Just for the information of the viewers, our clock is a running time, that's why it shows 14 minutes. But there is a specialist timekeeper for this game, so we'll be going according to that. Zahira kick long. Vidyartha have knocked that ball on. And they kick the ball out. And looks like that's the end of the game. And what an upset by the Zahira lads. Vidyartha, one of the pre-tournament favorites, you'd have to say, have been knocked out of the cup segment. And what a wonderful comeback by the Zahirians. Down 14 points to nil at half-time. Showing tremendous resolve. 3 unanswered tries in the second half. And with that, they have booked themselves a place in the cup quarterfinals.
From being joint champs in the All-Ireland Sevens last year to a group stage exit here at the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. Here's the full-time confirmation. Zahira College beat Vidyartha College 19 points to 14 to seal their place in the cup quarterfinals. A big moment for Zahira College.
Yes, and this is where it all started, from their own goal line virtually. Shifan it is who went over for the first try, and from that point of view you just felt that Zahira got confidence, just grew leaps and bounds. And this was the second try, the big man going over for Zahira's second try. You just felt that after that first try, isn't it, they just lost all confidence in their efforts. And Zahira clinched the game with that final try. Courtesy Rizvi, I believe it was, who put that final score, and with that Zahira will make it to the cup quarterfinals. And this is the next game, DS Senanayake versus Kingswood. Both these teams are through to the cup quarterfinals, but both teams, I'm sure, will want to win this game and take some momentum into the next round. It will be the Kingswoodians who will kick off at the start. And that's a long raking kick which has gone over the goal line, so not the best of starts by the Kingswoodians. Zahira, DS Senanayake taken the tap at the halfway mark. Looks like they'll have men out wide, and it's that big man, number 6, Jayatu Rajaratna, going over for the first try. He's definitely caught everyone's eye here at Longdon Place. An outstanding talent. Cruised over for that first try.
Yes, Abdullah, brilliant player he is. Had a great tournament during the All-Ireland Sevens last year. Unfortunately, made a little error in the finals. Knocked the ball forward, and it was the final move. So the match ended as a tie. So he'll definitely want to make that correct by taking his team all the way in a tournament like this. Jayathu. Jayathu and the Nooper. What a combination that was for DSNI College throughout the last year.
So DSNI will restart proceedings. Collected cleanly by Kingswood. Spreading the ball out wide. And yes, there was very clearly a knock on there. Spotted by the assistant referee. It's the way DSNI have gone about their business so far. You'd have to say they're one of the favorites, isn't it, for this tournament. It looked very impressive, along with St. Joseph's. Big scrum by Kingswood, but DS do very well to retrieve possession. Janithu looking for his options. Doesn't find anything. Gives it over out to the speedster. Tries to go out wide, but that's well covered by Kingswood. It's Ashen Ranjika who tried to make that run. Kingswood have taken the quick line out. Nice inside pass. Identifies a bit of space. Kingswood making a run for it. Have retrieved position well. Spreading it out wide. Nice dummy. Offside by referee Abekon. Kings will take the quick tap. DS have done well to get back 10 meters. Just looking at their options. Oh dear, just a wild pass that occasion by Imanka Ishara. Just don't think he needed to make the pass so strong. His teammate was open. There was no defenders in front, but the pass goes wide. So reprieve for DSN and Aika. That's definitely not 5 meters. So free kick. Kings would take the quick tap. They go over. Some good work by Kingswood number 2. Dinet Bandara going over for the try. So good reply by Kingswood. Just shows you just cannot make those kind of unforced errors, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Abdullah. Kingswood making maximum use of that mistake by DSNI College. Both these teams, they have already qualified for the Cup segment quarterfinals. Both the teams managed to defeat St. Thomas's College quite handsomely. So this game will decide the winner of Group D. And I think the winners will go on to face St. Peter's College in the quarterfinals, and the losers will go on to face Royal College.
So the conversion is successful. Scores are back even, 7-all. Nice hanging kick, but well collected by Vidyartha. By DSN Nagarada. They've got players out wide. It's looking at their options. Bit of a high hit. Holding on. So another chance for Kingswood. Spread the ball out wide. It's man on man at the moment, but Kingswood do well to keep possession in. And looks like it has been adjudicated as a knock-on by referee Abekon. So after that initial stutter, you'd have to say that the Kingswood team have really picked up their performance, applying a lot of pressure on DSN so far. They've done that by controlling possession.
It's 7-all Kingswood College with the momentum at the moment. Yes, Kingswood trying to find that second try. The number 4 gives it out to number 8, but unfortunately loses the ball forward. The possession is back with the Dons. Can they go over for the second try? Diesana Nayaka searching for that gap, searching for that space. Slows down the pace of the game a little bit, Diesana Nayaka. Here's Jayatu, gives it out to their number 1. Still with possession, cuts back inside the Diesana Nayaka runner. Not the best of passes, but manages to recover. Will this be the second try for Diesana Nayaka College? Yes, it is. The number 3 for Diesana Nayaka, Jani Dugimhana, will go over for the second try, taking his time a bit. We're in the dying seconds of the first half. So it's going to be 12 points to 7 at the moment, with a conversion to come.
Yes, what a fantastic game it's been overall. Just haven't felt the half creeping on upon us, and a fantastic reply by Diesana Nayaka, showing some wonderful ball skills. There were some really tough passes being thrown out there, but they had the composure to hold on to it, and the conversion is successful. So at half time, it's 14 points to 7 in favor of Diesana Nayaka. But you'd have to say that it was a game of equal proportions. Both teams played very well. It's just that Diesana Nayaka took their opportunities whenever it came their way, and therefore they find themselves 14-7 up at half-time.
Diesana Nayaka College, they have been up there with the best teams throughout the last 12 months. And the special thing about Diesana Nayaka College has been, Abdullah, that they have managed to find out a very brilliant crop of players, and they have managed to find out a good structure as well. Here's the first try. Jayatu went over for that first try for Diesana Nayaka College. Now someone who will definitely hear a lot about in the upcoming season, because they will be playing with the big boys this season, Diesana Nayaka College, and I'm quite sure they will challenge a lot of teams as well. And this was Kingswood College, making the maximum use of the mistakes that Diesana Nayaka College did during the middle phase of that first half. And this was Jani Dugimhana, who went over for the second try. Managed to recover the ball from a very loose pass and went over for the second try of the game for Diesana Nayaka College. Now, what I was talking about was, Abdullah, that we have seen a lot of teams from the lower divisions coming to the top division, but they have not managed to survive. That has been the story for most of the teams. But this Diesana Nayaka unit, they actually look a lot more composed, and they do seem like that they have a very good plan going forward. So it will be really interesting to see how they fare during the upcoming 15-side season mainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't doubt the fact that they do have a lot of material to work with. It's just that the composure, handling the pressure, playing in the top league, it's a big step up. So if they are able to do that, then there's no doubt that they have the talent to cause a lot of problems for a lot of the teams.
Now, Kingswood College, on the other hand, didn't have much of a good season last year. They'll definitely want to turn things around this year. So they'll want to make this a start. Win against Diesana Nayaka College here will be really good for them going into that cup quarter final. There's Kingswood. The referee calls black pay.
It's again a bit of a call from the assistant referee, saying that there was a knock on by Diesana Nayaka, so it'll be a put into the scrum for Kingswood. Just sense that this game is going to go down to the wire, isn't it? Both teams have really shown a lot of courage and determination in this sweltering heat to put on a show. Ball comes out. Kingswood spread the ball out wide, looking for the gap. Kingswood not quite heading anywhere, going very lateral in terms of the passing and the running as well. Eventually managing to identify a gap is Ashane Ranjika. Breaks a couple of tackles. And it's that man, the number 6. What brilliant work again. Speaking about Superb work by Jayathu offensively. But what a wonderful bit of work defensively as well. Chase the man back. Can get a replay of that. It's well worth a look. Phenomenal effort defensively on that occasion. Look at that. Chase the man back. Put him down. Release the player. Copybook stuff. Brilliant work by Jayathu. He saved his team definite 7 points. And that's just all kind of all-round play you want to see. Not just offensively, but defensively as well. Brilliant stuff by Jayathu on that occasion.
Yes, indeed, Abdullah. Now, we just said that we will hear a lot about that player Jayathu. And here he is once again.
So steal by DS Senanayaka. Spreads the ball out wide. Again, Jayathu, desperate tackle. Kingswood recycle possession, looking for the gap. A lovely offload. So the referee not deemed to have rolled away. So you have to come back 5 meters and take the tap. So Kingswood, will they go over? And looks like they have. So Kingswood have struck back immediately. 14 points to 12. Conversion to come under the post. What a game this is turning out to be.
Yes, Abdullah, we are seeing a lot of close games here in this schools tournament of the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. It was, I think it was Ishan Unun who scored that try for Kingswood College. The conversion is successful. It's 14-all. Now we had a similar sort of situation in the earlier game as well when Sahira and Vidyatha locked horns.
So we look again at that replay. Nice step. And it's very hard to defend in the game of sevens from that kind of a distance. Conversion slotted over as well. So we're just approaching the last 3.5 minutes of this game. It's 14 points all. Goes long does Kingswood. And the ball is kicked ahead. So it'll be Referee Abekon deciding to refer with the touch judge on the far side. And looks like it's being adjudicated as a penalty try for obstruction. So let's have a look at that once again. So it's not very clear from that angle, but that's what the touch judge seems to have pointed out, or the assistant referee rather, who definitely has a better view of it than we do. So with that, Kingswood take the lead 21 points to 14. So now the long hanging kick. DSN Naika managed to retrieve possession. And the ball is knocked on again. So a little bit of panic creeping into DSN Naika's play. They've just got to get Jayathu the ball in a bit of space, isn't it? He's pretty much unstoppable in that situation, and that's something which they haven't been able to do thus far in this second half.
Kingswood, on the other hand, they have been really brilliant. They didn't look that good during that first half, but here in the second half, they have managed to make a strong comeback. That's been the story throughout the day, Abdullah, as we mentioned earlier as well. During the second half, a lot of teams have managed to make strong comebacks. Even in the earlier game, we saw Sahira College doing a similar sort of thing, and here's Kingswood repeating that. Now, there has been like a pattern throughout the day. Can Kingswood College go over for another try? Yes, Kingswood. Using their numbers out wide, gives it to number 8. And he will go over for the 4th try. It's Upek who went over for the 4th try for Kingswood College. And with that try, it will seal the game for Kingswood College. A great performance by them. Now, DSNI College, they looked really good during that first half, but in the second half, they have failed to follow up that brilliant work.
Yes, again, if we are able to have a look at that, one of the DSNI defenders coming off his line, looking for the interception. As you can see, the DSNI wing 3/4 need to hold on to his line in defense, but decided to rush. And some good vision by the Kingswood lad as well to just throw that long looping pass for his wing 3/4 to go over. So with that try, Kingswood 26 points to 14. Almost on the verge of full time, so 2 scores away. And there goes the hooter. So it looks like Kingswood will top this group after a wonderful comeback. DSNI probably taking it a bit easy in the second half, and they may be made to pay dearly.
So this means that it's going to be DSNI College versus Royal College in one of the quarterfinals, while Kingswood College will take on St. Peter's College. So those 2 games will be definitely a treat to the eye when it comes to the quarterfinal round of the tournament. And that's it. Kingswood College, they have managed to beat DSNI College 26 points to 14. Now both the teams, they have managed to book their place in the quarterfinals. Now this was about gaining the status of as the winners of Group D. So Kingswood, they will walk out as the winners of Group D in the CR&FC Centenary Sevens schools leg.
So that's the full time score, 14 points to 26 in favor of the Kingswoodians. And this is the highlights of the second half. Kingswood barging over from close quarters after Kingswood were on their own line. Conversion was successful. And then DSNI defensively applying a lot of pressure, forcing that infringement by DS. And the penalty try awarded, and this was the final nail in the coffin. Lovely bit of vision resulting in a try in favor of Avan the Virek. So that's the final score. 26 points to 12.
So that's the end of the group stage as well. So we will have the quarterfinal matches coming up to you after a short break. We will have St. Joseph's College taking on Sahira College. We'll have Royal College taking on DSNI, Isibatna College taking on Trinity College Kandy, and then Kingswood College taking on St. Peter's College. Those are the 4 quarter-final encounters we have coming your way. We'll have a 1-hour break. We will be back live at 3:40 p.m. So until then, we will be back again once again with the quarter-final action of the CR&FC Centenary Sevens Schools Tournament. We will be back after this short break.
Want to watch that exciting moment again? Simply rewind on your Dialogue Television VU Hub.
Now you can activate your favorite Dialogue Television channels via the My Dialogue app, SMS, or missed call. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
Meet the Pereiras. Just like any other family, they share everything. Kanti shares her amazing cooking. Minoli fills the family in with the latest gossip. But what happens when they sit together to watch their favorite TV shows at the same time? Well, it's not the same.
Now, no more fighting for one TV. Make every room in your home a TV room with Dialog Television Multi-Room. Get your second Dialog Television connection for as little as 625 rupees a month with a saving of up to 50%.
This is Dialog Television View Mini.
Wow! Live TV channels.
Down the ground he goes! It's an endless movie time.
I can talk to my remote.
Yes, go, go, go!
The screen just got bigger. Change the way you watch TV with Dialog Television View Mini, powered by Android TV. Feel the adrenaline pumping through your veins. Witness magic bursting into life in front of your eyes. Explore the unknown and unravel the deepest mysteries of the universe. Celebrate life when you enjoy the best of entertainment in high definition with Dialog Television. Activate your favorite HD channel now. Dialog Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugathadas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Hello and welcome to a very special edition of The Breakdown. We have the World Cup winner with us, the very special Brian Habana. We won't go into all his accolades at the top of the interview. We'll of course talk about them as we go on, and very happy that Sudarshana and myself are joined today by Brian. Brian, it's wonderful to have you here in Sri Lanka, and it's an absolute privilege for both of us to be able to sit and talk to you. Let's start at the beginning. How are you in Sri Lanka? What brings you here apart from that thing behind you?
Very special. I'm obviously, Sri Lanka is a very big cricketing nation. I got to meet my Maharaja Warden a few years ago. So if you don't mind, I'm going to change the breakdown to the SS breakdown. So like a SS turbo cricket bat. So love it to me, the two S's within the Colombo environment. I think it's brilliant. I got a call from MasterCard a few months ago and saying they really want to have a priceless moment of taking the Rugby World Cup trophy to Sri Lanka. And if I hadn't had met Mahela 5 years ago, I would have said, why do you want to do that? But having met Mahela and understanding the passion for the game of rugby, particularly at schoolboy or school rugby and club rugby perspective, it was a no-brainer for me to accept the invite and opportunity to come tour with this very special trophy that I get to hold without any gloves on, having won it in 2007, and take it to not just Colombo, but the various areas within Sri Lanka to allow people in a Rugby World Cup here understand what this means, the inspiration that it can start giving off, but more the hope that potentially can come with it, and understanding the power that sport has to play. So as a mascot ambassador, to be able to accompany this very special trophy and tell stories and let the values of rugby be portrayed by visiting this beautiful country was a no-brainer. So when the offer did come, it was easily accepted.
Yeah, it's a great thing you mentioned about telling stories because it's part of the Sri Lankan culture, because our history wasn't written down way back in the day, and I'm sure it's part of the South African culture as well, the tribal culture. So what's your favorite story? What's your favorite rugby story that you have to tell us today?
Yes, I got a lot. So I think the favorite one I love telling, and it does involve this little cup. It was actually pre the 1995 Rugby World Cup. So I'm named after Brian Robson and Gary Bailey. Grew up wanting to be the next South African export into the English Premiership. And my dad, who'd played rugby in the apartheid era, didn't get the opportunities that I got presented with. Took us to a few of the training sessions where the Springboks, in the amateur days, literally had to drive in their own cars for a training session. So the last training before they went into the Rugby World Cup camp tournament, we went at the Wanderers Rugby Club, and the likes of it, James Moore, Lewis van Westhuizen, and Francois Pinot, Kitch Christie, the coach, was there. And as young boys, I was 5 years old, and we were getting autographs. Like, I'm never going to wash this off my hair. Oh, never. And once the training had concluded, we were all waiting outside the change room for autographs, and Francois Pinot came out. And I was like, oh no, Francois Pinot's the captain, got to get his autograph. And he called myself and two other boys to help him carry his bags to his car, because they didn't have a bus. They had to go jump in their cars, amateur day rugby. And I was like, just so stoked. I was helping the national captain carry his bags to the car. And on going to the car, like, Francois, you're amazing, wishing him well for the World Cup. And he said, no, don't go anywhere. And we're like, no, but I need to get back. And he said, no. And he took out, 3 items of memorabilia, and he gave me one of his training jerseys. And I think I slept in that thing for about 5 years. I had training sessions in it, and it is actually still in a very special place in my home. And I want to say it was like, Joseph and the rainbow colored coat, but it was almost a passing on of a legacy. And I had never played the game before, but to then be inspired in that moment to get to the Rugby World Cup, be in Ellis Park, but then to 12 years later, reflect back on that moment back in 95 that not many people know. And I then got to share that story with Francois and tell him how integral what was pretty an insignificant moment for him, because, as a professional athlete, you give a lot of things away and you give memorabilia away. But for a young boy who had never played the game before to receive a garment from the national captain, who a few weeks later went on to lift this trophy aloft, was pretty special.
Yeah, that is a wonderful story. Thank you for sharing that with us, Brian. I'm going to ask you though, as a young boy, pre-95, so you come out of apartheid in 1992, so you've lived a good 10 years within that structure. Did you see a big shift when you came out? Or was there something that changed a little bit in the culture?
So where we were I don't want to use the word protected, but my parents, who were very much from the colored environment or the mixed race environment of South Africa, not given opportunities. My dad worked extremely hard and became a very successful businessman, working for one of the big retail chains. And as children, we got given a lot of opportunity and privilege in comparison to the average person of color in South Africa. So I went to extremely good schools. I didn't have to struggle. I didn't, like Sekulisi, wonder where my next meal is coming from. So I had white friends. I went to white schools. I had black friends, pink friends, colored friends, Indian friends. So there wasn't, in my upbringing, this level of differentiation or discrimination either way. I never felt underprivileged. I never felt excluded from good opportunities. And we got installed with values of respect, firstly for yourself, for those around you. And for that, I'm extremely fortunate, because I do want to say I was potentially in a bit of a bubble that 60 to 70% of our country wasn't fortunate enough to be in. And that was because of the sacrifices of my parents. And that allowed me to be given good tools that would one day hopefully translate into success. But it was because of the upbringing. And I was probably a little bit oblivious to circumstances, because we were protected and shielded from that. And my dad didn't let me understand that he was excluded from his local coloured rugby club because he went to go watch the Springboks play the Lions, in the early 80s. So I wasn't full to that. You only heard these stories a little bit later. So I was potentially a little bit oblivious to the history of South Africa. But then, even as a young kid, you don't understand the political volatility that came with apartheid. I was 92, I was 9 years old, when Nelson Mandela, and you see that experience and you're overawed with emotion and joy, and you see people. But I didn't understand that white people were scared for their lives. They were packing, large homes and storing up for potential, civil unrest because of, this coming out of apartheid where so many were discriminated against. So I was unfortunately a childlike oblivious to what was happening. But then 94 happened, with our first democratic elections. 92 happened when he got re-entered into the global sporting front, and South Africa played in a cricket World Cup, and that John T. Rhodes dive, is etched in so many people's memories. And we then got to vote for our favorite, cricket player. And then 95 happened, and I think for a lot of us, I only understand it now, rugby was seen as an impressionistic sport by 60% of our population. So there was a lot of tension, there was a lot of unease when that Rugby World Cup. But then again, having pioneers, having catalysts, and someone like Nelson Mandela who understood the importance of sport, 27 years in prison, not holding a grudge, forgiving, but understanding the impact that sport could play in bringing people together, in breaking down barriers of race, of religion, of color, and seeing how he stood at the forefront of being a massive advocate for the Springboks wanting to do well in that World Cup, literally visiting the players and shaking their hands and telling Francois, Nelson Mandela became the godfather to Francois Pienaar's two boys because of that moment and because of the impact they have. So as a young 9-year-old, 10-year-old coming out of apartheid, I was oblivious to the political turmoil, the volatility that sat and the fear that sat in many people's hearts, white, black, colored, Indian. But that 95 experience, the culmination of Nelson Mandela forgiving, Nelson Mandela understanding the important role that sport had to play, and rugby in particular, that was predominantly seen as a white sport, but having heroes like Chester Williams, go on and score 4 tries against Samoa, being the guy tackling Jonah Lomu. It was phenomenal. So as a young kid, you didn't understand, but it imprinted an incredible understanding of the power that sport has to change minds, to change mindsets, and to change perceptions of what was wrong and what can potentially be right.
And how does that impact you now as an adult now who's aware of all this stuff? How does it impact the work that you do?
I do understand I'm still oblivious because a lot of people say, oh, you mean so much to the people of color in South Africa, you mean so much to this, and I'm like, I'm just South African. And I think that's because of my upbringing. I don't see myself as, yes, I was the first player of color, to go on and play 100 test matches, for my country, first player of color, to win the IRB, World Rugby Player of the Year. But I don't see myself as that. I see myself as a South African, and I think as a South African, I understand the important role South Africans have to play as individuals, making our country a better place. So very much like Sri Lanka, South Africa is a developing market economy that has its problems. We have political instability and volatility. We have crime, we have corruption. And you think 30 years on from becoming the democratic alliance, you would have overcome the wrongs of the past, but we do have problems. And I think for me, I see myself as South African, and I think that's important, that we are all trying to make our country a better place. And unfortunately, a lot of our state-owned entities aren't doing that, and it's potentially going to take the private sector and individuals to really put their best foot forward in making our country a state that is as beautiful as our scenic nature is. But I think for me, it's about being South African, and as much as I understand the impact that I can play in instilling hope, instilling inspiration, it's about making the understanding that 1 is better than 0, and how you respect your fellow man or woman, how you respect yourself, and how you in your own community, in your own household, have an impact that makes good people, brings up good kids, and in so doing, has a long-term impact on the sustainability of South Africa, because it's going to take an uprising of strong individuals for the right reasons, to make this world a better place. And if you look globally, there's no perfect place in the world, and I'm extremely proud to be South African, even though I spent a bit of time overseas, playing for Toulon in France. But I still, I'm back in the country now, and particularly during COVID, seeing the impact that individuals could have, and someone like CR&FC is phenomenal. Yes, inspirational as a global superstar, but in his foundation, giving back. I'm trying the same with the Brian Banner Foundation. Laureates of funding 20 programs in South Africa. So there's a lot of individuals that need to put their best foot forward, because we can't rely at this stage on our government to do that. So if as people, as individuals, we're ready to cantle that mantle, put on that cape and make a positive impact to those around us, this world, and not just our countries, will be in a better place.
Brian, just to take you back again to the 1995, like you said, despite having the change of elections, having the democratic elections, do you think the Rugby World Cup in 1995, whereas in South Africa, rugby was considered a white sport majority, but in 1995, Nelson Mandela supporting the Springboks, was that a defining moment in the South Africa's journey of transition into becoming a more democratic country?
I'd love to think so. And no one can dispute the pivotal role that Nelson Mandela played in changing mindsets. And I was fortunate enough to be one of the 60,000 in Ellis Park that day on the 24th of June when the Springboks won that trophy, and being there and seeing the airplane fly over, seeing Nelson Mandela walk out, and white people chanting Nelson, Nelson. I mean, that would have never happened 15 years prior. And that did start a catalyst. I think having experienced the joy of winning a World Cup and seeing the impact that it has in instilling inspiration, bringing about hope. I think unfortunately sometimes those moments of extreme highs within sport, of winning a World Cup, taking it back, doesn't unfortunately turn into political stability. So it breaks down barriers. It allows people to dream. When I was winning a World Cup in 2007, CR&FC was watching it in a local bar called the Shabeen in South Africa, because his grandmother didn't have a TV in her house. He was a couple of years, 9 years younger than me, but he wasn't understanding, where his journey, he was going to school because he was wanting a meal because he hadn't eaten the night before. So those moments are massive in changing mindsets, understanding the power of teamwork, understanding what can be achieved if you put aside your differences, if you work towards a common goal. And it's a showcase of what is possible. Unfortunately, on a Monday, people are potentially more joyous, they're more positive, but they still got to go to work and they still got to go to a job, and it doesn't translate immediately to political stability. So it's a fleeting moment of what is possible, but that fleeting moment of what is possible doesn't then become a sustainable impact of how possible needs to be achieved, which I think is unfortunate. And I think Sri Lanka experienced it when you won a World Cup, you celebrate, you have the bus tour, and there's that joy, there's the emotion, there's the passion that is resounding. And as those that did it, you encapsulate in that moment, and it's etched in your brain for all of time. But that doesn't translate to the average person that needs to go to work the next day, an economy that's struggling or volatile. So we saw 95 was incredible. 96 South Africa winning the Africa Cup of Nations. The likes of a Neil Tovey, a Mark Williams was phenomenal. It was Mark Fish. It was just incredible. We saw the same in the 2010 Soccer World Cup in Bafana, and then I was fortunate enough to be in Yokohama Stadium in 2019, and there were a few experiences in that World Cup. The last pool stage after Typhoon Hagibis, where Japan played against Scotland, and that took me back to that moment back in '95. But then I got to witness CR&FC become the first Black African to not only captain his country, but then lift this this very special trophy aloft. And that cataclysmic was much bigger than, in my opinion, 95 and 2007. Purely because it was the most transformative team South Africa had ever had on a rugby field. You had Makazole Mapimpi, who became the first ever player to score a try for South Africa in the final, which maybe doesn't say a lot about me. But then you had the likes of Lucanio Ches and Colby, who again became the second player to score a try in a Rugby World Cup final. You had Bongi Mbonambi. So you had these names that resonated with 60 to 70% of our population. When I was there in 95, it was only Chester Williams. When I was on the field in 07, it was myself and JP Peterson on the field. So from 1 to 2 to like 9, that massive 15, shift.
There was one game.
Yeah, there was 15. Yeah, 15. So to go from 1 in 95 to what we saw in that final in 2019 was absolutely phenomenal. You had 7 on the field, which was scary, in comparison to what we'd seen before. So does it automatically translate to the economic upliftment of a country? Potentially for a fleeting moment in time, but the sustainability then needs to become infrastructurally more sound, for global economic growth, in my opinion.
Brilliant. And it's very interesting, something that you just mentioned. Now, when you look at the Proteas, the South African cricket team, there is a quota system that is in place, forced upon them. So that when you take the composition of the side, sometimes that could be a little problematic. Whereas the Springboks, they do not have a specific quota system for that, do they?
So there is a transformation charter in place by our sporting ministry. So it's maybe not sound, or maybe not well known to everybody, but there definitely is a transformation charter in place. And I think the difficulty, I get asked quite a bit, why transformation, why quotas, why this? And I'm like, okay, well, where do you want to start? Do you want to go back 40 years? And it's just this process of, do we go back 40 years? Do we change the past? You unfortunately can't change the past. You can try put things in place that will change the outlook of the future. But when you have a population of 60 to 70% within South Africa that isn't situated in a developed or a rural environment, to take someone like a CR Kolisi out of Zwede in the Eastern Cape and putting him to grade PE, firstly costs money. It costs a support system, who's sustaining that financially. So if it wasn't for, the person that identified Sia and 2 other boys within his community and took them to grey, funded that, supported his family, CR Kolisi wouldn't be where he is today. And that's unfortunately the problem. So how far do we go back in trying to change mindsets? And I get asked, but surely the quota system is not the right thing because it's bad for players of colour and those that. But I'm like, well, if we go back 40 years, not everyone got equal opportunities, and because of what happened 40 years ago, not everyone currently has equal opportunities. Because for someone in a undeveloped or rural area, shanty town in South Africa, to potentially want to get the sustainability of someone going to a Grey Bloom, for instance, where nutrition, physical wellness, all those mental wellness components are given to you, and you go back and you don't have that, and in a shanty town in South Africa, in a squatter camp. So there is an imbalance. At what point is that imbalance detrimental to the growth of the sport is difficult. I can't say, because I didn't come from a squatter camp. I got given every opportunity to succeed in life, and if I didn't do that, it was no one's fault but my own, for not grabbing the opportunity. And I think there's a stat in South Africa that says if you play schoolboy rugby in matric for your local school or whatever, the chance of you becoming a Springbok in the next decade, in the next 10 years, is 0.058%.
Wow.
There's only been 930 or 25 Springboks since the beginning of time.
That's not since 92, that's even before that.
I think that's even before that. Only 925 Springboks since playing for the Springboks became a thing. And you think of how many boys, then, and girls now play rugby. So not everyone can become a CR Kolisi, a Makazole Mapimpi, a Cheslin Colby, a Brian Abana, a John Smith, a Francois Pina, unfortunately, whether you're white, black. But similarly, not everyone is given the same opportunity. And that then, unfortunately, needs to be looked at and rectified by sporting ministries, governing bodies. And I do think that governing bodies play an important role in trying to allow everyone to get a fair and equal opportunity. And you look at the cricketing team, and we've had a lot of success under, Abe de Villiers, Graham Smith, Sean Pollard, Hansi Grenier, pre the scandal. But not everyone had been given the opportunity to be given the right to play cricket at sport in school or further on for then. So I don't know what the answer is. Do I believe that having systems in place that tries to allow people the opportunity, because who's determining, if both are given the same parity, the same opportunity to succeed? Do you then give someone of color or someone that's not colored that opportunity? It's not for me to call. I think we all love to see the best players in their position representing their country, but it's also understanding that not everyone has been given the opportunity to become the best player because of previous circumstances, which is very difficult. And there's no simple answer to try to rectify the wrongs of the past, but there's also, you know, things that need to try to be put in place to make sure that the rights of the future don't depend on the wrongs of the past.
I think England cricket and Scottish rugby are very happy about the quota systems. But
yeah, they definitely are.
Just as a one-word answer to the quota system, Brian, I think Lukhanyo Am would be the one name that I think people would be able to put on there and say, wow, this guy has just wowed everybody else. But one moment that stood out for me from that 2019 final, he could have gone on his own, and he didn't. What does that say about the brotherhood and the quality of these players?
It says a lot, and much like you, I honestly believe. So I was sitting in the comms box or in the studio with Brian O'Driscoll, Johnny Wilkinson, and Sir Clive Woodward, and I was like a kid in a candy store. I was jumping and screaming and going absolutely ballistic. And like yourself, I look at that moment, and I think the cohesion, the understanding, the brotherhood, the selflessness of that moment was indescribable. And you look at Lukhanyo Am and his rise to success. You know, he was nominated as one of the players of the year from a World Rugby perspective last year. I think unfortunate to have got injured so early in the year, because I honestly believe he was en route to, you know, to really win it. And he was playing some phenomenal rugby. His leadership capabilities, he's not a extroverted in the public eye the whole time type of guy, and his rugby genius is on another level. And you know, that moment in 2019 really encapsulated the cohesiveness of that team, the respect that they have for each other, and the selflessness with which they were playing the game, installed by Rassie Erasmus, you know, who'd come in, you know, 2 years prior into a rather dismal state of affairs for South African rugby. And you know, I'm not sure if you guys have watched Chasing the Sun. There's a beautiful moment where Rassie talks about handing the jerseys out, and on the numbers of the jerseys, their family members were posted, and Makazole Mapimpi had only a picture of himself in his number 11. And apparently, hearsay is that, you know, there was a lot of jokes made on handing the jersey. Like, and then, you know, Rassie said, "But Makazole, why your face? You know, where's your family and friends?" And he said, "I have no one." And I think the selflessness of Lukhanyo Am in that moment was potentially because of what happened in a locker room or in the team meeting, where Lukhanyo's brothers were those around him, and Makazole then realized that that was a powerful moment, and Lukhanyo was inspirational and the catalyst thereof. So the brotherhood, the cohesiveness, the selflessness of that moment, I think, is etched in, particularly those that understand the history of South Africa's memories for a very long time. And again, Lukhanyo has then not only had that as a platform, but he's used it as a springboard to become, you know, one of the best players in the world of rugby. And pre-95, would that have been possible for a player from the Eastern Cape who potentially didn't have a future and opportunity in the game of rugby? It's not for me to say, but you know, he was, you know, identified, given the correct nurturing, and grabbed the opportunity. Because I think a lot of players of colour potentially get given that opportunity, but they don't grab it with both hands. You know, someone like Damien Willemse, you know, Johan Rupert's daughter Caroline put him into Paul Roos. You know, they went through a phenomenal era, and he's now, you know, this young superstar that is being taken on the wing by the likes of Lukhanyo, Makazole, Siya Kolisi, and being given the opportunity to flourish. So it takes people and individuals to be that catalyst of support, whether it be emotionally, financially, or physically, but then allow them to then, when the opportunity gets presented to them, to actually grab that opportunity with both hands. And that moment of Lukhanyo, you know, is really echoes what the potential is when given an appropriate chance to succeed.
Now, we've really drilled into some of the issues relating to the political stability of South Africa, but I think now it's time for us to try and drill into this absolute champion, Shanaka. Now, you started off as a 7th specialist with your speed, with your knack for scoring tries, and then you transitioned into a 15th player, making your debut in the Currie Cup. At 21 years old, you made your debut at Twickenham against England. How was that moment? Because being a young kid, wearing the Springbok jersey,
No.
walking out to Twickenham, home of rugby, how was that moment?
He's an England fan who didn't.
Yeah, a little fan moment. Easily the best moment of my career, without a doubt. And I look back to being in that stadium on the 24th of June, 1995, being inspired to pick up the game of rugby. And my first ever game was for the under-14 G side at King Edward. It was like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, seventh. I was a little tiny, puny scrum half. And yes, you're instilled with a dream and an inspiration to one day do the same. And I gave you the stat of how few people actually then go on to do it. I started off playing for the Golden Lions. Junior, I didn't even play like the top level schoolboy rugby. So I played in the B side for Craven Week, which is our local, open age group level competition. Didn't play SA schools, didn't play SA under 19. My first opportunity came to play SA under 21s in 2004. Before that, I played a little bit of Vodacom Cup, and then got an opportunity to play sevens. First tournaments in Wellington and Los Angeles back in 2004. Played Vodacom Cup, played SA under 21s, and had never played Super Rugby before. Played a couple of games of Currie Cup, and then Jake White calls me up to participate in the home leg of the Tri-Nations back in 2004, where Maurice Joubert scored 3 tries against the All Blacks. South Africa won on against Australia in Durban the following week. And as a young boy, there's a tradition in South African rugby where if you haven't got capped yet and made your debut, you have to wear your blazer over your shoulder. So I'm sort of there with my white shirt, carrying my blazer on my shoulder, just like a kid in an amusement park, just absolutely enthralled by being in an environment of my heroes, the Brayton Paulses of the world, the Percy Montgomerys, the Osteorans, and then got selected to go on the end of year tour in 2004. Maurice Joubert and David Barry as a centre pairing were phenomenal in 2004. And me being centre at that stage, it was pretty tough to knock the door down, but I'd never played Super Rugby before. So there was this educating moment of Jake White letting me sort of stand in line with likes of Percy Montgomery, Brayton, Morris, and learning the ropes, learning what it takes to be a Springbok, and not being in the first game against Wales, and then missing out on the second game against Ireland, where we then lost the opportunity to win a Grand Slam by a very untowards quick tap by Ronan Nagara when John Smith had been told that he can speak to his team quickly, but to then get selected on the bench, and it's funny how things work out, but I'd flown my family over for the England game just because it was at Twickenham, the home of rugby. So I didn't even think I'd be playing. I was like, oh, I'm probably going to be 5 weeks on the holding the tackle bags for this tour. Then to be selected on the bench, and it was pretty special. Ernie Els, handed us our jerseys, the day before the Test match, which was incredible as a South African legend. And sitting there, it was freezing. It was the 20th of November 2004. It was like -2 degrees, and I hate the cold, particularly if you play out in the back, like on the wing. But then getting on the field, scoring a try with my first touch of the ball in international rugby against the then world champions England at the home of rugby was a fairy tale start. I think it could have only been bettered if we'd actually won that day. We got absolutely pulverized. I think the final score was like 32-16. It was horrible. But that moment stood out as the best moment in my career for many reasons. I think firstly, finally getting to the realization of a dream was phenomenal. Having my family in the crowd as well. But as much as the privilege and honor of experiencing that moment was at its highest, it then opened up a new level of tasting what that tastes like and never wanting to let it go. Because then understanding the responsibility that you have in representing yourself, representing the family that supported you, representing South Africa as a country becomes irrevocable. Understanding the accountability that rests on your shoulders. And then for me, in wanting to say that I don't just want to do this one time. I want to be 10, 20, 50. I potentially want to become the first player of color to do it 100 times. So that moment was by far the best moment because it made me understand all the hard work, all the sacrifice that I'd put in to get there, those that had supported me, those that had also sacrificed, the coaches, the family. But then it made me understand what I want to achieve as a person, and understanding that a very few actually get to do it, and even less get to do it for a long period of time. So it was a pretty special moment etched in my memory, and doing it in the manner in which it was done was pretty special.
So 2007, you won your first World Cup, the first one you went to. How did that feel? Was it surreal?
It was surreal. I think there are a flattering array of emotions that always happens, when you win championships. Mostly, I don't want to say for everyone out there, but the first moment is relief. And there's this epic photo captured where John Smith falls on his knees, and the first person that, when the final whistle went, that was as close to him was Alan Roland, the referee of that final. And it is just relief because you've put in so much sacrifice, you, your family, your spouse, your partner, like your dedication, it all culminates in that moment. And in a World Cup period where you have to be at your best for 5 of the 7 games, because sometimes you potentially don't play 1 or 2 games, but you have to be at your best for that 8-week period, and there's an encompassing amount of media, family, and like there's just this pressure. And the pressure has been on for 4 years, but in that 8-week period, the pressure is intensely on you. And like building up to the final, I'll never forget that last press conference. I felt like a deer in headlights. Like there was just an incredible room full of journalists, press, media, lights flashing, cameras going, and like all you want to do is prepare for the game the next day. Then we had our president, Thabo Mbeki, come in the next morning before the game to wish the team well, and like it's just that moment when the final whistle goes and everything culminates and you just almost having this huge sigh of relief, like that the pressure is now off. And I think that's the relief for me was the first emotion. Then it was running off to try find a match ball, and then going back to join my team to celebrate. And the bonds that are created through victory, the bonds that are created through moments that can never be taken away from you. And for us, the brotherhood that was formed in that 4-year journey in getting to that point of winning a World Cup was absolutely brilliant. And we're still on a WhatsApp group together. We're still supporting, having coffees, having lunches, meeting up with each other. And yeah, that 2007 relief, but then being able to go back, and we were the first Springbok team to win the World Cup outside of South African shores, and we were fairly removed from, there wasn't an immense amount of emails. There was only Facebook. There was no Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. There wasn't these social media platforms. So we were very far removed, and we had our liaison and PR lady, Anne Lee Murray, had to actually print out all the faxes and emails that she was getting and put it on the wall because it wasn't displayable anywhere else. And it's only on going back to South Africa and just seeing the impact that it had. I mean, for me, I was one of those kids on the streets in Johannesburg with a trophy parade and waving at my heroes, and I was being inspired. But then for us to go back and arrive at OR Tambo International and just, I think there were 20,000-30,000 people on arrival back to South Africa. Then you go on the parade and you just see, in the Eastern Cape, we had kids under 10 years old running, half kilometer barefoot behind the bus to get a glimpse of the trophy, get a glimpse of that heroes, but get a glimpse of inspiration and hope, which was incredible. And then go to Cape Town and Newlands, DHL Newlands, and just overawed by the amount of people. And we then understood that impact that I as a young boy got to experience, and how that was a watershed moment in my life, and to then see how that became a catalyst for change in the likes of Siya Kolisi, Zulu Mapimpi, Lucanyo was pretty special.
The next two weren't that great. Australia in the quarters in 2011, and then that amazing game, the semi-final, where even Dwayne's little backflip didn't do the job. How did you feel in those two encounters, Brian? After winning the first one, it must have been a different experience.
Yeah, and we went into both, full belief that we could really go on and win it. And I think 2011, we'd had a phenomenal 2009 under Peter de Villiers, where we'd won the British and Irish Lions, we'd won the Tri-Nations, beaten New Zealand 3 times in a calendar year, which is sort of first time ever. And then had a really poor 2010, but actually went into that 2011 World Cup with a lot of confidence in New Zealand. And in my opinion, we did really well to get to the quarterfinals. I, in my personal capacity, probably wasn't playing the best rugby, but we'd overcome Wales. We'd really done well against Fiji. So coming up against Australia, we were full belief that we'd win. And in my opinion, we probably played the best rugby together in that 2-year period against Australia. Unfortunately, there were some decisions that went against us on field, and that moment was probably one of the lowest points of my career, because I think my final involvement in that game was kicking the ball and was a turnover, and then I got substituted after that, and I'd really thought that was the last time I'd ever play in the Springbok jersey again. And the disarray that I felt, the heartache that I felt walking off that field, thinking that this was now the last time I'd ever represent South Africa, was pretty rife. Fortunately enough, Heineke Meyer became the coach, and having experienced the success of the Bulls while he was there, I raised my standard of play and was involved for that next cycle, which was phenomenal. So, and then moving on to 2015, again being included under Heineke, and we really full belief that guys like Victor had come back, Ferrier had come back, Jean de Villiers was inspirational captain, and we're in full confidence that we would then go on and do something great. And then probably involved in the biggest upset in sporting history, potentially, in my opinion, losing to Japan in that very first game, which was disastrous. I think I've had many lows in my career. That was as low as one could possibly come. It's always being on the other side is difficult, because we didn't understand what that meant for Japan as a country, the growth of the game there. But it was extreme low, and I just wanted to put my head in a hole and not be seen. And Heineke Meyer actually said, well, we can let this define us, or we can go on and do something great. And you spoke about Dwayne's back pass against Wales in the quarterfinal, which was phenomenal. And then we came up against the favourites, New Zealand, in the semi-final, and we'd really put New Zealand to the test in that 4-year cycle. And probably not the best game for me personally. I got a yellow card, but we were still leading when I got the yellow card. So that was pretty tough, and we were sort of in it. And then had that moment where Pat Lambert had an opportunity for goals, and we got called back because of an infringement, and lost a absolute epic clash against New Zealand.
Bit of rain at the end.
A bit of rain at the end.
It's fair to say that test was much better than the final of the World Cup 2015.
Yeah, it was a one-way route that New Zealand had. I mean, Dan Carter at his absolute best in that final. But unfortunately, sports like that, there can only be one winner. There were moments in that where even though we topped the group, we had the easier run in, but you still got to meet New Zealand. I think that's the thing about a World Cup. You have to be at your best for at least 5 of your 7 games. And we weren't good against Japan. We weren't good against, we were okay-ish against Wales, but we were probably at our best against New Zealand, and fair play to them. They put us to the test, and they came out victorious, and went into that final and absolutely dominated Australia. Would we have dominated Australia as New Zealand had done? I'd honestly like to believe so. But disappointing that 2015, my last experience in a Rugby World Cup, ended in us losing that semi-final. Yes, we won 3rd place, beating Argentina, but the joys and the despairs of sport, there can only ever be one winner. And as much effort as you put in, I think there's a sound reason why New Zealand, were so dominant in that 2010 to 2015 period. They were an insane group of players, the likes of Richard McCaw, Dan Carter, Marnanu, Conrad Smith, Kevin Mialamu, Ali. It's just it's
too many to mention.
It's too many to mention. Julian Sevilla, 2015, equal John Lona my record of scoring 8 tries in a single Rugby World Cup men's tournament. So disappointing that it ended that way, but in so doing, again, the memories that live with you for the rest of the time. I never forget Marnanu joined Toulon at the end of that season, and being able to celebrate a moment with him, congratulate him, but then share moments on the field. A couple of months later, playing for club rugby in Toulon was pretty decent.
3 World Cups, 15 tries, joint highest top scorer in the World Cup, alongside a guy called Jonah Lomu, who people may or may not remember. What's it like being up there with the greatest player the world has ever seen?
Rugby's first global superstar.
Yeah. Rugby's first global superstar. Yeah, like so, when I actually scored my 15th try, and when it took Jonah 2 World Cups, it took me 3, which already should probably state, how massive he was. And technically, we're only the joint highest try scorers of the men's Rugby World Cup, because Portia Woodman has scored 21 tries in Rugby World Cup, so we don't have that global ranking. But when I scored the 15th try, and I actually missed an opportunity to break Jonah's record against America, the USA, Billy LaRue put a little grabber through, and literally 2 meters from the line, all I had to do was scoop the ball up and dive over, and the little bucket that I had went straight through, knock on, and I never got an opportunity against Argentina to score. And in the post-match interviews, you know, everyone's, oh, you've equaled Jonah's record and you could have broken it. And I actually said that it's actually deserving that Jonah's record stands for a little bit longer. What he gave the game of rugby, in my opinion, I think very few would ever be able to do in rugby globally anymore. He was a phenomenal athlete, the humility with which he played the game, but how he changed mindsets about the wing, about how a wing should function or be, but just his human being as a person was phenomenal. You know, I got to meet him in France in 2007. I think he was actually in the crowd in 2015, just before that. And I actually said it's great that Jonah's Lame, you know, stays in the annals of records for, you know, another 4-year cycle, and now it's, you know, for another 8-year cycle, because no one's broken that yet. So, an incredible human being that gave the game of rugby a platform that made it a sport that everyone fell in love with, and the manner in which he did it in '95, I can't see that ever happening again. So grateful that I'm mentioned in the same breath, purely from a try scoring perspective, but I don't think anyone can be, you know, mentioned in the same breath as Jonah Lomu because of what he gave the game, and, you know, what status he then had in not only rugby but sport globally.
Now, Brian, you were the IRB Player of the Year in 2007, and you receive the highest honor a South African can get, Order of Ikamanga. Now, after you received that, coming on to the next World Cups, being a professional athlete, what kind of pressure did that have on you? Because come 2007, or when you made your debut, there was not much expectation on you. You were largely unknown quantity to a lot of South Africans. But then, from 2007 on, you had that marker on you. Was that a big pressure on you?
It's a pressure I loved, and I think that's probably the biggest pressure for me that I had on myself. It wasn't the expectation of the public, it's the expectation that I had on myself to make a contribution to the team that I was involved in. Did I always get it right? Definitely not. I think there were many moments in my career where we were at our lowest. You know, a year out from the 2007 World Cup, we lost 49-0 against Australia in Brisbane. You know, no one expected us to go on. You know, Jake White was going to be sacked as a coach. John Smith was going to be removed as the captain. 2008, Peter de Villiers, who was, you know, my under-21 South African rugby coach, again had a tough start. 2009, we just went from just you know, scraping the barrel to beating New Zealand twice in 2 consecutive years, winning 3 times a row against New Zealand. 2011, not great, and, you know, there were various. 2016, you know, my last ever game for the Springboks was in South Africa's first ever loss against Italy. So there were many lows, but one looks at the lows, and I think for me the pressure was the pressure I put on myself to succeed, and I think it was having a mentality of never thinking that you're number one, but almost training like you're number two. That Kaizen principle of continuous improvement, and you had to adapt, you had to change, you had to pivot, because to your point, people expected you to be in that place, and if you're going to not change, then you would not be able to be successful or productive in that environment. So doing things differently, you know, working mentally, physically in different methods to try, yes, still have the basics as integrally important cogs in your, you know, armory, but making sure that you are doing things differently that allowed you to attack space differently or chase differently or do things, you know, particularly the older you get, the more recognizable, the more defensible you became, that you're doing things uniquely different, you know, to keep you there. And that pressure that I put on myself was extremely important. You know, yes, there was always the expectation, you know, when Brian Abana touched the ball, something needs to happen, but it was me wanting to make a contribution, and sometimes it, in the latter part of my career, became an opportunity where I was a decoy or a dummy, because, you know, if I was a decoy or a dummy, it was opening up space for someone else. So it wasn't always about me, but it was about the impact and contribution you were having in the team success, because as an individual, there is individual brilliance, but it's more importantly to contribute to the global success of the greater good, because an individual doesn't win games, you know, a team win games, and you need to play your role and understand your role within that. And later on, becoming a leader, becoming, you know, someone that needed to look at influencing the younger generation. So you just couldn't worry about yourself. You know, you needed to take certain people under your wing. You needed to improve and allow people to understand, like Percy Montgomery did with me. So it's an ever-changing landscape and dynamic. But for me, it was about putting the pressure on myself to succeed.
You mentioned about the many lows you had during the game, and also we know about your absolute brilliant successes. Being a professional sports person, being a professional rugby, right? It's a given that you have to look at your physical fitness, but mental fitness and mental health is something that goes unnoticed by many. How do you manage that, and what was the support that you received to be mentally fit and mentally be in that moment to handle that support?
Oh man, I think mental wellness has become such an important topic of conversation. It really wasn't there in the early days of my playing career. You almost thought that speaking about the mental wellness that you were going through, or speaking about any form of impact that the mental instability of what you could do would impact you, could potentially be seen as a weakness by your fellow teammates and your fellow opposition. So I think it's an incredibly important role currently being played in the game, not just of rugby, of all sports and life in general. Mental wellness is something that the science is learning a lot more about, and is doing things appropriately to try and make people understand themselves better, understanding that it is okay to not be okay. And in my opinion, in a very testosterone-filled environment, not potentially seeing it as a weakness, but potentially using it as a positive, to be better, to understand your own well-being, and in so doing, knowing that the physical and mental component harmoniously together, provides for much more success, which I think is really important. And it's great to see that people can talk more openly about it, that people can really be comfortable in talking about their mental state, and in so doing, change mindsets, because the transition period is one that is extremely mentally challenging. When you potentially lose your identity, loss of income, all those things that come at you at a rate of knots, and all of a sudden you've got to enter a new environment. And if you can't mentally handle that, that then affects not only yourself, it affects your family unit, it affects your circumstances. And we've seen a lot of detrimental circumstances of players and athletes that have retired because they haven't paid special attention. And a lot is being done. Do I believe that more can be done? Definitely. But that needs the correct support, the correct sustainability for that to happen. But it's great that it can be so openly spoken about in today's world, which again, in the early days of my career wasn't as common.
Brian, I think we have to let you go. We'll be able to talk to you for hours otherwise. Very quickly, toughest opponent?
So not a direct opponent, and I tell this easily, Richie McCaw. And the reason I say that is whenever you played against the Crusaders, whenever you played against the All Blacks, coming in on a Monday, the first thing everyone talks about is how do we nullify the Richie McCaw threat. Like, it literally is the area. And you look at videos, you do your analysis, and the forwards say they're going to be up for him, physically. They're going to dominate him, at the breakdown, dominate him in the tackle. But what Richie was able to do over his period of time playing the game, become the first player to not only win 100 games, but captain the All Blacks in 100 I mean, like, his records speak for himself, being the first player to consecutively lift, this little trophy in 2011 and 2015. 2011 playing with a broken foot. 2015, his body absolutely shattered. And you tried your best to nullify that threat. You tried your best to make sure that it didn't impact the outcome of the game. And what he managed to do in not only leading that All Black team, the manner in which he was physically able to do what he did was absolutely spectacular. One of the hardest guys that ever played the game, and many tried to physically impose themselves and hurt him. And every time Richie just stood up again, and I think his records speak for himself. But the manner in which he really became a spokesperson for the game of rugby is pretty spectacular.
Well, you're not doing too bad yourself, Brian. May say so. It's been great having you on the breakdown, Brian. From Sudarshan and myself, it's been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you on a longer trip to Sri Lanka.
Definitely a lot more golf and maybe some surfing down south. I heard it's pretty good. Sudarshan says he'll teach me.
He's got the hair for sure.
Thanks, gentlemen. It was brilliant to be on the SS Breakdown.
Thank you very much.
New name. I'll copyright that a bit later.
ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාල.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව චතුර්ථ සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live action brought to you from Longdon Place, CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens, and we are on to the business end of today's proceedings. We've had very interesting 12 games in the first round where we managed to see the schools delivering some terrific performances. 8 teams have made their way. They've managed to book their place in the cup plate quarterfinals. The winners of this 4 games will move on to the cup semi-finals, while the losers will move on to plate semi-finals. Ceylonese Rugby Football Club commenced their centenary celebrations in September last year. Tackling Change was a brilliant coffee table book that they launched. And also they did honor one of the standout gentlemen, Mr. Suman Avaratnam, at that incredible ceremony. We are good to go and we are ready for the next game on the cards. The first quarter final, Royal College taking on the SC Nanaika College. It's going to be a tense affair, and joining me in the comm box is Mr. Abdullah Yusuf. Abdullah, it's going to be a very close one. Royal College have been unbeaten. The Seranaka College went down to the Kingswoodians, so they'll want to make sure that they win this one and continue their incredible service journey.
Absolutely, Sudarshana. Both teams, one thing they'll bring in is a good physical presence. I don't think there'll be any difference in that aspect. It's just for the next 14 minutes, who will be able to maintain their composure, who will be able to maintain their discipline and execute their skills well, because this is knockout rugby. There's no second chance. Just got to make it count and play the full 14 minutes, as it were.
Royal College, of course, played the opening game of the competition against Wesley College, winning it 15-0. The second game was against St. Peter's, and Royal winning that one 19-12. The Seranaka College ran out and tormented St. Thomas's 31-0, and then going down to Kingswood 14-26. Royal with the kickoff. Lost forward by the Senanayaka College, so that will be a scrum in favor of the Royalist.
Yes, that was a lovely kick-off. Lot of hang time. Gave the Royal forwards an opportunity to contest for that and forcing the error from DS Senanayaka. Kick-off, such an important part of Sevens rugby. So it'll give Royal the first chance to launch an attack in this quarter-final.
This kick-offs are crucial part where you can rehearse and then rehearse again. Then here's Royal College. They've been a physical outfit. They've played in very good fashion. Pereira under pressure. Going on the short side, our Royal opting to change direction now. Bouncing away from tackles.
Royal have recycled position well. Slight overlap, 3-on-2, but they've got to hit that line. But DS Senanayaka defense drifts very well and staunts that Royal attack. So Royal penalized on that occasion for not supporting their body weight in clearing that out.
Sealing the ball, and seems like Johnny Dugimhane has gotten a knock. Referee not happy with how he went to the ground. Will want him to be checked. Seems to be okay. There have been a couple of standout players in this competition so far, and DSNI College currently hold two of them in their ranks, Jayatu and Janidu, in jersey number 6 and 3, have showcased very good presence in the field, Abdullah.
Yeah, that's right. I think the rest of the players, though, should need to just up their performance and support them, isn't it? Probably relying on them a bit too much. Good clean line out taken by DS. Spread the ball out wide. Jayatu gives it on to Speeds out wide, and that was a high tackle advantage. The Senayaka have recycled position.
Poor pass, but they will come back to the penalty. Royal now reduced to 6 men. Kalana Ratna sent off to the bin. Tall, lanky man Jayatu offloads to Menura. Menura, big, wide pass to Sandaru, who completely misses that one. So waste of opportunity, Abdullah.
Yes, those are not kind of mistakes you want to do when you have got that extra man advantage. Got to make it count, and that was a bit of a reprieve for Royal. Interesting to see what kind of options Royal will impose here. They've just got 2 players in the line. Will they go to the boot? Will they try to hold on to possession, try and create a few phases, run the clock down? Looks like they're trying to...
Dulaj Kamanayaka, a strong ball carrier for Royal, ran across, still inside the 22 meters. Here's Yehan. Randul Senanayaka now, spotting space. Strong lad, has a big fend off as well. But DS Senanayaka now losing the ball forward. Royal College trying to keep it physical, but then this TS team is up for that matchup, Abdullah, unlike the teams that struggle with Royal's physicality.
Yes, I don't think you can wear this team down physically, isn't it? Royal will have to look at options. Maybe they can keep it a bit tight, but at some stage they will have to look at the option of going wide and creating a bit of space for the outside backs.
Here's Steven feeding in for Royal College. Royal now Gamanayaka. Going into contact, and that's a penalty in favor of DS Senanayaka College. Thivain Pereira has to be careful of putting his hand up and protesting against the referee. Now DS change in direction, still with the one-man advantage. Knockback, says the referee. Space now on the outside. Here's Janido. Like we told you earlier, a man who can really change it up. Gets the first score for DS Senanayake College. DS.
Yes, as you can see, nice handoff by Janindo, just showing his pace, and I think that having that extra man advantage too would have played its part. But Royal were very passive in attack, wasn't it, Sudarshan? And they were just not knowing exactly what to do, just ran into the defense and eventually turned the ball over. So it's been a very slow, sluggish start from both teams, but I think Royal being down to 6 men has really affected them, and DS Senanayake have taken the lead 7 points to 0.
Important 7 points for DS Senanayake College. First score always matters. That really puts a marker on how the game is being played. Here's Gamanayake, a big strong ball carrier. And lovely bit of work by Chamud from DS, taking him head on. Pereira to Kalyanaratne. Cut him back inside. Seems like Jayato is in a lot of pain. Now Yehan sends it out to Disas rather. Long cutout pass. Still going from side to side. Royal College, a lovely offload. Pereira, one man to beat. Gets the support from Kalyanaratne. Lovely bit of work, and that will be the equalizer. They'll take a little breather and touchdown right underneath the post. 5 points to 7.
Yes, well, that's the first time Royal actually attacked the defense line in this entire half, isn't it, Sudarshan? Earlier, they were quite passive in how they went about it. There was a lot of purpose in that move on that occasion, and that just allowed them to get over that first line of defense. And after that, there was some wonderful support lines being run as well. So the conversion is successful. As we have a look at that once again. Lovely line by Thiven. Nice step and a good supporting run by Kalyanaratne to put the finishing touches to that move. The conversion was successful. So Royal will be pretty happy going into that half. All even Stevens, as it were, after being one man down midway through that first half. So it's 7-all at halftime in this first quarterfinal.
It's halftime confirmation, 7-all, so nothing to separate the two teams. This is how the game started. It was a good, lovely, high-hanging kick to start with. Janido, the speedster from DS, getting the first score for the Dons. Was converted as well, and this beautiful offload from Pereira to Kalyanaratne runs right underneath the post to put Royal back in contention. 7 minutes to go and 7 minutes to decide who will book their place in the Cup semi-final, the winners, and also the next game, upcoming match, will be between St. Joseph's College and Zahira College. Josephians, of course, won both their games. Zahira winning one, losing one. Will be looking to upset the flying high riding Josephians. A Maradona battle, as our co-commentator Sachin says. Heart of Maradona and Dali Road. Dons to kick off. Puts the ball high up. Good high hanging kick. Lovely, equally well collected by Yahan from Royal College. Kalyanaratne to the corner. Should have given it out because there was space on the outside. Here's Pereira straightening things up. Now Royal slowly but surely spreading the DS defense. That time a DS defender guilty of not rolling away. Quickly taken. Yes, Royal College, and this time Janit Kushanta almost went all the way. But luckily for DS, they've been penalized for not releasing the man. DS looking for territory. Puts the ball to boot. Still inside the 22 meters though. Need to make sure that they hit the ranks on this one. Because in Yehan Veerasuri in that number 3 jersey, Royal College have a very able jumper who can really disrupt any line out.
Yeah, that's right. Wonder probably where the DS would have done well to just try and take a tap. I know it's there in their own half. But when you get into line-out play, it can become a 50-50 ball game. So it's important that the execution is right on cue. Senanaika making a substitution.
Senenai College this time gets it right. Jayatu gives it out to the speedster Sandaru on the outside. Makes the ball available for DS. Now changing direction. Through the first tackle. One man to beat. Lovely offload. A basketball pass, and here's Jayatu going for the corner. No one will catch him. And that's the try that will give DS Senenai College the lead. Lovely bit of work, Abdullah. Good cohesion from the players. Spotted the gaps, offloaded correctly, and DS has the result.
Yes, the good part about this phase of play is how well they looked for support, and the supporting lines as well. The supporting players ran. And also, it's pretty evident there was a lot of communication as well. So very good team try, as it were, although Jayatu did put the finishing touches to it. It was very much a very good team try. So DS Senenai taking the lead in this second half. Conversion not successful, but nonetheless DS Senenai leading 12 points to 7.
Royal College need to refocus now. Like you mentioned, that the approach of going head on to the defense is not really giving them a lot of benefit. So what they'll need to do is to try and look at those outer channels, because earlier in the games we saw the likes of Gamanayaka who attacked the outside channels, reaping a lot of benefits. Abdullah, maybe they need to try and look at sending the ball outward and use the likes of Kalanaratne and Pereira to create something in the middle. Royal with possession. Pereira gives it out, not collected cleanly by Tanvir Hassan. Penalized for holding on. Quickly taken by Jayatu. Now space on the outside. Here's Danidu going for the line, and he will score the third try for DS Senenai College. 17 points to 7. The Dons are here and they are here to play.
Yes, again Royal guilty of just taking the ball into contact, trying to create phases, but you do that in your own half, you're taking a bit risk, and DS Senenai was just good enough to manage to turn possession over, manage to extract that penalty, and now they are sitting comfortably 17 points to 7 ahead with just about under 3 minutes to go. So Royal with everything to do in this first quarter final.
Yes, sir. Royal need to play catch-up rugby now. Just under 3 minutes to go. need to score thrice in order to go in front, Royal. Now DS opting to kick deep. Pereira to Gammudali. Now Pereira again, lovely pass to Kalanaratne. Ran a superb supporting line, this lad. And the combination between the two has been wonderful. Referee awards the try after slight deliberation. So 12 points with the conversion to come, and the conversion is good. 14 points to 17.
So Royal striking back immediately. That was much better by Royal. They tried to keep the ball alive rather than going into a breakdown. A wonderful collection by Thiven, and Kalyaratnam running a wonderful supporting line and collecting that ball brilliantly as well. So Royal strike back. Nice long kick. So just about 90 seconds remaining in this half.
There is a sense of urgency that the Royalists are showing now. Bhuvaneka Senanayaka has come in place of Yahan Veerasurya. He will also be a menace in the line out. Overthrow. Royal hang on to possession. Samarasinghe to Pereira. Long cut out pass to Gamanayaka. Gamanayaka still on his feet. Gamanayaka needs to try an offload because the time's running out. Here's Pereira. Ball coming back for Royal. Going straight in is Tanveer Hassan. Illegally pouncing on that ball. Coming in from the side was DS. That's going to be a yellow card. Unnecessary in the dying moments of the game. He'll play no more part in this game. 6 against 7. Royal taking a breather, using their brains, wanting to go for a scrum which will suck up 3 from the Dons, leaving only 2 men outside with the scrum off.
What a thriller this game has been, Sudarshan. It's lived up to the billing that it was before we started. Lead going to and fro. And we come down to probably the final play of this game to decide the winner.
No scrum off for DSN Anayaka College. That's the hooter. Last opportunity, Kalanaratne offloads. And that will be the winning try through Samarasinghe for Royal College. DS had been leading for all this time, but Royal steal it at the death with their beautiful try. 19 points to 17. The Dons will rue that yellow card. They will think, what if? Conversion for good measure. 21 points to 17. Royal victorious in the first quarter final and will book their place in the cup semi-final, and DS will have to satisfy themselves with the cup, plate semi-final spot.
Well, what a quarter final that was to start off proceedings. 21 points to 17, and if the remaining games could be half as entertaining, I'm sure we'll be in for wonderful knockout phase. So these are the highlights. DSN and Anayaka really opening things up in that early part of the second half, getting their speedsters into the game and asking questions of the Royal defense. And then Royal striking back. Kalyaratne and Thiven Pereira have been outstanding for Royal in attack. And they just seem to pick their game up at the correct time and turn things around for Royal. And this was the winning try. Lovely offload again by Kalyaratne for Andula to put the finishing touches and see Royal through to the semi-final.
And the second quarter final of the evening. St. Joseph's College going up against Zahira College. The CR&FC Centenary Rugby Sevens. Zahira College looking to kick things off. Nice high hanging kick. Does it go the 10? Does eventually roll over the 10. I beg your pardon, that was St. Joseph's College kicking off. So it will be a throw into the line out for Zahira College. Altaf to throw into the line. And not a straight throw there, Abdullah. Clinical errors.
Yes, there was a lot of calling, isn't it? A lot of dummy jumps, a lot of moving about in the line out, and that generally tends to cause a lot of confusion, and that's exactly what happened to Zahira. So Josephians have opted for a scrum, and they will have the first chance to launch an attack in this game.
Yes, St. Joseph's have played a very physical game all throughout the day today. We've got a very big side. Looking to work it around the park now. Swinging it out wide. This is a big collision in the middle of the park there. St. Joseph still retaining possession. This is Marasinghe with the ball in hand. Taking into contact now is Naveen Marasinghe, the older brother. St. Joseph's College once again taking two players to bring him down. The hand assist, that is. Nice physical tackle there from the Zahira College defenders. This is Dias stepping one, stepping two. Takes it into contact, looks for the offload to Vaidiratna. Good last ditch tackle right on the line, and the referee has penalized him for rolling.
It's really good defense by Zahira, isn't it, Sachin? They were launched attacks repeatedly, but they never gave up. Definitely the Josephians have a physical advantage, but desperate defense, and very clearly adjudicated by the referee for rolling. Cannot cannot roll over like that repeatedly once you hit the deck.
Yes,
doesn't give the opponents an opportunity to attack the ball.
That was Shaif Mohammed with the defense. Took a stiff arm to the face. Still managed to bring his man down. Getting some running repairs now. It's been an excellent day of sevens, Abdullah. The young lads, under 19 schools, sevens putting on a show for us on our first day.
Absolutely, and in the sweltering heat, all teams have really stood up, and we've had some really close games, isn't it? Even in the group phase and even in that first quarter final, went down right to the last move. That's exactly what you want to see. And the level of competition between these teams is just getting better and better year on year, which is great for Sri Lankan rugby.
Time back on now. Zahira with a chance to clear the lines. Bit of a scuffed kick, but they managed to get touch just outside their own 22. They'll retain possession. It was a penalty.
So this is where Zahira need to be a bit careful. Josephians definitely have an height advantage at the line out. Forced into the tap, which puts Zahira under a lot of pressure. But they do manage to retain position, but they're virtually on their goal line. That was a high tackle. Will the referee go to the pocket? Looks like he will, so it's an opportunity for Zahira. Try and get some points on the board with that extra man advantage.
Yes, the referees have been very consistent going to the pocket with anything high. Even though the ball carrier did stumble into that one there. You could think there was some kind of negating there, but the referee is sticking to their decisions. Good to see safety playing priority here.
Especially in the game of sevens, Sachin, referees tend to be a bit more strict than they would in the 15-a-side game. So it's important for players to keep that in mind and adjust accordingly.
Yes, body height very much key when defending. Making sure you go low, don't leave room, you leave that margin of error so you don't slip up too high.
That's right. Lots of new laws being introduced with regard to the tackle height, all in the name of player safety. So it's an evolving theme, isn't it, Sachin? It's up to the players to adapt according to what the lawmakers come out with. So Zahira feed the ball in. Looks like they're going to work. There's a man overlap. Will they be able to go over? Just losing his footing. Not meant controlling the body weight, says the referee. Zahira decided to take the quick tap. The Josephians haven't retreated 10 meters. So they'll have another bite of the cherry.
Yes, Zahira still with a man advantage. They need to use this time to put some pressure on the Josephians. The Josephians have quite a few big lads in there. They need to run them around the park a bit, tire them out. Just as we say that. Altaf taking in 2 defenders to bring him down. Crucial handling errors there. Key moments, Abdullah.
Definitely. Have a man advantage. Have the opponents on the back foot. And that was an unforced error which you just cannot afford in this kind of a situation. Not only does it turn position over, but it runs that clock down as well, isn't it, Sachin? And it allows St. Joseph's a bit of breathing space before they get their full complement of players back. So, mistake which the Zairians could end up ruining at the end of the game.
Now the Josephians looking to put ball to boot. Some space in behind there. Do they have the legs? Good chase coming, but well swept up by the Zahira College sweeper. Lost possession there, but the referee says there was no contest in the ruck, so they'll continue with a penalty for Zahira College. Pinned back inside the 22 once again. Still looking to run it. The penalty count starting to add up now for St. Joseph's College.
Yes, Josephians will need to be a bit careful now. That's the second time they haven't retreated the 10 meters, so sure they're on a warning. Zahirians will be looking to spread the ball out wide and use a bit of space out wide. And that's a lovely inside pass, and looks like the Zahirians will draw first blood in this quarter-final. Deservedly so as well.
Excellent work there by the big man on the wing, Abdullah Rizvi. Beating the first man, drawing the last defender, and on the inside to Saad Altaf, who runs it in under the post, giving Zahira College the first 5 points of this quarter-final. Conversion yet to come. Suhad.
So the conversion is not successful, and that will be the half-time hooter as well. So Zahira on the brink of half-time scoring, and they'll feel much better going into that half, having a slender lead. But as we have seen in the previous games, they need to come and put on another good big performance in, because this Josephian outfit, sure they'll be smarting from that performance, and the coach Nilvi Ibrahim will definitely have some strong words for them.
Yes, even though Zahira for majority of that half were playing with an extra man, they were pinned inside their own half, and the Josephian defense held them there. Finally managing to break through and go all the way over for the first try. Coach Anuranga Walpola in charge of Zahira College, a very experienced campaigner, a former CR&FC player in his own right. Probably very proud to be here at the Centenary Sevens of the CR&FC.
So that was the replay of the Zahirian try on the stroke of half time. So this will be the next upcoming quarter-final between rather traditional rivalry, you'd have to say, between Isipatana and Trinity. Isipatana remaining unbeaten in their group, while Trinity going down to the Josephians. But both teams have similar style of plays, isn't it, Sachin? So that should be another exciting quarter-final coming up next.
Yes, a couple more enticing games coming forward. It's just the second of 4 quarterfinals. Zahira College and St. Joseph's College looking to book a place alongside Royal College, who've already put their name in the hat for the semi-finals that will be played on Sunday morning. Zahira College now playing from right to left as you see it. Nice high hanging kick, looking for space in behind. Collected by the Josephians. The big man beats one, fends off two, fends off three, still going. Does he have the legs? Goes all the way. That's Naveen Marasinghe. Bumps out one tackle, fends off another two, and strides his way over under the post to even things up for the Josephians.
Brilliant individual piece of work, but you'd have to question the logic of kicking to their best ball carrier, isn't it, Sachin? Those are the tactical things that you need to discuss and sort out. You put a long kick right into his hand, he gets all the momentum he needs to get up, gather speed, and there was no stopping him. Again, why would you want to kick to the biggest man on the field? But nonetheless, brilliant piece of athleticism shown by Marasinghe to go under the post. And the Josephians have, through that, gone into the lead by 7 points to 5.
That under the post misconversion coming in key now. The Josephians, again, not the best of kicks. Once again missing the 10-meter mark. It's been a theme of today, hasn't it been, Abdullah? The high-hanging kicks that just seem to sit up in the air and don't make the 10 meters.
That's right. It's an art which you've just got to master, isn't it? You see a lot of that in the international 7th circuit, how accurate they are. Again, the Josephians, now they seem to have picked up their game. Zaira going into contact, not something which they should do. The Josephians seem to have got a little bit of confidence after their skipper went over for the first try. Spreads the ball out wide. Will they get the ball out to Marasinghe? They've got to make that tackle before he gathers any momentum, and DS have done that, Zahir have done that well rather, and they managed to turn possession over as well. A bit lazy by the Josephians on that occasion. Probably felt that Marasinghe is going to do a repeat, but on this occasion, Zahira defense was up on him pretty quickly and did not give the room he needs to get into full swing.
Yes, it seems like when the ball is in Marasinghe's hand, there's no other options. He's going straight down the middle. He's not looking to pass, not looking for those offloads. He needs to look for the options around him.
And also sense that the Josephians expect him to do something, and watching and waiting. And, that was probably why they lost position on that at that last breakdown.
So the Josephians with the put into the line out. They opt to go short. Referee stop the clock there. Linesman making sure the scrum half is in place in that 5-meter line. You need to have a player in there. Josephians trying to set up a maul. Now looking to go wide. A step back on the inside. Looking for space back the other way. Running into traffic. And lost forward by St. Joseph's. Clinical error there. It was perhaps the right option to go back the other way. Unfortunately, the handling just letting them down there.
Yeah, that's right. The thing is, when you cut in, all the other players who are on the short side, as it were, need to realign quickly, isn't it? And on that occasion, it did not happen. Probably caught the players in a bit of surprise as well.
Zahira quickly out of the scrum, looking for space out wide now. Bit of a fumble, lost back, forward, says the referee. Went forward out of the hands. So St. Joseph's with possession again. This very, very close game getting a bit scrappy now. The pressure perhaps starting to tell.
Yeah, that's right. And I think a fatigue setting in as well.
Yes, it is a very hot afternoon, as we've been saying all day.
So just an interesting tactic. They put Marasinghe at center, so it'll be interesting to see how they're going to use him. Or do they decide to go on the short side? Oh, wonderful bit of pace. You really need to cover that short side. There has to be some good communication between your blind side prop and the scrum half, and that was not the case. But hats off to Vihanga for identifying the space on the short side and showing tremendous pace to go over for the Josephian second try and extend the lead.
Yes, taking Marasinghe in the middle of the field probably just attracted all the eyes of the Zahira defenders, and the little scrum half Vihanga there spotting the space and turning on the afterburners around the blind side and goes over under the post. 14 points to 5 now in favor of the Josephians.
Yes, the communication part was really lacking there between the scrum half and the prop, the blind side prop of the Zahirian outfit. So Vihanga good enough to identify that lapse in the defensive system and exploit it to extend Zahira's lead, 14 points to 5.
Nice high hanging kick. This time the Josephians going deep. A breakthrough, a little chip over the top. Charge down there. The referee playing advantage. There should be a penalty coming here for sure. And the Josephian number 44, that's Dias, finding himself in the sin bin. So again, that deep kick paying off for the defending team. Abdullah just managing to break that defense. The chaser is not on the mark. Zahira now again with an extra man advantage. They need to capitalize. Using the numbers out wide, spreading it. And that's Abdullah Rizvi trying to get around the outside. Penalty once again to Zahira. This time they're working it right, left to right. Oh, the pass just behind the shoulder. Unable to collect. Marasinghe with a little bit of a trip there. Getting away with it. Will come back for an advantage. Oh, the referee has spotted it. He's calling him over. Is this just going to be a warning? Or he's actually going to chat with his touch judge, who's perhaps...
So I think he would be lucky if he would get away with that, because the trip is a definite no-no in this game.
Yes, and now it's all on for Zahira College. They're 2 men up, 10 meters away from the Josephian line. They really need to make this capitalize now.
This is a race against the clock as well for the Zahirians. They need to try and touch down quickly.
Big looping pass out wide. And that's Shaif Mohammed going over in the corner.
And I think they shouldn't worry about the conversion, isn't it, Sachin? There's no point worrying about that because they have to get one more score.
Yes, you take every second you can with the ball in play. The conversion won't really make a difference at this point. You need to come back and try and go for another try.
Yes, and I think they have identified that, so some good thinking by the Zahirian think tank as well.
Yes,
it's still 5-on-7. This kickoff is going to be absolutely crucial. It's imperative that Zahira manage to reclaim the kickoff if they have to have any chance in this game.
40 seconds left on our clock. 4 points in it. St. Joseph's College down 2 players, defending a 4-point lead. It's all on at the CR&FC.
Well, what 2 cracking quarterfinals we've had so far, Sachin. It's gone down to the wire. Could Zahira pull a rabbit out of the hat just like Royal did in their game against DS? Or will Josephians just hold on with their 5 players on the pitch?
Yes,
brilliant stuff here by the schoolboys, throwing everything at it.
Here we see a replay of the yellow card to Marasinghe. He overshot that mark against his defender and then just stuck a foot out, almost like a football tackle there. That's a yellow card even in football.
That's right, and I'm sure Zairians, knowing how good they are in football, must have been wondered whether they're on the football ground or the rugby ground, because a trip is a definite no-no in the game of rugby. So we need to keep in mind the influence of Marasinghe is not on the ground as well, Sachin. So it's something which Zahira need to capitalize on.
Nice high hanging kick, just short of the 10-meter mark. Very unfortunate there for Zahira College. A game of inches, as we keep saying, and that could make all the difference. Now St. Joseph's College have possession. They can slow it down, wind down the clock. As the hooter goes, they'll just tap it and kick it into touch and book their place in the semi-finals. So St. Joseph's College, with 5 men on the park, managed to hold on against their rivals from across town, Zahira College, who put on quite a show. They gave it their all, just came up short.
Yes, but what a performance by the Zairians. Threw everything at it. There was a massive physical disparity between both teams, but that didn't discourage them from throwing everything at this Josephian outfit. Josephians just clinging on finally to that game, and they will progress to the semi-final. As we look at the highlights of that second half, Marasinghe just turning things around for the Josephians, leading from the front, but you'd have to question the option of putting the kick right in his hand from the kickoff. And then Vihanga identifying a bit of space on the short side, using his space to put the finishing touches and extending the Josephians' lead. But to the credit of the Zairians, they did not give up, came back, identified a bit of space, and going over to narrow that lead. And they had an opportunity with the kickoff, but unfortunately the kickoff was not successful. So that's the end of the second quarterfinal. The Josephians progress to the semi-finals, 14 points to 10. And as we prepare for the next semi-final between Trinity and Isipatana, I'll hand you over to our next pair of commentators.
After a thrilling second quarterfinal between St. Joseph's College and Saira College, we have Isipatana College taking on Trinity College in this third cup plate quarterfinal. Saira College pushed St. Joseph's College to their limits in that encounter.
CR&FC celebrating 100 years in Sri Lanka, one of the most prestigious clubs in Colombo. Massive celebrations here at the Longdon Place club. This is one part of their celebration with the Centenary Sevens, but there's a lot more happening along with the celebrations for CR&FC. Back live here at the CR&FC grounds. Isipatana College taking on Trinity College in the third cup plate quarter-final. So far, Royal College and St. Joseph's College have booked their place in the cup semi-finals. Now it's up to these two giants in schools rugby to go head-to-head and find out who will make it to the cup segment.
Isipatana College won both their games, but both those games were very, very close encounters, one against Saira and the other against Vidyartha. While Trinity College lost to St. Joseph's College, and then Piliandra Central College gave them a really close game. And here's Isipatana College with the kickoff.
Trinity letting it bounce, losing a lot of ground in that occasion. But a brilliant, stunning run there from Ravin Ilangaratna. But Trinity College now working it from their own half. They have space on the outside. The big man tries to go by himself, but is brought down near the halfway mark. He has to change in direction now. Once again, space on the outside. Here's the number 7, Vanasekara, with the offload. And that's the first try for Trinity College. Lucky Duherat going under the post, but the work was done by Sachindu Vanasekara. Brilliant run down the line, and having that awareness to cut back in, wait for support and get the offload to Sachindu Lakidu, who goes over and converts the try. 7 points to nil. Trinity College in the lead. Here's Vanasekara cutting back, going past one defender, holding on until support arrives, and Lakindu keeping the finishing touches. Trying to take the lead in this third cup plate quarterfinal.
A brilliant start for Trinity College. Now this is just what they wanted. Now what they must make sure is that the same mistake that they did against St. Joseph's doesn't happen here, because they started in a similar manner in that game as well. Good collection by Isipatana. As Isipatana searching for those spaces. And here's the number 2, Yesandu Manet. Gets tackled into touch. It's going to be a line out for Trinity College.
Murad Risen with the throw in. Finds Rushen Bandaranayak, who slips it. Gives the ball to Isipatana College. Here's Patana on the attack for the first time inside their own half. Drops it, Red. Costly error there from the Patana player. That's the danger man, Rene Silva. Unlikely of him to do that. But under the pressure, just couldn't keep his eyes on the ball. Now, Trinity College once again on the 40 meter with the scrum. Risen takes it out. Here's Trinity with the ball. Here's the danger man, Vanasekara this time. Pops it forward. Brilliant tackle there from Rene Silva, who wins back the ball after conceding that early knock on. And now a chance for Isipatana College to get inside the attacking half. Look at this. Brilliant tackle there from Rinesh.
As makes it up for the mistake that he made earlier, Rinesh. Here's Isipatana with the put into the scrum. Penalty to Isipatana. They take it quickly. And here's Rinesh. Doesn't have the support that he was searching for, but somehow manages to keep the ball. Isipatana still with possession. Here's the number 7, Hashen Randimal. Gives it out to Manet. Manet to Hiran. Hiran gives it out to Rinesh Silva. Rinesh cuts back inside and then goes outside. Still with possession, Isipatana. And here's Randimal once again. Gives it out to Rinesh. Isipatana College still searching for that gap. Holding on as the referee, and the number 4 for Isipatana, the Costa, takes it quickly and he will go over for the first try. 7 points to 5. Isipatana back in this quarterfinal.
Good awareness once again. Isipatana College identifying that Trinity College were a bit too lazy to get back in shape, and that costing them 7 points. So it's back on level terms. Isipatana College striking on the return. We are up for another thrilling quarterfinals. We've already witnessed two outstanding quarterfinals in this cup plate segment. And this is also into the last two games of the day as well. This will be followed by the last game. Here's the restart. Not 10 from Rinesh. So it will be a free kick for Trinity College at the halfway mark. 6 minutes up on our clock in the first half. Ryzen will take it. Here's Trinity College at the halfway mark. Ryzen sends it out wide. They have players on the outside, but nice dummy there and a brilliant run from Vanasekara. Danger man for Trinity College. That's just brilliant from him. Completely outfoxing the Isipathana defense. He moved in, let Lakindu Herath go near the touch line, and then he was available in the inside channel to take the offload and go all the way under the post to take back the lead with another 7-pointer going into the break. 14 points to 7. Trinity College take the lead.
Here's the halftime confirmation. Isipathana 7, Trinity 14. Trinity going to that halftime with a 7-point advantage. These are the highlights of the first half. Trinity College drawing first blood with that brilliant piece of work by the number 7, Vanasekara, who gave it out to the number 5 player, who went right underneath the post to score that first try. It was Lakindu Herath with that first try for Trinity College, and then Costa went over for the first try for Isipathana College. Kenula Misala converted, so it was 7-all, but right before the end of the first half, it was once again that duo, Vanasekara and Herath, who paved the way for the second try for the Trinitians to take the lead in the dying seconds of the first half. It's 14 points to 7. Now we have everything to play for in the next 7 minutes. And coming up next, we have Kingswood College taking on St. Peter's College in the fourth and final cup plate segment quarterfinal. And this will be the final game for the day as well. It's time for the second half of this third cup plate segment quarterfinal. Trinity, can they hang on to this lead? Or will Isipathana make a comeback in the second half?
Very unlikely of Isipathana College to slip that high ball. Here's Trinity College on the 22 now. With the ball in hand. They're spreading the ball out wide. They have space on the outside. Here's Vanasekara. Cutting back in. Getting the offload to his supporting player Bandar Nayaka. Goes into contact. Not releasing, says the referee. Penalty for Trinity. Takes it quickly. Here's Trinity. Spreading the ball out. They have space on the outside. That's Jamil. Getting the offload to the try scorer. And unfortunately knocked on by Chamendra Dhanapala. In that final third, Trinity College slipping it. That could have been another try for them. And that could have put serious pressure on the Isipathana team if that were scored. But lucky break for the green machine. They will have to work from their own half. First of all, they'll have to make sure that they get out of the danger zone.
As Trinity College did everything right until that last moment. Isipatana making a change. Kalindu Silva has replaced Avishka Hiran. Kalindu Silva got isolated, and that's going to be a penalty for Trinity.
Unnecessary from that is the number 11, Kalindu Silva, trying to waste time, conceding a yellow card. Here's a chance for Trinity College with that one-man advantage. Here's a danger man once more. Vanasekara going into contact. Robbed off by the Isipatana player, but it's taken back by Trinity College. Here's Trinity with space on the outside. That's Gammudalige. Tries to go near the touchline, but he's bundled out of touch. That will be a line out ball for Isipatana College. Isipatana College have been sloppy throughout the day. Here's a replay of that. Gammudali tried to go around the defender, but good piece of defense from that Isipatana player. And as I was saying, Laksasi, they've been sloppy throughout the day, and even in this game, they haven't been at their best. It's true that they're missing a couple of their senior players, one of the key players, but you always expect a better performance from the Green Machine.
Yes, indeed, Ranjiga. No, they were lucky to get away with those first two games in the group stage as well. Can Isipatana make use of this? What a pass that was! And they have lost it forward, Isipatana. Trinity still with the 7-point advantage. The time is running out for Isipatana. Can Trinity book their place in the semi-finals of the cup segment? Can they push Isipatana? Can they push Isipatana away into the plate segment?
Here's Trinity College. Loose ball. Good rush defense from Isipatana College, but Trinity come away with it. Vanasekara has space on the outside. He has the legs. Looks like he will go all the way. Yes, he does. Is that the final nail on the coffin for Isipatana College? Vanasekara, what a performance from him in this crunch game. Look at this. Gets the ball inside their own 40-meter. And he has enough pace to go right around that final defender and to touch down for the second try for him. That could be a decisive try indeed for Trinity College. The conversion is not true, but that takes them to 19 points to 7, a 12-point deficit to come over for Isipatana College with just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yes, what a game Vanasekara is having. Now, he was a part of all the 3 tries that Trinity College managed to score. Now, whenever he found space, Isipatana College, they had no answer at all.
Going deep, the restart, Trinity College conceding a line out for Isipatana inside, almost on their 22, having all to do for the Green Machine. The field is levelled back to 7-all from the both sides. Not release, insists the referee. Penalty for Isipatana. Referee not happy with the spot. Here's Isipatana College inside their own half. Tries a fancy back flip. Doesn't work, but they somehow recycle the ball. Here's good pressure from the Trinitians. They are pushing Isipatana back. Now comes Costa. Gets the goose step. Goes past couple of defenses. Knocks it on. Once again, sloppy hands from the Isipatana boys. Giving away possession very easily, very cheaply. And Trinity College smartly taking their own sweet time. Seconds away from a place in the Cup semi-finals, Trinity College. Isipatana, the reigning under-20 champions, looks like will be heading to the plate. That's
it. Trinity College, they have managed to beat Isipatana and qualify for the semi-finals. Now we talked a lot about this Ranjiga Isipatana. They have not been even close to their best throughout the day, and Trinity College, they have pounced on all the mistakes that Isipatana did. They'll have to settle with a place in the plate segment, while Trinity deservingly goes through to the semi-finals of the Cup segment. This is the full-time confirmation. Trinity 19, Isipatana 7. Trinity, they have booked a place in the Cup semi-finals. What a game, especially the number 7 for Trinity, Sachin Duwanasekara. He was the man who changed things up for Trinity College. He was a part of all the 3 tries that they scored. Here's Duwanasekara once again. Just as I said, whenever he had the ball in hand, Isipatana College, they didn't have a single answer. He has been the difference for the two sides, Duwanasekara. So coming up next, we have Kingswood College taking on St. Peter's College. Kingswood, of course, winning both their group games, and St. Peter's College lost one and won one in the group stage. Now this promises to be another thrilling and close encounter. So we have 3 teams who have already qualified for the semi-finals. We have Royal College, St. Joseph's College and Trinity College. Which team will be the 4th to join those 3 teams in the Cup semi-finals?
Here's Peter Wrights with the ball. Brilliant run there from Yobet Sachira. Fends off couple of defenders, goes under the post to start off with a bang in the first minute. Ideal start for the Peter Wrights, the big man Yobet Shehara. Score in the first try of the kickoff.
You can't script a better start than that. St. Peter's College drawing first blood, taking the early lead inside the first minute. Look at that. Yomit found that space and just cut back inside to evade that defender. And Kingswood College No, they had no chance of catching Yomit. Perfect start for them. 7 points to nil. St. Peter's with the early lead.
Here's a restart. Goes straight in the hands of the Kingswood player. Offside, says the referee. Here's Kingswood now from their own half. They've been really impressive this year. That's a nice run there from the number 8, Anudha Upek. But it's brought down on the 22. Kingswood once again going for the crossfield kick. The bounce is in favour of the Kingswoodians. And he will go score the first try of the game for the Kingswoodians. Ishan Inun. Stunning bit of play there from the Kingswood player. The number 4, Imanka Ishara, going for the crossfield kick, and the bounce was just in favour of the Kingswood player, who gathers it and goes over the line.
Now Dulaj Navot completely mistimed his jump, but Ishan Inun managed to time it to perfection and made the collection cleanly. The conversion didn't go over, so St. Peter's still with the 2-point lead. It's 7-5. They're still inside the first 3 minutes of this fourth and final couplet quarterfinal. Here's St. Peter's with the possession, trying to find space. Number 6 collects the ball for Kingswood, trying to find space by himself. Gives the offload out to Ishan Inun. Can he find the space? Nearly fumbles with the number 10 for Kingswood, but manages to keep the ball in hand. But this time, St. Peter's College, brilliant piece of defending. They have managed to get the ball back. And this is number 6, Kushan Tarindu. Now he's playing a couple of tricks with the number 4 from Kingswood, but he will go all the way. Brilliant piece of work by Kushan. St. Peter's College go over for the second try to increase their lead further.
Individual brilliance from Kushan Taridu in this occasion. His awareness was on show in that occasion, taking the quick tap, just evading a couple of tackles, and the final, the sweeper, stepping away. Here's a look at that once more. He had the sweeper to beat, cut back in, cut back out, totally outfoxing the sweeper and going all the way under the post. Second try, an immediate response from the Peterites after that try was scored from Kingswood. 14 points to 5. Peters in the lead. Kingswood College now inside their own now, changing direction. Here's the number 6, gets the offload to the try scorer. Brought down. Kingswood College keep the ball going. Brilliant counter-attacking from the Peterites. The ball is knocked forward, says the referee. Probably a slight knock on there while trying to gather the ball in the ruck from the Peterite. It's a good outcome for Kingswood College inside the attacking half. Time for them to get another score on board and cut back the deficit. Just minute and a half remaining in the first half. Free kick awarded for Kingswood. Here's Kingswood College, the number 6, the dangerous number 6. Knockback, says the referee. Peterites with the ball. They have space on the outside. Here's the try scorer. Gets the offload away. Loose pass there. Dangerous play here from the Peterites. Uncalled for. He could have just kept the ball in the hand without just trying to get a desperate pass in field. Nevertheless, another knock forward that gives Kingswood the ball, the scrum inside the 40 meter, almost on the 22.
We are still in the first half. St. Peter's with a 9-point buffer against Kingswood College. Kingswood, they'll dearly love to get another try before the hooter goes off to mark the end of the first half. As Kingswood, the number 8, gives it out to number 4, who finds space outside, gets tackled, but manages to give the offload out. Brilliant by St. Peter's. They have managed to get back the ball. And here's Avishka once again. This time Kingswood College doing well to get the ball back. And the hooter goes off as well. So this is going to be the final move of the first half. Kingswood College, they need to get a try here. And going into that half-time break. Probably a high tackle as well, but nothing from the referee. And here's the number 8. He goes outside. He will go all the way. The number 8 for Kingswood College. Anuda Upek. The second try for Kingswood. Now just what they wanted before going into that half-time break. Kingswood College.
Cutting back the deficit, the boys from the Randall Hills. 4-point game with the conversion to come. Conversion is not through, so that keeps the scoreline 14 points to 10 in favor of the St. Peter's College. It's another thrilling quarter-final in our hands. 14 points to 10, half-time confirmation. Papare scoring 2 converted tries by Kingswood College, failing to convert their both tries. Here's the first try from Yomit Shehara. Individual brilliance once again. Speed and strength shown by Yomit in the first minute to take the lead. And then Kingswood responded with this brilliant timely jump there from the big number 3, Ishan Inon. And then Kushan Tanidu with the awareness to take the quick tap and then dance away, beating the sweeper and going under the post for another converted try. And at the brink of the half time, initial break from the number 8, Anuda Upek, who went through the middle and scored for Kingswood College. bit of a hold in play. Looks like one of the referees, he's not feeling well. Again, centenary year celebrations for the Ceylonese Rugby Football Club, one of the most prestigious clubs in Sri Lanka, situated here at the heart of Colombo, Longdon Place, celebrating 100 years of brilliance. I've seen many rugby players having played their club rugby here and then gone on to play in the national, and we'll probably be seeing these youngsters who play today playing in the national level in the future. But so far Kingswood College trailing 14 points to 10. Second half, the last game of the day. Kingswood with the ball now in their own half. That's a knock on. Butterfingers from Kingswood. Taken quickly by Peter Wright. The try scorer, is it? Yes, under the post he goes. Easy as you like it. Kushan Tanidu, second try for him. Once again, brilliant awareness from him to take the quick tap and just spot that space through the middle and go all the way under the post. He will convert it himself. That takes them to 21 points to 10. Ideal start for the Peter Wrights.
St. Peter's College with a brilliant beginning to the second half. Now they have managed to make that lead to 11 points. It was just 4 points going into that half-time break.
Another knock on from Kingswood College. If this keeps continuing, the match will surely slip away from their hands. Looks like the Patriots have come out with a plan in this game. They went down against Royal College in a close fight, the last game of the group round. But in this game, they look pretty determined and they're playing with the pan. And here's the try scorer, Yomet Shehara, cutting back in, getting the offload to the scrum half. Goes into contact. They have players on the outside. Yomet Shehara once again gets the offload to his skipper. But the referee says it's knocked on. He's not in control of that. Kingswood with the scrum inside their 40 meter.
Kingswood College with the put into the scrum. Kingswood, they need to find 2 tries here to stay alive in the cup segment. This is number 8, Anudu Upek. And here's Kingswood. Not the best of passes there by Kingswood College. And here's Isan Inun. Once again, a poor pass, but Kingswood College still with the ball in hand. This is the number 5. Gives it out to Anudupik, who gives it out once again. Not the best of options by Kingswood College. And here's Kingswood College with the chance, but St. Peter's, they managed to gather the ball once again. The number 9 for St. Peter's. And that's a knock forward. Kingswood back with possession. Number 2 gives it out to number 5. And here's Anudopik. Can Anudopik outrun the number 5 from St. Peter's? Yes, he can. That's going to be the third try for Kingswood. And best of all, that's a try underneath the post, so the conversion will be a lot easier for them to make sure that they get the 2 extra points, which will make the lead go down to just 4 with 2.5 minutes remaining. Kingswood College, that definitely back in this cup quarter-final encounter.
Definitely back. The sloppy in these phases as well, but they were lucky to get the points on board at the end. 17 points to 21. Anuda Upek once again stepping on the gas, running around the final defender to go all the way under the post. Kingswood with the restart, 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Anyone's game now, 17 points to 21. Whoever who scores next, I think, will take the advantage for sure.
Two very important minutes in this game for both the sides. St. Peter's, they have done well in this encounter. Must try to not give it away just at the end. Kingswood trying to mount a comeback here. St. Peter's. And here's the St. Peter's number 5, who's had a brilliant game so far. This is Dulaj Navod. Goes for the pass, but and it's going to be a yellow card for the number 3 of Kingswood College, Ishan Inoon. It's going to be a big blow for Kingswood College.
That will put a huge dent on their chances in this game. Tough call, I would say, but going against Kingswood College in that occasion. Deliberate knock-on, says the referee. Yellow card given. Here's St. Peter's College with the one-man advantage. Goes for the long cut-out pass to the number 7, who cuts back in. Gets the offload. Not supporting the weight, says the referee. So once again, St. Peter's College with the ball now inside the 22. With seconds remaining on the clock, they will take their time for sure. Kingswood with all to do for, with one man down in the remaining seconds. Here's the feed from the pit rights, takes it out. Good pressure. Too early, says the referee. Taken quickly by the scrum half. Number 9 steps in, steps out. Dancing through. Here's the pit rights. They have players on the outside. But Yomit Shehara cuts back in. And now that will be the winning try. And the hooter goes off as well. Once again, it was Kushant Tarindu with the hat-trick. And the winning touch for St. Peter's College, which will book their place in the Cup semi-final tomorrow. I beg your pardon, day after, on Sunday, the third and final day. But Kingswood College have no one but themselves to blame in this game. They're sloppy with their ball handling, and they just did not pounce on the chances that they got. And they will rue their errors as they get back to their camp and come back on Sunday. That's the end of the fourth and final quarter-final. St. Peter's College taking the victory 26-17 and booking their place in the Cup semi.
Valiant effort by Kingswood College, but it was St. Peter's who will walk out with the win and a place in the Cup semi-finals. So now we have the 4 semi-finalists of the Cup segment: Royal College, St. Joseph's College, Trinity College and St. Peter's College. These are the highlights of the second half. Another pick had a good game. Was one of the key players for Kingswood, went over for that try for Kingswood College. It was that yellow card that actually made a huge difference for Kingswood College. Ishan Inun was one of their key players. He was sent off, and this was St. Peter's scoring that final try thanks to Kushan Tarindu. So tomorrow we will begin the club segment. We have Kandy SC taking on Army, the first game of the day for day 2 at 9 a.m. in this CR&FC Centenary Sevens. We had an eventful first day. We had 16 close games. We now have our 4 semi-finalists in the cup segment, plate segment and the ball segment. So thank you very much for everyone for joining with us throughout the day in this schools leg of the CR&FC Centenary Sevens. We will join with you once again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Till then, have a good night.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.